On paper, HMP Kirkleavington Grange is the model open prison, a resettlement facility where men nearing the end of long sentences should be preparing for release with structure, dignity, and a genuine chance at rehabilitation. But peel back the glossy stats and surface level order, and a far more disturbing picture emerges. A prison where the facade of control masks institutional complacency, where staff often act more like parole officers than mentors, and where too many prisoners live in silent fear of getting sent back to closed conditions for the slightest misstep. This is a prison that gets just enough right to avoid national scrutiny, but not enough to actually work. Kirkleavington is an open Category D establishment. That means its very purpose is to provide meaningful employment opportunities, strong community ties, and a safe, respectful environment where men can reconnect with society. It is supposed to be the bridge between prison and the real world, but the inspection found something deeply flawed about that bridge. It's narrow, wobbly, and far too easy to fall off it. The men housed here are overwhelmingly serving long sentences, some well over a decade inside, and many were once considered high risk. They've done the hard yards in Category B and C prisons, endured brutal years of segregation, isolation, and high security routine. They arrive at Kirkleavington expecting the opposite. What they find is something that feels more like a probation hostel, under constant surveillance, than a supportive final step toward freedom. The living conditions themselves are clean, organised, and relatively calm. But that calm often masks a deep anxiety. For many men, the risk of being returned to a closed prison for even minor infractions, being late from ROTL, using a banned phone, getting into a verbal dispute, hangs over them like a guillotine. It's this looming fear that keeps order, not mutual respect or culture. Staff-prisoner relationships are professional, but not particularly warm. While most staff do their jobs competently, very few go beyond protocol to build trust or offer emotional support. Prisoners reported a reluctance to be honest about personal struggles, knowing that anything they say might be interpreted as risk behaviour and jeopardise their ROTL access or lead to recategorisation. In one particularly chilling example, a prisoner disclosed feeling anxious and overwhelmed by upcoming release. The result? He was flagged for psychological monitoring. His ROTL paused. The message is clear: show weakness, and you'll lose what little freedom you've earned. The ROTL process itself, the crown jewel of any open prison, is tightly monitored, overly bureaucratic, and still tinged with systemic bias. While there are some strong partnerships with local employers and community groups, inspectors noted a worrying lack of creativity in placements. Too many men were being funneled into low-skilled, low-wage work, often cleaning or warehouse labour, with little regard for their long-term aspirations or skill sets. The system is more about risk avoidance than genuine rehabilitation. Accommodation in the community for those nearing release is still a major challenge. Too many men leave Kirkleavington with no clear housing plan. Some are released into unstable hostels or temporary shelters, undermining the years of structured behaviour they've had to maintain inside. It's a betrayal of the prison's purpose. If the last chapter of your sentence throws you into chaos, what hope is there for the next chapter of your life? Drug use in the prison is lower than in closed conditions, but it hasn't disappeared. Spice, Subutex, and other low-odour substances still make their way in. The difference is in how it's handled. There are fewer searches, fewer dog teams, and a greater reliance on self-reporting. The assumption is that prisoners here are trustworthy, but trust without meaningful engagement creates a vacuum, and that vacuum is filled by quiet addictions, undetected debts, and silent suffering. Mental health support is minimal and often reactive. There are no specialised trauma teams. Access to psychiatric care is slow. Counselling is limited. A prison filled with men who've survived a decade or more in violent, chaotic institutions is left without robust therapeutic services. Instead, they are expected to be grateful, compliant, and emotionally stable, all while dealing with release anxiety, family breakdown, and institutionalization. The result is a rising tide of invisible distress. Leadership at Kirkleavington appears steady on paper, but dangerously content with the status quo. The prison meets its basic resettlement metrics, reports low violence, and receives generally positive staff feedback. But that narrow lens ignores the lived experience of the prisoners. It ignores the quiet despair of a man sent back to closed conditions for missing a bus. It ignores the former gang member working night shifts in a warehouse, unprepared to navigate life outside. It ignores the long-termer who self-isolates, terrified of making a mistake in his final weeks. Just because a prison runs smoothly doesn't mean it runs well. And beneath it all lies a moral question. What is the purpose of open prisons? Is it to prepare men for life or to control their final months? Is it about rebuilding human beings or managing reputational risk? Because if it's the latter, we're not preparing people for freedom, we're preparing them for failure. Now ask yourself, if the system punishes prisoners for being honest about their struggles, how can they ever be rehabilitated? How many men walk out of open prisons looking fine on paper, but crumbling inside? What would resettlement look like if we actually treated prisoners like people, not just risks? And if the final stage of custody still feels like punishment, what was the point of everything before it? Let us know what you think, because HMP Kirkleavington Grange isn't failing outright, and that's precisely what makes it so dangerous. It's just functional enough to keep the mask on. But behind it is a quiet, controlled desperation that no one dares name. Until now. Henry Valentine's story is one steeped in tragedy from beginning to end. A journey through the prison system marked not by violence or rebellion, but by quiet effort, family loss, and a haunting fear of freedom that ultimately claimed his life. At the age of 20, Mr. Valentine was sentenced to life imprisonment for his role in the brutal 2007 murder of 50-year-old Andrew Ayres, a father of two. The killing took place in the car park of the King's Head pub in Buttershaw, Bradford, following a dispute over a taxi. Mr. Ayres, who was described by friends and family as a kind, non-confrontational man, was set upon by a group of 3 men and a woman in what the judge called a brutal, intense and vicious attack. Valentine was not the principal aggressor, but he played a secondary role, one that would nonetheless see him jailed for life, with a minimum term of 13.5 years. Over the years, Mr. Valentine served his sentence largely without incident. After more than a decade behind bars, he was transferred in 2018 to HMP Kirkleavington Grange, an open prison in North Yorkshire designed to help prisoners prepare for release. For all appearances, Mr. Valentine was adjusting well. He found employment, engaged with staff, and even gave talks to school children about the dangers of crime and the impact of prison. To many around him, he was on a redemptive path, a man who had accepted his past, served his punishment, and was now looking ahead to a second chance. But beneath that surface, something was crumbling. Between June and December of 2018, Valentine lost 3 close family members in quick succession: his cousin, his grandmother, and, most devastatingly, his mother. These losses clearly took a toll, though he managed to maintain his prison record and emotional composure. In September 2020, he received his parole dossier, a standard part of the release process. But unlike the rest of his experience in the system, this triggered something deep and unsettling. The documents included victim statements that shook him, and from that point forward, friends noticed he became more withdrawn. In October 2020, he began a new relationship with a woman who had been an acquaintance of his sister and started working a job outside the prison walls. These might have been positive milestones, but they coincided with yet another loss: the sudden death of his brother, who had been found beneath a bridge. Mr. Valentine told staff he was coping, and they had no reason to believe otherwise. He said he was being supported by family. On the surface, he remained composed, but internally, he was breaking down. a close friend and fellow inmate, would later reveal that from the moment Valentine received the parole papers, everything changed. He stopped speaking about his parole. He became fearful that any small infraction might sabotage his release. He worried about administrative issues, the changing of his solicitor, the possibility of a long-forgotten charge resurfacing. These were not the concerns of a man fearing prison. They were the anxieties of a man fearing the outside world. On 28th January 2021, Henry Valentine was found hanged in his room. There were no signs of struggle, no outward expression of intent beforehand. He left behind 3 notes addressed to his aunt, his sisters, and his girlfriend. In them, he expressed a painful inner truth, that he had not recovered from the loss of his mother, that the idea of freedom without her by his side was terrifying, that he didn't feel worthy of love or of life beyond the prison gates. In the aftermath, the prison ombudsman concluded that Valentine had shown no signs to staff that would have indicated he was at risk. He had not raised alarms. He had not sought help. His slow withdrawal had been noticed only by peers, not interpreted as a warning. To those who knew him best, the signs were subtle: a drop in sociability, a quiet increase in anxiety, but in hindsight, they formed a clear picture of a man overwhelmed by grief, dread, and the crushing weight of what waited for him outside. Henry Valentine died just weeks before he was expected to be released. After 13 years behind bars, he didn't die in violence or in disgrace. He died quietly, alone, a man who had served his time but could not face what came next. His story is a grim reminder of the psychological toll prison can take, not just during incarceration, but in the moments when hope and fear collide, when freedom so long denied becomes its own kind of prison. Although HMP The Vern was described as generally safe and respectful, the 2024 inspection exposes a dangerously hollow institution where the state appears to have surrendered any meaningful ambition of rehabilitating some of the country's most high-risk prisoners. The entire model of the Verne is built on the premise that men convicted of sexual offences, a population many would argue represents some of the most difficult and dangerous offenders in the system, should be challenged, trained, and supported to change their behaviour so they are less of a threat when released. Yet the report reveals there were literally no accredited offending behaviour programmes running at all during the inspection, despite housing over 600 prisoners, many of them elderly, unwell, and still high risk. Years of their lives have passed behind bars with nothing to meaningfully shift their attitudes or distorted thinking, which amounts to a staggering abdication of public protection. It is borderline scandalous to imagine these men quietly serving their time, biding their release dates without any treatment or evidence-based interventions, and then being unleashed back into the community with the same risk profile they had on sentencing, if not worse. The inspector rightly points out the fundamental flaw in this so-called training prison. If it does not actually train people out of sexual offending, what is the point of its existence? The governor and senior staff knew the offending behaviour provision was missing and pleaded for funding, but the system prioritised a substance-free living unit, despite acknowledging there was no serious drug problem. It is hard to escape the sense that there was willful neglect of the core function because sexual offending is politically toxic, and the prison service was happier to be seen tackling drugs, an easier public narrative, even if the needs of this prison population were vastly different. In a further disturbing twist, the report says only 2% of staff had completed the online training on working with people convicted of sexual offences in the previous year, and many frontline officers outright said they did not want to know what crimes the men had committed for fear of bias. In a Category C prison where staff are supposed to monitor risk and spot so-called offence-mirroring behaviours, this is beyond astonishing. You cannot manage risk you are unwilling to see, and you cannot challenge someone's sexual thinking if you refuse to learn what their offending was in the first place. It sets up an environment where dangerous patterns go unnoticed, prisoners are free to act out subtle precursors to their crimes, and staff are essentially working blind. This is not professionalism. It is a dereliction of duty, made worse by a system that does not even hold them to proper mandatory specialist training. The inspector's tone is almost incredulous that, even with a relatively stable staff group, they were so underprepared and disengaged in dealing with a uniquely challenging population, one that the public rightly expects to be managed with a forensic level of skill and oversight. Prisoners, meanwhile, are left bored and underemployed, locked in a stagnant environment described as lacking adequate education, with a curriculum that fails to match their needs, no sense of purpose, and too few opportunities to gain skills. The prison's own definition of full-time work was so far removed from any external understanding of the term that the inspector essentially described it as a nonsense. When you add that to regime curtailments driven by repeated staff shortages and medical escorts, it means that men who should be actively rehabilitating are instead left idle, growing older, more institutionalized, more resentful, and more socially disconnected. A time bomb for recidivism. It is all framed as a calm environment, but it is a calm built on inactivity, not progress. The report highlights how over half the population is over 50, many of them frail, suffering dementia or complex health conditions. The Dorset unit was praised for its palliative and social care, but the rest of the healthcare situation is dire, with unsafe outpatient facilities and cancelled GP access because of emergencies. Officers were taking dementia sufferers to adjudications for assault, which the inspectors noted was plainly inappropriate and borderline cruel. There was a chilling description of 2 constant supervision cells, gated cells in segregation, being used for prisoners in crisis, an arrangement that feels almost medieval. There is no credible plan for a safe medical centre despite years of knowing that the current healthcare is inadequate. The care of older, dying prisoners was, ironically, the best developed part of the prison, yet the actual rehabilitative work that could stop future victims was left in tatters. The prison's leadership was described as visible, approachable, even innovative in some areas, but the evidence shows they have failed to deliver their fundamental mission. Inspectors slammed the regional prison service for providing no meaningful challenge, not demanding accountability, and failing to share lessons from other sites. There were serious shortfalls in data use. The leadership did not even understand properly why violence and self-harm were rising. There had been no strategic analysis of self-harm, despite a 28% increase since the last inspection, and not a single investigation into the 17 prisoners taken to outside hospitals after serious self-harm. This is a shocking gap, given the potential for repeated patterns of harm or even death. The oversight of use of force was equally sloppy. For 4 months, no scrutiny meetings took place even as incidents rose sharply. The inspectors watched body cam footage of staff using force improperly on mentally unwell or self-harming prisoners, sometimes with no de-escalation and no proper follow-up to learn from those incidents. If that is what passes for reasonable safety in a modern prison, then there is a fundamental crisis in standards. The Verne, then, sits as a monument to the deep contradictions in the English prison system. On the one hand, a stable, low-drug environment with a friendly staff culture, relatively low physical violence, and some pockets of good social care for the elderly. On the other hand, a catastrophic failure to deliver its core mission of challenging, treating, and rehabilitating men whose crimes society fears the most. If you believe prisons exist to protect the public, then HMP The Vern is not protecting the public. It is simply warehousing men until they are released, with no serious reduction in risk. And that is the most controversial conclusion. Despite its glossy language about purposeful activity and a community ethos, the prison is arguably a public safety hazard. When a prison for convicted sex offenders becomes little more than a semi-open retirement home, with no treatment, no evidence-based risk management, and no staff competence in offence-focused practice, the public should be outraged. There is a grim complacency in tolerating such an arrangement. Worse still, the inspector hints that some men have been released from the Verne without even the basic interventions that parole panels would usually expect, a breathtaking failure of both the prison and the probation service. It is the kind of systemic neglect that leaves victims and survivors of sexual offences rightly furious. What confidence can the public possibly have when the state, knowing the risks, knowingly fails to intervene? What faith should victims have that lessons are being learned? A population dominated by older men, including those on indefinite sentences, still deserves the chance for change, because the alternative is simply unleashing their risk back into society after decades of stagnation. That is not justice. That is a dangerous illusion of containment, easily shattered the moment one of these men offends again. It is easy to call the Verne peaceful. It is easy to praise a safe regime, but that is a dangerous illusion if the deeper reality is that this place is not fulfilling its duty to reduce risk. The public deserves to know the truth. A prison like this, coasting along, is every bit as dangerous as one in open crisis. No rehabilitation means no protection, and no protection means more victims. In that sense, HMP The Mount represents one of the greatest scandals of all. A prison that no longer even pretends to do what it was built to do. Of course, here's the revised version with rape replaced by sexual assault, which is still accurate but slightly less stark in tone. Maoist cult leader who held daughter captive for 30 years locked up with Gary Glitter in luxury prison, dubbed Pedo Alcatraz. Aravindan Balakrishnan, the notorious Maoist cult leader who kept his own daughter in prison for 3 decades, is serving his sentence in a so-called luxury prison alongside convicted paedophile Gary Glitter. Balakrishnan, 80, known to his followers as Comrade Bala, is housed at HMP The Mount, a remote Category C prison on the Isle of Portland in Dorset. The prison, which underwent a £3.3 million refurbishment in 2018, accommodates 580 sex offenders. During his reign of terror, Balakrishnan sexually assaulted female cult members and subjected his daughter, Katie Morgan Davies, to relentless psychological and physical abuse, keeping her virtually isolated from the outside world until she escaped in 2013. He was convicted in 2016 of multiple offences, including 4 counts of sexual assault, 6 counts of indecent assault, 2 counts of actual bodily harm, cruelty to a child under 16, and false imprisonment, and was handed a 23-year prison sentence. Despite the horrific conditions he imposed on his victims, including beating them, forbidding friendships, and restricting them to reading only Maoist literature, Balakrishnan now resides in conditions that have been described as relatively comfortable. Inside HMP The Mount, prisoners have access to a football pitch, a koi carp pond, a gym, a farm area where they can tend ducks and plants, and even a giant outdoor chess set. Each of its 6 accommodation units features common rooms, dining areas, and 20-inch flat-screen TVs. There is also a library stocked with newspapers, books, and magazines. A source commented, "Balakrishnan is in the general population with other prisoners. The idea that he is enjoying any kind of luxury will be appalling for his victims to hear." For Katie Morgan Davies, who waived her right to anonymity to expose the horrific abuse she endured, Balakrishnan's privileged prison environment is a stark contrast to the caged bird with clipped wings existence he forced upon her. During the trial, jurors heard how she was beaten for singing nursery rhymes, banned from making friends, and indoctrinated with communist dogma. She did not know until adulthood that Balakrishnan was her biological father and that fellow cult member Sian Davies was her mother. Davies died in 1996 after falling from a bathroom window in the group's Brixton house. Other members of Balakrishnan's Workers' Institute of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought cult included Josephine Herrival, daughter of Bletchley Park codebreaker John Herrival, and a Malaysian student. The group was finally freed after a charity received a tip-off from a desperate phone call. In a chilling revelation, Balakrishnan claimed to possess a supernatural force named Jackie, supposedly capable of unleashing disasters around the world if cult members disobeyed him. He derived the name from the initials of Jehovah, Allah, Christ, Krishna, and immortal Eswaran. His beliefs were steeped in extremist politics. Describing himself as a revolutionary socialist, Balakrishnan idolized leaders such as Mao Zedong, Stalin, Pol Pot, and Saddam Hussein, even wishing aloud that the death toll at Tiananmen Square had been higher than 3,000. During sentencing, Judge Deborah Taylor described his behavior as ruthless and highlighted how he had created a climate of fear, jealousy, and control among his followers. Your treatment of your daughter from her birth to the age of 26 was a catalogue of mental and physical abuse. You engendered a climate of fear, jealousy, and competition for your approval. You have shown no remorse whatsoever. Balakrishnan's convictions guarantee he will remain behind bars until well into his 90s, even if released halfway through his 23-year term, with additional license conditions to follow. A prison service spokesperson responded to criticism of the Verne's facilities, stating, "Like all closed prisons, offenders are subject to strict security measures." Despite that, the relative comfort of HMP the Verne, known by some as Paedo Alcatraz for its high-profile sex offender population, remains a bitter irony for those who survived Balakrishnan's cult of cruelty. A female prison officer who embarked on a forbidden and obsessive relationship with a convicted sex offender has been spared prison after she was caught attempting to smuggle a syringe into a jail in order to inseminate herself with the inmate's sperm. Cherry-Ann Austin Saddington, 29, from Weymouth, developed an intense relationship with Bradley Trengrove, a prisoner serving a 13-year sentence for rape and sexual activity with a child. She worked as a warden at HMP The Vern on the Isle of Portland, Dorset, where the pair began their illicit affair. Miss Austin Saddington, a mother of 3, started working at The Vern in July 2019. The court heard that even during her probation period, suspicions were raised about her inappropriate contact with prisoners, leading to the extension of her probation. In January 2022, Mr. Trengrove, then 26, was transferred to the Verne from another prison. By August, he and Miss Austin Saddington had initiated a secret relationship, breaking all rules of professionalism and security within the prison service. Over a 6-month period, the officer and inmate engaged in sexual activity up to 40 times, prosecutors said. The pair often used prison workshops to meet, exploiting times when staff oversight was minimal. Miss Austin Saddington would even come into the prison on her days off to continue the affair. Robert Bryan, prosecuting, read to Bournemouth Crown Court a series of messages that revealed the depth of Miss Austin Saddington's infatuation with Mr. Trengrove. In these messages, she called him the one, her reason for living, and vowed to love him till my last breath. She even saved his number in her personal phone under the name husband-to-be, a clear sign of her plans to maintain the relationship beyond the prison walls. In November 2022, Miss Austin Saddington told Mr. Trengrove she was pregnant, but sadly lost the baby around 8 weeks later. Determined to have a child with him despite the separation, she hatched a bizarre and dangerous plan. In March 2023, Mr. Trengrove was moved to HMP Channings Wood in Devon, a move that might have ended their relationship. However, Miss Austin Saddington attempted to maintain contact, even trying to send him explicit photos, which were intercepted by prison staff. On May 26, 2023, she visited Mr. Trengrove under a false name, determined to collect his sperm for artificial insemination. Officers conducting a routine search found she was not wearing underwear and had concealed an empty Calpol syringe inside her bra. According to the prosecution, Mr. Trengrove had wrapped the sperm in cling film to hand over to her. She was arrested shortly after. In addition to smuggling the syringe, Miss Austin Saddington admitted sneaking a mobile phone into prison for Mr. Trengrove's use, a serious security breach, especially as it allowed him to communicate without monitoring. Mr. Trengrove, meanwhile, admitted his role in encouraging Miss Austin Saddington's misconduct, as well as possessing the illegal phone and using it to transmit unauthorized images and sound from inside prison. He was handed an extra 2 years and 3 months on top of his existing 13-year sentence. During sentencing, Emily Cook, defending Miss Austin Saddington, argued passionately on her client's behalf. She described Miss Austin Saddington as ashamed and devastated by her own actions, noting the woman had suffered a serious fall after the affair was uncovered, which left her permanently wheelchair-bound. Miss Cook told the court, "You are not sentencing the woman who committed these offences. She is a very different woman now." Judge Jonathan Fuller, KC, described Miss Austin Saddington's behaviour as a gross breach of trust that had undermined the integrity and safety of the prison. However, he acknowledged her life-changing injuries and accepted they made immediate custody inappropriate. Had it not been for the accident that befell Miss Austin Saddington, the sentence would have been an immediate sentence of imprisonment, the judge said. Miss Austin Saddington was instead handed a 2-year suspended sentence for misconduct in a public office. The case has reignited debate about the safeguarding of prison staff, relationships with inmates, and the extent of supervision required to prevent such gross misconduct. A prison service spokesperson told reporters, "Staff working in our prisons are expected to uphold the highest standards of professionalism. Misconduct of this kind is absolutely unacceptable and undermines the trust the public places in the service. Robust security and vetting measures are in place to protect the public, and any staff found breaking the rules will be investigated and prosecuted where appropriate." Prison experts say inappropriate relationships between staff and inmates remain a persistent risk, driven by manipulation, coercion, and at times, genuine infatuation. Prison service data shows that dozens of officers have been dismissed or prosecuted in recent years for affairs with prisoners, despite extensive training and warnings. Mr. Trengrove's sexual offences included a violent rape and an offence involving sexual activity with a minor, making Miss Austin Saddington's actions even more alarming to the public and her former colleagues. The court heard that Miss Austin Saddington, who was a trusted officer on the prison wings, had been trained to deal with precisely these kinds of manipulative offenders, but instead fell under Mr. Trengrove's spell. In a victim impact statement read to the court, Mr. Trengrove's original victim described feeling sickened to hear about the prison officer's involvement with the man who had sexually assaulted her, saying it brought back deep trauma. Prison governors are now understood to be reviewing security protocols at HMP The Vern and HMP Channings Wood to ensure more rigorous monitoring of staff-prisoner interactions in future. Meanwhile, Miss Austin Saddington, whose dreams of a family with an inmate ended in public disgrace, is attempting to rebuild her life while under the shadow of a suspended prison term and permanent disability. HMP Swinfen Hall is marketed as a training prison for young adult men, a place where 18 to 25-year-olds can supposedly rehabilitate, grow, and rejoin society better than when they arrived. But what this latest inspection reveals is not a training ground. It's a pressure cooker, a site where violence simmers constantly beneath the surface, where drug use is rampant, and where inexperienced staff are increasingly outmatched by the complex, volatile reality of modern prison life. The place is filled with testosterone, trauma, and time, and right now, it's a powder keg. Built to hold around 600 prisoners, the jail currently houses a mix of sentenced young adults and Category C prisoners, most of whom are serving long or indeterminate sentences. They arrive at Swinfen Hall with expectation to progress through the system, to gain skills, to begin rebuilding, but instead, many become locked in a stagnant routine, locked in their cells for 22 hours a day, surrounded by fear, drugs, and staff who are simply not equipped to deal with them. Violence here is high. Inspectors found that 38% of prisoners felt unsafe at the time of the inspection, and they had every reason to. Serious assaults were not rare. Many men described avoiding entire areas of the jail due to gang pressures or ongoing debts. Bullying, intimidation, and revenge attacks weren't the exception, they were the rhythm of the place. A new intake onto one of the main wings described being immediately tested by older prisoners, forced to pick a side or risk solitary vulnerability. There's a survival code here, and if you don't know it, you learn quickly or you break. The drug situation is worsening. Spice, crack cocaine and buprenorphine are widely available inside. Some is thrown over walls, some is brought in by visitors, some, according to several prisoners, is coming in through staff. The mandatory drug testing (MDT) regime was found to be almost entirely ineffective. It wasn't being used to disrupt supply, it was barely being used at all. Prisoners who failed tests often faced minimal consequences, and support services for those in addiction were severely underfunded. Living conditions vary wildly from one part of the jail to another. The older wings are deteriorating, paint is peeling, cells are cold, mice and cockroach sightings were common. Some toilets don't flush properly. Shower facilities are outdated and often non-functional. In-cell phones don't work consistently. On some wings, graffiti covers the walls, not as some expression of rebellion, but as the only way to mark time. One cell had 2021 etched into the wall with a broken piece of plastic, a record of years wasted. Despite these conditions, Swinfen Hall presents a clean face to the outside. Paperwork is filed, policies are in place. There is a visible effort by some of the more senior staff to promote professionalism and decency. But the actual delivery of these principles on the wings is inconsistent at best. Many officers are new. Over half of the frontline staff had less than 2 years of experience. Several admitted to inspectors that they felt unprepared for the dynamics on their units. When challenged, some admitted they were scared of certain prisoners. Others, in private, said they were considering leaving the job altogether. The prison operates a full segregation unit, but its use has become a quiet scandal. One man had been held in isolation for over 60 days, with less than 1 hour a day outside of his cell. The unit itself is bleak, no purposeful activity, limited mental health contact, no progression plans. It's supposed to be a last resort. In practice, it's often used as a convenient dumping ground for prisoners deemed too difficult to manage on the wings. It's administrative control, masquerading as discipline. Education is failing. While Swinfen Hall has a contract in place with a national education provider, staff shortages, prisoner movement restrictions, and lockdowns have rendered most of the curriculum meaningless. Too many prisoners are not attending any lessons. The few that do are offered basic maths and English, with few vocational options. A young man who wanted to learn barbering told inspectors he had been waiting for 11 months for a course to open. Another said he was simply ticking boxes because he needed education credits for his parole file. Gym access, one of the only reliefs for young men with bottled aggression, has been curtailed due to staff shortages. Some wings hadn't seen a gym session in over a week. When they do get time out, it's tightly regimented with limited interaction. The football pitch, once a space for release, has become another site of tension, a battleground for wing rivalries and postcode grudges. Mental health care is patchy. There is a mental health team, but it is overwhelmed. Too many referrals are made, with no follow-up. One prisoner had attempted self-harm 3 times in a week and still hadn't been assessed. ACCTs, the official care documents for those at risk of suicide, were found to be poorly completed, with little evidence of meaningful support. When asked, some staff could not explain the difference between ACCT reviews and routine welfare checks. In a prison housing vulnerable, emotionally volatile young men, this kind of neglect is lethal. The prison's strategy for progression, moving prisoners through their sentence, preparing them for open conditions or parole, is weak. Too many men are stagnating with no idea when their next review is. Sentence plans are out of date, personal officers aren't visible, prisoners feel forgotten, and when men feel forgotten, they stop engaging. That's when the violence begins again. The drugs, the chaos, the system eats itself. HMP Swinfen Hall, at its core, is not evil. It is not brutal by design. but it is broken, and it is dangerous in its brokenness. It doesn't scream, it doesn't burn, it just slowly corrodes. Young men go in, damaged but alive, and many come out angrier, colder, more dangerous than when they entered. Now ask yourself, what does it mean when a prison built for growth has become a warehouse for decline? Why do we still call it a training prison when it can't offer education, can't offer work, can't offer therapy? What kind of future are we creating when our answer to youthful violence is more isolation and neglect? And when will the system stop managing symptoms and start treating the disease? Let us know your thoughts, because HMP Swinfen Hall isn't just failing, it's teaching young men that the state will cage them, forget them, and call it justice. A Midlands prison descended into controversy after it emerged that a student support officer, Leanne Butcher, had engaged in sexual and inappropriate relationships with two of the UK's most notorious inmates. The 31-year-old mother of two from Warwickshire secured a job in the education department of HMP Swinfen Hall after responding to a Facebook advert. What followed was a staggering breakdown in professional boundaries and prison protocol, revealing yet again the vulnerabilities in Britain's prison staffing and vetting system. Miss Butcher, who began working at the Category C prison in March 2021, initially presented herself as someone seeking a stable role to support her family, but within a year she had developed intimate relationships with not one, but two dangerous prisoners, convicted killer Junior Lukalo Mami and gunpoint robber Tariq Durham. Both men were serving lengthy sentences in different prisons at the time, having passed through Swinfen Hall, where they had formed initial contact with Butcher. Junior Lukalo Mami had been convicted of the manslaughter of 17-year-old aspiring rapper Myron Yard in London in 2016. He was sentenced to 12 years and was still serving time when suspicions about his connection with Miss Butcher first surfaced. An internal search of prison phone logs and a deep dive into Miss Butcher's personal mobile uncovered sexually explicit phone calls between the two. In the calls, they professed love, discussed their relationship, and exchanged sexual dialogue. Miss Butcher even accessed the prison computer system to investigate whether Mr. Lukalo Mami faced deportation, a clear abuse of her role and data access rights. At the same time, Miss Butcher was also in contact with Tariq Durham, another high-profile inmate who had previously been jailed for armed robbery involving the brothers of England footballers Marcus Rashford and Trent Alexander-Arnold. During the Moss Side incident, Mr. Durham and two accomplices used a sawn-off shotgun, machete and baseball bat to steal a Range Rover, watches and wallets. His criminal past also included drug dealing and violence. From prison, Mr. Durham maintained contact with Miss Butcher through an illegal iPhone 6, using it to exchange images, engage in video chats, and even post on social media. He was also heard speaking to an Albanian contact about ongoing drug operations. Their contact wasn't just emotional, it became logistical. Mr. Durham at one point asked Miss Butcher to smuggle contraband into prison, though she reportedly declined. Miss Butcher's phone logs revealed more than 400 interactions with Mr. Durham over a 3-month period, during which their sexual relationship played out alongside Mr. Durham's ongoing criminal communications from inside the jail. Eventually, Miss Butcher was caught after confiding in her line manager during a moment of indiscretion while drinking. Her phone was seized, and the scope of her misconduct became undeniable. She was charged with 3 counts of misconduct in public office and appeared before Birmingham Crown Court in August 2024. During sentencing, Miss Butcher wept in the dock, but what followed was a moment of disbelief for many. Judge Kerry Malin sentenced her not to custody, but to a 2-year community order, citing exceptional circumstances. The judge pointed to her mental health challenges and childcare responsibilities. She was ordered to complete 35 days of rehabilitation activity and 80 hours of unpaid work. Judge Malin made it clear, however, that she held Miss Butcher responsible for knowingly breaching her duty of care and the security of the prison system. The court heard that Miss Butcher had no formal qualifications and had received minimal training due to COVID-19 restrictions, a few hours instead of the several days normally required. Her defense team portrayed her as vulnerable, misguided, and lacking the professional resilience needed to cope with the complex and manipulative environment of a prison. But critics argue that her actions went beyond naivety and highlight a deeper systemic problem. The issue of staff-prisoner relationships in the UK has come under increasing scrutiny. Miss Butcher's case adds fuel to the fire, showing how gaps in training, vetting, and oversight allow manipulation to thrive. What made this case particularly alarming was the caliber of the inmates involved. These were not petty criminals, but highly dangerous, repeat offenders with histories of serious violence, organized robbery, and gang ties. Despite this, Miss Butcher found herself emotionally entangled with both. The idea that she was having phone sex with two separate inmates simultaneously, including one using a smuggled smartphone to continue criminal activity, struck at the heart of prison security. For her part, Butcher said she felt scared at times, especially of Mr. Durham, who she claimed had assaulted a vulnerable inmate in her presence. In messages, she told him to respect her and warned him to behave like an adult. But at the same time, she continued the communication and became romantically involved, opening herself up to further compromise. The public response to the sentencing was mixed. Some viewed the decision to spare Miss Butcher jail as a soft ruling that undermines the seriousness of her breach. Others recognized her vulnerabilities and pointed to the failings of the prison recruitment and support systems that allowed her to slip into this position unchecked. Meanwhile, Mr. Durham was handed an additional 8 months for possessing a mobile phone in prison and transmitting sound or images without authority. Mr. Luclo Mami, who has since been released after serving the custodial part of his sentence, denies one similar charge and is due to stand trial. The case exposes a grim reality, that in a system stretched for staff, lacking in training and under constant pressure from overcrowding and violence, the lines between authority and inmate can blur dangerously fast. Whether through manipulation or misguided affection, Miss Butcher's story serves as a cautionary tale of how easily control can be lost, and how the consequences echo far beyond the prison walls. A violent mass disorder involving 13 prisoners at HMP and YOI Swinfen Hall erupted in August 2018 and has finally resulted in sentencing for those involved. What began as an isolated assault quickly escalated into chaos, forcing prison staff into a dangerous and high-pressure situation and raising serious questions about gang activity, weapon accessibility, and security breakdowns within the prison system. The incident took place on the 6th of August 2018 during a routine exercise session on one of the prison wings. Tensions ignited when inmate Adil Khan launched an unprovoked attack on fellow prisoner Dijon Johnson. What might have remained a personal dispute spiraled into a full-blown riot as other inmates quickly joined in. The violence intensified when prisoners from a separate wing, alerted by the commotion, flooded into the yard and began fighting. The disorder grew rapidly in scale and severity, with multiple inmates sustaining serious injuries. Among the most disturbing aspects of the incident was the use of improvised weapons. Prisoners Clayton Beach and Adil Ali wielded makeshift knives fashioned from plastic cutlery, using them to stab and slash fellow inmates during the melee. The potential for fatalities was high, but no deaths occurred. Nonetheless, the prison's control was momentarily lost, and even with swift intervention, 2 officers were injured while trying to restrain those involved. Detective Sergeant Ian Whitehouse, who led the post-incident investigation, emphasized the seriousness of the event, noting that the violence could easily have spiraled further out of control. Prison officers were put under immense pressure to bring the disorder to an end, he stated, acknowledging their swift action in containing what could have become a much bloodier incident. Stafford Crown Court handled the sentencing of all 13 men involved in the riot. The sentences reflected a mixture of concurrent terms, suspended sentences, and short custodial periods, depending on the severity of each inmate's involvement, their prior records, and whether they pleaded guilty. Jerome Russell, 22, 24 months, suspended for violent disorder. Leon Clark, 23, 19 months for violent disorder, to run concurrently with his existing sentence. Clayton Beach, 22, 24 months, suspended for violent disorder. Dishan Downey, 21, 18 months for violent disorder, concurrent to an existing sentence. Demaya Logan, 24, 14 weeks for violent disorder, concurrent. Adil Khan, 22, 21 months, suspended for 24 months for violent disorder. Dijon Johnson, 22, 22 months for violent disorder, concurrent, following a trial. Adil Ali, 21, 20 months for violent disorder and 3 months for weapon possession, concurrent. Rashad Rashid, 21, 24 months for violent disorder, concurrent. Salman Awais, 21, 16 months for violent disorder, concurrent. Abdi Noor, 20, 18 months for violent disorder, concurrent. Mohammed Zaman, 21, 16 months, suspended for 24 months for violent disorder. Samin Umar, 22, 14 weeks for violent disorder, concurrent. While many of the sentences were suspended or set to run alongside existing prison terms, the convictions are significant. Each inmate was found guilty of violent disorder, an offence that reflects the seriousness of the riot and the threat posed to both inmates and staff. The 2018 incident highlights ongoing concerns about prison safety, particularly in facilities like Swinfen Hall that house young adult males, a demographic statistically more prone to impulsive violence and gang affiliations. The ease with which the violence spread across wings and the use of weapons fashioned from everyday objects underscores how quickly order can collapse without robust preventative measures and rapid response capacity. Though no lives were lost that day, the incident served as a reminder of the volatility simmering beneath the surface in many of the UK's prisons. The convictions may offer a sense of justice, but they also point to the larger challenge of maintaining security in environments plagued by overcrowding, staff shortages, and a deeply entrenched culture of violence. HMP Brixton, a once revered Victorian fortress of justice nestled in South London, has become something else entirely, a crumbling relic weighed down by bureaucracy, plagued by neglect, and now undergoing a transformation that feels more like an identity crisis than a plan for renewal. In theory, it is a Category C training prison, a place designed to prepare inmates for re-entry into society. In reality, it is a warehouse of human stagnation, where opportunity is the exception and decay is the norm. Behind its high red brick walls and archaic facade, the lived experience is anything but orderly. The conditions are grim and crowded. Most prisoners are doubled up in cells designed for one, with toilets in the corner shielded only by a flimsy curtain. The air is stale with boredom, the hours stretch endlessly, and for many, it's unclear whether this is a place for punishment disguised as rehabilitation, or simply somewhere the system puts people to forget about them. The latest inspection reveals that HMP Brixton is not just underperforming, it's teetering on collapse. At the core of the chaos is a prison operating in limbo. A planned re-roll into a Category B reception facility is underway, but the population still reflects a confused mix of short-term detainees, long stayers, those needing resettlement support, and others still technically meant to be trained. This blurred identity has left staff and inmates trapped in a place that no longer knows what it is, or what it's supposed to be. Overcrowded, under-resourced, and without a coherent purpose, HMP Brixton today is a case study in policy confusion and strategic failure. The consequences of that are everywhere. Violence remains high, and while some areas saw marginal improvements, the tension remains thick. Self-injury and mental health issues are rising, while suicide prevention measures remain unfit for purpose. In fact, staff expressed a dangerous complacency when discussing at-risk individuals, dismissing behaviour that should set off alarm bells. The mental health support is outsourced and overwhelmed, and even basic communication between providers and staff is breaking down. When lives are on the line, breakdowns like this don't just delay care, they enable tragedy. Drugs continue to seep through the prison's walls, and the prison's ability to manage the trade is patchy at best. There's been little sustained success in reducing illicit supply. While sniffer dogs and cell searches continue, the underlying causes, idleness, boredom and desperation, remain untouched. Inmates report feeling safer than before, but this reflects lowered expectations rather than actual progress. It's not safer, it's just that people have given up hope of safety altogether. The fabric of the building is collapsing in places. Cells have been taken out of use due to flooding, and heating issues plagued the prison through winter. In one instance, entire landings lacked heating for months. It speaks volumes when a 21st century prison can't keep the lights on or the water out, and it goes deeper. The infrastructure is decaying because investment hasn't been made, not just in bricks and mortar, but in people, policy and planning. Education is in shambles. While more staff have been recruited, the curriculum is thin, uninspiring, and disconnected from the real needs of prisoners. Attendance remains poor. Tutors struggle to build momentum, and many prisoners remain confused about how to access learning or whether their time will count toward qualifications. It's a tragedy because education is one of the few proven methods for reducing reoffending. But here, it's treated like an afterthought, a checkbox rather than a lifeline. Rehabilitation is meant to be the purpose of imprisonment in a modern society, but in HMP Brixton, it's a ghost. There is no current provision for crucial offending behaviour programs, particularly for individuals convicted of intimate or high-risk crimes. Telephone monitoring backlogs have meant some high-risk offenders are not being properly managed. No one at the prison is even authorised to update the Violent and Intimate Offenders Register, an unbelievable omission that places the public at risk. Release planning, already poor in previous inspections, has virtually collapsed. There is no functioning offender management strategy in place. Resettlement services are under-resourced and misaligned with the prison's shifting role. And for those released directly from Brixton, especially those without a support network, the road outside the gates is often one of immediate homelessness, unemployment, and relapse. It's a revolving door, and the prison knows it. Staffing issues are both a symptom and a cause. There are too few frontline officers, too few experienced middle managers, and a widespread sense that leadership is reactive rather than strategic. Many staff are in temporary positions, unsure of their roles, and unable to implement any long-term change. As the prison's function shifts, there's little clarity about what training they'll need or how they'll deliver a service to a completely different population of prisoners. It's not reform, it's chaos with a new label. The most disturbing part of the Brixton story is that none of this is new. These issues, overcrowding, lack of purposeful activity, mental health failures, safeguarding lapses, have been flagged in inspection after inspection. But change has either been too slow, too shallow, or entirely performative. A few innovative projects have been introduced, such as the option for families to order baked goods for their loved ones, or the idea of community hubs for off-wing association. These are thoughtful ideas, but they are crumbs when the whole prison is starving for real, systemic reform. And then there's the wider question: who is watching? Public attention rarely lingers on a place like HMP Brixton. It's not one of the infamous headline-grabbing maximum security establishments. It's in London, easy to forget, easy to hide in plain sight. But behind those gates, hundreds of men are cycling through a system that fails them at every turn. They're released into a society unprepared to support them, and the system repeats itself. Meanwhile, staff burn out, leadership buckles, and the institution rots. HMP Brixton doesn't need a rebrand, it needs revolution. Until then, it will remain a microcosm of Britain's broken penal strategy, overcrowded, underfunded, poorly led, and morally adrift. And every day it remains like this, lives both inside and outside those walls, will continue to pay the price. HMP Brixton stands at a volatile crossroads, a prison burdened by its legacy, struggling to function in its present, and now undergoing a major transformation for the future. Despite efforts to move forward, this independent review reveals a prison deeply entangled in systemic dysfunction and overwhelmed by the scale of the challenges it faces. The planned shift to a Category B reception prison, though potentially beneficial in theory, has thrown the institution into a state of limbo. Overcrowding remains chronic, and most prisoners are still locked in squalid, cramped double cells meant for one. Many are idle, lacking meaningful access to education, training, or rehabilitative programs. The fact that 30% of the population are not allocated to any purposeful activity is a damning indictment of the prison's failing structure. Despite some commendable efforts, including creative incentives like family-ordered baked goods and off-wing community centre association, these are mere band-aids on a gaping wound. Violence remains high, drug use persistent, and suicide prevention efforts dangerously insufficient. Leadership is stretched to breaking point, with too few middle managers and an over-reliance on temporary promotions. Staff morale, consistency, and visibility remain low, a key barrier to delivering order or progress. In education, while staffing has improved, the curriculum is narrow and uninspiring. Attendance and punctuality are still poor, and prisoners report confusion over their options. Some initiatives are being developed, such as the reopening of the employment hub, but many interventions, particularly for sex offenders and those with complex needs, are either stalled or non-existent. The prison continues to fail in its public protection responsibilities, with telephone monitoring delayed and no one on site able to update the violent and sexual offenders register. Most damningly, the prison made no meaningful progress on the concern that it was not fulfilling its function as a resettlement prison. With its change in status on the horizon, that function is being abandoned altogether, and those still inside are paying the price in wasted time, wasted potential, and wasted lives. Do you believe it is morally acceptable to keep prisoners in overcrowded, degrading conditions for years with no chance of rehabilitation? If prisons like Brixton are failing to address even the basics, education, safety, rehabilitation, who is ultimately responsible for fixing them? With a system this broken, is simply changing a prison's category enough to spark real transformation, or is it just reshuffling the chaos? And finally, in a society that claims to value justice and reform, can we keep ignoring the human cost inside the walls of places like HMP Brixton? A prison custody officer who smuggled drugs into a South London jail has been sentenced to 2 years in prison. Samantha Brown, 22, of Hackney, East London, was convicted of misconduct in a public office and conspiracy to supply drugs at HMP Brixton. The recipient of her criminal activity, prisoner Leon Jackson, 35, received a 5-month jail sentence after being convicted of transmitting sounds and/or images from within the prison. The pair were apprehended following a proactive and intelligence-led investigation, which revealed that Miss Brown was being paid to traffic cannabis into the prison for Mr. Jackson. A search of Mr. Jackson's cell led to the discovery of a mobile phone he had used to communicate with Miss Brown on a daily basis. Analysis of call records indicated hundreds of calls were made between the two. Miss Brown secreted the drugs within her bra and passed them to Mr. Jackson and other inmates when they attended the Crown Court. Detective Inspector Neil Smithson said, "Police and the prison service have identified that the courts are another potential route for drugs to enter prisons. We have worked closely with Serco, who run the court cells, on this case, which should send a message out to court staff that any wrongdoing will lead to arrest and conviction." A former female prison officer has been jailed for 12 months after engaging in secret, romantic and highly intimate relationships with multiple inmates while employed at HMP Brixton. Zanib Khan, 27, admitted to misconduct in public office after it was revealed she had sent and received erotic letters, made late-night calls filled with affectionate language, and maintained inappropriate emotional ties with at least 4 prisoners, 3 of whom were under her supervision. Police suspect the true number of inmates involved in these relationships may be even higher. The scandal surfaced after a mobile phone was discovered in the cell of Jason Graham at Ford Open Prison, who had previously served time at Brixton. Forensic checks on the phone revealed repeated and prolonged contact with Khan, including connections to 2 other convicts, heroin traffickers Timothy Aylesbury and Daryl Smith. Between March and November 2011, Khan spent over 10 hours on the phone with the inmates, calls that went far beyond standard officer-inmate communication. In a recording retrieved by investigators, one 3.5-minute phone conversation between Khan and Aylesbury ended with both parties exchanging "I love yous." Khan's name had been smuggled onto the approved call lists under false identities. Aylesbury had her listed as his mother, and Smith described her as his partner, bypassing prison monitoring protocols. The system was abused to maintain an emotional and increasingly intimate connection between the officer and the prisoners. But it was the contents of the letters that caused the greatest concern to the authorities. Smuggled out of the prison and later found in Khan's bedroom at her family home in Ilford, East London, the letters revealed vivid fantasies and personal affection. One inmate wrote that he could never forget walking through those gates and seeing my beautiful gal. Another spoke of kissing her beautiful lips and body, going on to describe how he wanted to see the petite officers size 2 feet in the air as they made love. The tone was unfiltered, graphic, and revealing of how deep the connection had grown between inmate and officer. Some of the letters displayed handwritten doodles, hearts, and suggestive nicknames. Prisoners would speak longingly of future encounters and fantasized about reuniting with Khan outside the prison walls, clearly blurring the lines between prison discipline and emotional entanglement. Khan's tangled personal life came further into question when it emerged that her father was serving a 4-year sentence for immigration offences, information she failed to disclose when applying for her job with the prison service in January 2009. She joined the service just 12 days after his imprisonment. Even more concerning was her secret relationship with another inmate, Wahid Khalik, who had been convicted of robbery. While his letters were reportedly less graphic, their existence added to the pattern of blurred lines and hidden loyalties in Khan's life. The entire situation only came to light after Graham's mobile phone was seized and linked to Khan's number. A full investigation followed, culminating in a raid on her home and the discovery of the letters. She resigned on the day of her arrest, January 28, 2011. Khan's defense barrister, Anand Baharilal, attempted to downplay the severity of her actions by describing the sexual content as fantasy and flattery, not physical reality. But the prosecution, led by Robin Dupreez, insisted the breach of trust was both deliberate and sustained. Judge David Higgins echoed that assessment, stating in court, "You undertook a knowing and sustained voluntary and gross breach of trust. These were not fleeting moments of poor judgment. This was a calculated misuse of your position over several months." The case raises serious questions about the evolving role of female officers in male prisons. Until the 1980s, female staff were restricted to working in women-only institutions. That changed with gender integration in the prison service, and today, nearly 6,000 women serve as prison officers across England and Wales, about 1 in 4 of the workforce. A significant number now work in male facilities, including high-security wings with some of the most dangerous offenders in the country. Female officers are, by policy, restricted from carrying out body searches on male prisoners and vice versa. Pregnant staff are offered extra protections and may be kept from direct contact with high-risk inmates, but the overall expectation is one of equal footing and equal responsibility. As the editor of the Prison's Handbook, Mark Leach, has noted, around 500 female officers are thought to be stationed in male institutions. And while the vast majority uphold professionalism and boundaries, cases like Khan's underscore how easily those lines can be crossed in high-pressure, emotionally charged environments where loneliness and manipulation can thrive on both sides of the bars. Should prison officers with personal ties to serving inmates or convicted family members be automatically disqualified from certain postings? Does this case reveal systemic gaps in how the prison service screens and supports staff, especially those working in high-risk environments? And how can emotional vulnerability, secrecy, and misconduct be more effectively detected before trust is broken and careers destroyed? Let us know your thoughts below. For nearly 2 decades, Pastor Paul Song was a respected figure inside HMP Brixton, offering hope, spiritual guidance, and redemption to inmates through mainstream Christian teachings. But what unfolded in the later years of his service paints a chilling picture of fear, intimidation, and a prison culture that spiraled dangerously out of control. What Pastor Song describes is not merely internal conflict among faith leaders, but something far more serious: a takeover of the prison's spiritual heart by extremist ideology. He alleges that jihadi sympathizing inmates openly disrupted Christian services, praised terrorists, and intimidated vulnerable prisoners, while authorities turned a blind eye. The warning signs came gradually, then all at once. What was once a peaceful multi-faith chapel, housed in a 19th century wing of the prison, became a battleground. It began with inmates jeering during Bible studies, but soon the atmosphere darkened further. During a discussion on divine grace, 3 inmates stormed into the chapel and began loudly hailing the killers of Fusilier Lee Rigby, the British soldier murdered in broad daylight in Woolwich in 2013. They claimed the brutal act was justified, citing British military actions abroad. When Pastor Song tried to calmly respond, he was shouted down. To do that in a chapel, in a place meant for reflection and peace, was obscene, he recalled, but it didn't end there. On another occasion, he was struck hard from behind as he walked through a wing housing a large population of Muslim inmates. The attackers laughed and hurled racial abuse, calling him a chinky and a crazy Christian. From that day forward, Pastor Song avoided areas of the prison not covered by CCTV. He wasn't alone. Other Christian chaplains began quitting under pressure. Some were shouted at, others simply too afraid to return. Pastor Song stayed, but under constant emotional strain. He says some inmates told him of a protection racket, convert to Islam, or risk being beaten and isolated. Refusal meant being cut off from perks, like access to high-quality halal meals. Others said they were being pressured with threats and psychological coercion. It was gang rule cloaked in religion, Song said. Everything worsened after the appointment of Imam Mohammed Yusuf Ahmed as head chaplain in 2015. Pastor Song claims Ahmed quickly began dismantling the Christian presence inside Brixton. His popular Bible study courses, used in churches across the world, were scrutinized and eventually banned by Ahmed, who called them too radical. The Imam reportedly told Song he wanted to change the Christian domination inside the prison. Song was barred from using the chapel and forced to hold prayer meetings in a holding cell. Even these were eventually shut down. He was physically intimidating, Song said. He would loom over me and say I should just leave. But I kept thinking, why should I give in to intimidation? Then came the shock. In August 2017, after 19 years of service, Pastor Song was suddenly banned from Brixton. The official reason? Allegations, strongly denied by Song, that he called a prisoner a terrorist and threatened the Imam. No formal interview, no opportunity to defend himself. Just a letter stating his removal was permanent and with immediate effect. It was, as Song described, a surreal betrayal. For years he'd helped turn around the lives of hardened criminals, some who had committed horrendous acts of violence. His ability to connect with them came, he believes, from his time as a detective in South Korea before emigrating to the UK. Through the Alpha and Christianity Explored courses, he helped inmates discover purpose, peace and often faith. Nigel Williams, a former inmate, said hundreds of ex-prisoners held Pastor Song in the highest regard. The prisoners were devastated by his removal, he wrote. Jeremy Conlon, another former inmate, stated that the largest gang in the prison was the extremist Muslim group. They ruled by threat of violence, he wrote. The Muslims offered protection to converts. The rest lived in fear. Still, it was Song who was branded the extremist. Even more disturbing was the prison's apparent willingness to accept the accusations without scrutiny. No hearings, no evidence review, just silence. But Song refused to go quietly. With the support of the Christian Legal Centre, he launched legal action. An independent investigation, led by Governor Sarah Pennington of HMP Aylesbury, eventually cleared him. The review found that the prison's internal probe was limited and had not followed basic due process. He was reinstated in 2018. Imam Ahmed, the man Song believes orchestrated his removal, is no stranger to controversy. A former General Secretary of the Islamic Party of Britain, an organisation that reportedly advocated the death penalty for homosexuality and promoted an Islamic Britain, Ahmed had publicly denounced Barbie dolls as pornographic and a sign of the Day of Judgment. He has also been linked to Al-Hikmah Media, a radical platform that has hosted preachers who allegedly supported violent punishments for women and apostates. Ahmed was later suspended from his role at Brixton for reasons unrelated to Song's case. The prison has since advertised for a new head chaplain. The Ministry of Justice officially denied all of Song's claims about extremist behaviour within Brixton. But insiders, former inmates, and fellow volunteers paint a different picture. One of a jail where the balance of power shifted dangerously and where ideology was enforced by fear. Pastor Song's case raises serious questions. How did a man with nearly 20 years of unblemished service end up punished while extremist voices operated openly? Why were Christian services curtailed under vague claims of radical content while inmates openly praised the killers of a British soldier? And what safeguards exist to protect religious volunteers of any faith when ideology and power collide behind prison walls? Today, Pastor Song is back. He plans to restart his classes, though cautiously, and remains hopeful that prisons can once again become places of genuine rehabilitation, not ideological control. This is not about Islam versus Christianity, he said. It's about intimidation versus freedom. I still believe in forgiveness, but that doesn't mean staying silent when truth is under attack. Walk into HMP Garth and you immediately feel the weight of stasis, a kind of institutional exhaustion that seeps into every wing, every cell, every sentence. This is a high-security prison designed to hold adult men convicted of some of the most serious crimes, yet what the 2024 inspection revealed is a facility not only overwhelmed by violence and drug misuse, but one that appears to have lost faith in its own ability to change. Garth, a Category B long-term prison holding around 800 men, was once seen as a flagship for control and stability in the high-security estate. But the veneer has cracked. The reality now is a jail on the brink, where high levels of self-harm, brutal gang conflicts, and widespread drug abuse coexist with broken rehabilitation efforts and disillusioned staff. Safety is in rapid decline. Violence has exploded in both volume and severity, with prisoners wielding makeshift weapons in targeted attacks. Some incidents were so serious that victims required emergency transfers to outside hospitals. Gang allegiances have hardened, and debt-related bullying, often tied to drug smuggling or illicit trading on the wings, has made life unbearable for more vulnerable inmates. Staff themselves are now primary targets. One officer had boiling water thrown in his face, others faced daily threats. The prison has failed to contain this rise in violence, let alone reverse it. Drugs are everywhere. Despite increased use of body scanners, searches, and external intelligence, the prison has been unable to stop the flow of synthetic cannabinoids, spice, diverted medications, and smuggled tobacco and vapes. Spice use has become normalized on certain wings, with prisoners collapsing in corridors or vomiting in showers while staff struggle to respond in time. The situation is compounded by poor medical support and unreliable emergency procedures. Some prisoners are routinely left to ride out overdoses in their cells. The regime is threadbare. Garth, like many of its peers, is failing to provide prisoners with anything resembling a full, structured day. On most wings, prisoners are locked up for over 22 hours daily. Time out of cell is a privilege that exists largely on paper. Purposeful activity has collapsed into a skeleton rota of cancelled education, work assignments with no staff supervision, and waiting lists so long they effectively bar entry to rehabilitation altogether. The workshops, once places where men could gain real qualifications, now sit mostly idle. Education delivery is patchy at best. Even prisoners who want to attend often miss out due to staff shortages, poor communication, or late unlocks. Those who do go find themselves handed uninspiring worksheets or being taught material far below their level. One lifer described education at Garth as primary school work in a maximum security cage. The mental health crisis inside Garth is also spiralling. 1 in 3 prisoners is on antidepressants or antipsychotic medication. Waiting times to see psychiatric staff stretch into months. Some of the most unwell prisoners are held in segregation units with no therapeutic input, where conditions are bleak and isolation compounds their psychological decline. Staff openly admitted they are not equipped to deal with the scale of trauma and psychiatric instability now routine in the population. Living conditions are another layer of degradation. On several wings, inspectors reported blocked toilets, broken cell windows, and graffiti-covered walls. In some areas, men were living without working heating or ventilation. Laundry was irregular, sanitary products were limited. Cells stank of damp and body odor, a constant reminder of how little the outside world seems to care. There is also a growing leadership vacuum. Governors have changed frequently, and many staff, particularly newer recruits, feel abandoned and directionless. Morale has plummeted. Communication between departments is fractured. Systems designed to support progression and resettlement are non-functional. Even the basic personal officer scheme, where every prisoner should have a named staff contact, was inactive on many wings. Despite all of this, Garth continues to claim a rehabilitative mission, but that mission has become a cruel joke. Lifers, stuck in endless cycles of bureaucracy, can't access the courses they need for parole. Men who've completed 5 years without incident still languish in high security conditions because the paperwork hasn't caught up. The offender management unit is so under-resourced that some prisoners haven't had a sentence planning review in over 2 years. And what about progression? What about release? Garth is supposed to prepare men for a return to society, but it doesn't. It warehouses them, holds them, stalls them, breaks them down, one day at a time. Now ask yourself, why are we keeping hundreds of men in crumbling cells under lockdown regimes with no education, no progression, and no purpose? What happens when a prison turns into a storage unit for society's most dangerous, and then stops even pretending to rehabilitate them? And when the next man is released from Garth with no plan, no support, and no change, who will be held accountable? Let us know your thoughts, because HMP Garth isn't just failing, it's creating the very danger it was built to contain. When 26-year-old Olivia Hodgson walked through the gates of HMP Garth each day, she was entrusted with upholding the rule of law, maintaining security, and serving as a bulwark between the public and some of the most dangerous men in the country. What no one realized, at least not at first, was that she had been hiding a dark secret, a forbidden romantic relationship with a convicted murderer serving a life sentence inside the very prison where she worked. In July 2023, Hodgson of Leyland, Lancashire, was sentenced to 8 months in prison after pleading guilty to misconduct in a public office. Her relationship with Laverne Ford Morgan, a man convicted of a fatal shotgun murder in 2010, had not only breached the trust placed in her as a prison officer, but had actively endangered the operational integrity of one of the UK's most notorious high-security prisons. The story began in early 2020. Hodgson, who had been working at HMP Gartree since 2017, struck up an inappropriate relationship with Mr. Ford Morgan. What started as small personal interactions quickly escalated into smuggled contraband, secret communications, and a deeply compromising emotional entanglement. She supplied mobile phones to Mr. Ford Morgan, using multiple burner phones and encrypted messaging apps to stay in contact with him after he was transferred to a different prison. Despite her efforts to conceal the relationship, prison intelligence picked up on suspicious behaviour. In January 2021, a cell search led to the discovery of 2 phones linked to Miss Hodgson. The content of those devices, including intimate messages, voice notes, and video calls, revealed the extent of their bond. Further investigations included a raid on Hodgson's home in July 2021, which turned up a birthday card sent to her by Mr. Ford Morgan. His fingerprints were found on the card, physical proof of the inappropriate relationship between the officer and the inmate. At Burnley Crown Court, the prosecution laid out a clear picture of premeditated and calculated misconduct. Miss Hodgson had taken active steps to evade detection. She used pseudonyms, changed phone numbers frequently, and worked to circumvent the prison security systems. Her actions went far beyond a momentary lapse in judgment. They were deliberate and sustained over a prolonged period. The judge, in handing down her sentence, acknowledged that Miss Hodgson had no previous convictions and expressed some sympathy for her vulnerability, but he also made it clear that her behaviour amounted to a gross abuse of public trust. As a prison officer, Miss Hodgson was not just a civilian with a badge. She was a figure of authority with unique access to prisoners, sensitive information, and the internal workings of the justice system. Her failure to maintain those boundaries placed lives at risk. Meanwhile, Laverne Ford Morgan, already serving a life sentence for his part in the shooting death of a man in 2010, was handed an additional 18-month sentence for his part in the illicit relationship and for possessing contraband mobile phones in prison. His manipulation of a staff member was not seen as passive. It was active, orchestrated, and knowingly exploitative. Detective Constable Becky Pearson from the Northwest Regional Organised Crime Unit described the incident as a flagrant breach of duty. This was an abuse of the public's trust in the prison service, she said. It undermines the hard work of thousands of dedicated staff who do their job with professionalism and integrity every day. We will continue to root out corruption at every level. HMP Gartree, where the relationship began, has a troubled reputation. The Category B men's prison houses some of the most dangerous prisoners in the UK, including murderers, gang members, and those convicted of serious organised crime. In recent years, the prison has made headlines for violent incidents, drug trafficking, and other staff prisoner misconduct cases, raising urgent questions about oversight and culture within such high-pressure institutions. The Hodgson-Ford Morgan affair is more than just a tabloid scandal. It speaks to broader systemic problems within the prison system. Problems of inadequate staff vetting, emotional vulnerability, and the psychological toll of working in environments where power dynamics are constantly being tested. It also underscores the danger of complacency when it comes to professional boundaries. Some argue that Miss Hodgson was emotionally exploited, manipulated by a prisoner with a history of calculated violence and no meaningful prospects for release. Others suggest she willingly abandoned her responsibilities, prioritizing emotional gratification over the safety of her colleagues and the integrity of her workplace. The truth may lie somewhere in between, but the consequences remain undeniable. The case has prompted renewed calls for better staff support, including psychological screening and resilience training for prison officers. It has also highlighted the ease with which contraband, especially mobile phones, can still enter high-security prisons, often with the help of insiders. Olivia Hodgson, once a trusted employee of the prison service, now serves time as an inmate. Her name joins a growing list of officers who cross the line, blurring the boundary between duty and desire, professionalism and personal failure. For HMP Garth and the wider prison system, the scandal serves as both a warning and a wake-up call that inside the prison walls, emotional compromise can be just as dangerous as any weapon. In a harrowing case that highlights the mental health crisis and culture of coercion inside UK prisons, a convicted murderer found dead in his cell at HMP Garth in 2016 took his own life after reportedly being bullied by fellow inmates and pressured into attacking prison staff. The revelations were confirmed in a damning Prisons and Probation Ombudsman (PPO) report released years later, which raised critical failings in how the prison responded to signs of escalating distress. Wesley Rowlands, aged 33, was serving a life sentence for the brutal 2012 killing of David Lavender, a father of three beaten to death during a pub crawl in Chester after objecting to Rowlands urinating on a pub landlady's dog. He was ordered to serve a minimum of 15 years behind bars, but life inside proved just as turbulent as the one that led him to prison. Before arriving at HMP Garth, Rowlands had already demonstrated volatility, notably attacking a prison officer with a homemade blade while housed at HMP Walton in 2015, earning him an additional 2 years to his sentence. Following a 7-month stint in a secure hospital, he was transferred to Garth, a high-security prison in Leyland, Lancashire, known for housing men serving indeterminate and life sentences. His downward spiral began almost immediately after his arrival in November 2015. By March 2016, staff were aware of threats against him, mostly related to alleged debts he had incurred or inherited from a former cellmate. After expressing fears for his safety, he was moved from A Wing to C Wing. Within 2 weeks, he was moved again. In April 2016, Rowlands reported being bullied and told staff he didn't feel safe attending the prison workshop. The next day, he appeared with a broken nose, claiming it was from a play fight. Though staff suspected otherwise, no conclusive findings emerged. The PPO noted that incidents involving alleged bullying or violence were often left unrecorded or inadequately followed up. On May 31st, Rowlands again raised the alarm. He told a prison officer that he was being threatened over an old debt and that he was being coerced into attacking staff and other prisoners. He explicitly stated that the psychological pressure was worsening his mental health. He requested a transfer to B Wing, considered a safe wing by inmates under threat, but was told he'd have to fill out an application. Instead, he was temporarily moved to E Wing, despite being diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and being prescribed medication. Concerns about Rowlands' mental well-being continued to grow. On September 5th, he was found collapsed in his cell. A fellow prisoner believed he had overdosed on his medication. Though Rowlands later denied attempting self-harm, fellow inmates said he had made cryptic remarks about leaving soon. The PPO report identified this episode as a critical missed opportunity. Despite the overdose, no heightened suicide prevention measures were put in place, and he was not monitored under an ACCT, assessment, care in custody and teamwork process designed for inmates at risk of self-harm. Officers reported that Rowlands appeared happy and chirpy and noted he would continue working with his key worker. But just over a month later, on October 14th, 2016, Wesley Rowlands was found dead in his cell. He had hanged himself overnight. 2 suicide notes were discovered, one a heartfelt apology to friends, family and staff, expressing remorse for the crimes he had committed and gratitude for the support he had received. The other was more telling, a list of names and prison numbers next to various amounts of money, believed to be a record of debts, either owed by Rowlands or by others to him. It confirmed the claim that he had been under relentless pressure from other inmates. The PPO investigation concluded that prison staff failed on multiple levels. The overdose incident a month prior was not adequately investigated. There were frailties in suicide and self-harm monitoring procedures. Despite multiple warnings from Rowlands himself, including claims that he was being manipulated into violent behaviour, staff did not escalate his concerns or take meaningful action to investigate the bullying. Prison officers reportedly did not challenge the alleged perpetrators, nor did they move Rowlands to the safer unit he had requested. The report made several recommendations, including ensuring staff are trained to properly identify, log, and act on signs of bullying and suicide risk. The prison was also advised to fully implement the ACCT system and ensure staff can recognise signs of distress that may not appear imminent, but are nonetheless serious. In response, a spokesperson for the prison service said, "Our thoughts remain with the family and friends of Mr. Rowlands. Since his death, we have improved staff training and implemented a scheme to ensure the most vulnerable receive one-to-one support." The tragic death of Wesley Rowlands stands as a case study in how vulnerable prisoners can be left to deteriorate under the weight of peer pressure, unresolved trauma, and institutional blind spots. His story raises urgent questions about how prisons like HMP Garth handle mental illness, bullying, and staff-prisoner communication, especially in complex environments where debt, dominance, and intimidation are deeply entrenched. Rowland's death was not just a suicide, it was the endpoint of a long, visible descent into despair, one that might have been prevented if someone had truly listened.
Her Majesty's Young Offenders Institution, HMP Aylesbury, is a young offenders institution situated in Aylesbury, Buckinghamshire, England. It is located on the north side of the town centre, on Beerton Road, and is operated by Her Majesty's Prison Service. There has been a prison or a gaol of some description in Aylesbury since 1810. The current prison has been on its present site since 1847. It is of early Victorian design and was modelled on Reading County Gaol. The site was in an area of public buildings that including the workhouse, formerly the Tyndall Centre, and the Manor House Hospital. Since construction, the prison has gone through a variety of changes, starting as a county gaol, then becoming an adult women's prison in 1890, changing to a girls' borstal in the 1930s. And between 1959 and 1961 was an adult male prison, after which it became a male YOI, and since 1989 has held only male long-term prisoners, but that recently changed. In 1998, HMP Aylesbury was criticised after an inspection report highlighted its poor health regime, which saw the rapid turnover of 5 senior medical officers in 2 years. The report opened up a wider debate about the pay of medical staff in UK prisons compared to those in the NHS. In 2001, the Imam for HMP Aylesbury was suspended after allegations of inappropriate comments after the September 11th New York terror attacks. A year after this, a study of young offenders' diets at Aylesbury, conducted by Surrey University, found that adding vitamins, minerals, and other nutritional elements to the diets of young offenders remarkably reduced their antisocial behaviour. HMP Aylesbury Prison was back in the headlines in 2007 after it was revealed to have a higher rate of self-harm by inmates than any other young offenders institution in England. Following the introduction of the prison's ACCT, Assessment, Care in Custody and Teamwork system, the rate of self-harm has reduced significantly. In December 2008, police officers and probation service tornado teams were called in to contain a disturbance at Aylesbury Prison, officially described as concerted indiscipline. The incident lasted 6 hours and involved a number of inmates who were taking part in Eid celebrations. A number of these inmates were charged with prison mutiny. In November 2009, a prison officer from HMP Aylesbury was jailed after it was emerged that she had become pregnant after having a sexual relationship with an inmate. The prison officer was also convicted of smuggling 3 mobile phones into HMP Aylesbury. Prison officer who had a baby after conducting an affair with a young offender in his cell was jailed in 2009. Kelly Ann McDade, who was 31, gave birth to a boy in February after the relationship with Nelson Delgado, who had been listed as a dangerous prisoner by officials. Miss McDade told colleagues at the Young Offenders Institute at Buckinghamshire that she had become pregnant after a holiday relationship. She had to resign after she was caught on CCTV opening the 21-year-old Mr. Delgado's cell door when all doors in the institute had to be closed for the night in August 2008. Judge Christopher Tyra called her behaviour disgraceful as he jailed her for 30 months at Aylesbury Crown Court. "You engaged in a wholly improper sexual relationship with an inmate," the judge said. "He was in your care." He said Miss McDade would have been trained to report such matters to her superior, and added that the affair could have placed her female colleagues at risk from other offenders who knew about it. They might have expected the other female officers to be susceptible to similar approach. The consequences could have been very serious. Judge Tyra added, "Love is not an excuse." Miss McDade of Aylesbury admitted misconduct in a public office and trying to smuggle 3 mobile phones into another young offender institution where her lover was moved to after the affair came to light. When her home was searched, police found a mobile phone with a message from Mr. Delgado, whom she visits regularly, reading, "I love you, my wife." They had planned to set up home together when they were both freed and bring up their son together, who at the time was 9 months old. Miss McDade had been employed by the Young Offenders Institute for 3 years when she started the relationship with Mr. Delgado in 2008. Nigel Ogborn, who was prosecuting, said that when the prison governor found out Mr. Delgado was the father, he said the relationship could have caused a massive breach of security. Richard Germain, defending Miss McDade, told the court there is no doubt it was an inappropriate relationship, but Miss McDade would say, "You can't help who you fall in love with." Mr. Germain said the relationship had been going on for several months. McDade became pregnant. As a young offenders institution, HMP Aylesbury holds long-term male inmates between the ages of 18 and 21. Accommodation comprises of single cells in several residential wings and 1 segregation unit. Currently, due to special measures, the prison is only operating 4 of the 7 residential units. There are full and part-time education programs at the YOI, which range from basic and key skills courses up to art, French and sociology at A level and physical education. Vocational courses and work programs include construction, painting and decorating, bricklaying, motor vehicle mechanics, industrial and general cleaning, laundry, catering and gardening and waste management. Young offenders also have the opportunity to pursue award-based courses including the Duke of Edinburgh Award. In February 2013, HMP Aylesbury appeared in an ITV documentary focusing on the lives of inmates and officers. In 2017, a serious violent incident took place involving many inmates. Young offenders and prison officers were injured and some even needed hospital treatment. In 2018, another riot occurred and it hospitalised 4 prison officers. Prisoners were frustrated because they spent the whole week locked in their cells and only had 1 chance a week to shower. Violet Bland Suffolgate, imprisoned and force-fed in 1912. She wrote of her experiences in Votes for Women. Kitty Byron, who was convicted in 1902 for murdering her aunt, Arthur Reginald Baker, was released from Aylesbury in December 1908. Edith Carew, who was convicted in 1897 in the British court for Japan in Yokohama for murdering by poisoning her husband, Walter Carew. Miss Carew was transferred from Yokohama via Hong Kong in 1897 and released in 1910. Mathilde Carey, a French Renaissance agent during World War II who turned double agent. Miss Carey was held at Aylesbury for the last years of the war where she acted as an informant against other detainees. Miss Carey was deported to France after the war ended. Constance Markowitz, the first woman MP, commuted a death sentence in 1916 following the Easter Rising and was released in 1917. Florence Maybrick, a former United States citizen who was imprisoned at Aylesbury for murdering her considerably older English husband. Miss Maybrick was released in 1904. Aline McKenney, author of Borstal, was an inmate from 1949 to 1951. Jade Braithwaite was at HMP Aylesbury for a time after being convicted of the murder of 16-year-old Ben Kinsella. He was ordered to serve a minimum of 19 years. If you'd like to see more about Mr. Braithwaite, we have a documentary on him, so please check it out if you have some time. Ryan Herbert was transferred from HMY Aylesbury from HMP Stoke-on-Heath in 2012. He was convicted in 2008 of killing Sophie Lancaster and sentenced to 15.5 years. The prison opened as a county gaol in 1847 and has served as a women's prison, a borsal and an adult male prison before becoming a long-term male offenders institution for 17 to 21-year-olds, serving sentences up to life. In 1989, Aylesbury was designated as a long-term young offenders institution. It held the longest sentenced young adult males in the English prison system. A Wing has 68 cells. B Wing has 68 general population cells. C Wing has 66 induction cells. D Wing has 61 general population and induction cells. E Wing has 81 general population cells. F Wing was a poor copers and sex offenders treatment program wing, and G Wing was a general population wing. The regime at Aylesbury aims to provide a purposeful activity for young prisoners in the following areas: a barbering salon running NVQ2 Level 2 diplomas, construction including painting and decorating, and bricklaying for C Skills Level 2, full and part-time education, run in conjunction with Milton Keynes College, offering a wide range of courses including English and Maths up to Level 2, personal and social development, ITQ, cookery and art, mentoring schemes allowing young prisoners to have support whilst returning to custody, motor and vehicle mechanics in purpose-built factory up to Level 3, offending behaviour courses including enhanced thinking skills ETS, controlled anger and learning to manage it CALM, drug treatment courses and sex offending programs including SOTP and Becoming New Me, physical education with the opportunity for award-based courses such as the YMCA Fitness Instructors Award, the Duke of Edinburgh Awards, and a wide variety of recreational activities. Radio station and programs created by prisoners, laundry, kitchens, gardens, waste management and general cleaning, resettlement groups offering information on job clubs, housing, etc. Staff mess delivering the NVQ in professional cookery up to Level 3. The prison was given an inspection in the summer of 2019 and they had the following to say: HMY Aylesbury is a young offenders institution YOY holding male prisoners between 18 and 20. The overwhelming majority are serving sentences from 4 years to life imprisonment. The establishment was last inspected in 2017, at which time we raised serious concerns across a range of issues, but expressed particular worry about safety, for which we awarded our lowest grading of poor. The YOY has since been placed into special measures by HM Prison and Probation Service, and as a consequence of this, the roll has been halved from around 400 to just 200. At the time of the previous inspection, we judged performance in the remaining 3 of our healthy prison tests to be not sufficiently good. On this occasion, we found that in all 4 tests, the appropriate grade was not sufficiently good. So while there had been an improvement in safety, the rest of the grades remained the same. However, it would be quite wrong to infer that there had been no progress made in the time since the last inspection. What we found was that there had been some distinct movement and indeed some improvements within the gradings, but not sufficient to raise any of them to the acceptable standard of reasonably good. In terms of safety, the overall rate of violence had increased, but the seriousness of most of it had declined. It was quite possible that this was a consequence of introducing some free flow in the prison. This has made it easier for prisoners to gain access to one another to fight, but at the same time, more likely to be in the sight of our officers who are able to intervene and de-escalate situations before they become very serious. This is a phenomenon that we have seen elsewhere. However, it was not possible to say whether this was definitely the case at Aylesbury, because there was insufficient analysis of the violence and no clear violence reduction action plan. This was one of our key concerns flowing from the inspection. We were also concerned by the quality of the relationship between staff and prisoners, with a significant number of the latter saying they had been verbally abused or victimised by staff. There was some evidence that key working was beginning to have an impact, but it remained the case that far more needed to be done to improve consultation, focus properly on issues of equality and diversity, handle complaints more effectively, and improve the regime so that it could be a far more greater opportunity for meaningful contact and relationships to develop between staff and prisoners. The regime had been inadequate for Aylesbury for many years, and it remained the case that, for much the week, there had been no evening association. Time out of cell was poor and often unpredictable, and there was no opportunity for prisoners to eat together. For these very basic socialisation processes to be absent or poor in a prison holding young adults, it was clearly unacceptable and needed to be addressed. The fact that the population has halved while staff levels have remained the same should have enabled more positive changes to have been made. There have been some progress, but more needed to be done. At the last inspection, we found that the nationally mandated process for assessing the risks presented by and the needs of prisoners, Oasis, was not working as it should. We made the main recommendation that the concerted action should be taken to reduce the Oasis backlog, but inexplicably, considering the risk presented by the population at Aylesbury, this had not been acted upon. We found that over a quarter of the prisoners did not have an Oasis at all, and too few of the remainder had received proper or timely reviews. Staff tried to work around these failures in a pragmatic way, but could not replicate the comprehensive nature of the approved but failing national process. In recent times, HN Inspector of Prisons has frequently reported that as a process of risk management and sentencing progression, Oasis is showing worrying signs of systematic failure, in some places verging on collapse. We have been told on many occasions that when the offender management in custody OMIC program is fully implemented, with responsibility for completion transferred to Aylesbury, the situation will improve. I had little confidence that this would be the case. It was clear that the offender management unit did not have the resources to absorb the extra work. These weaknesses form one of the key concerns identified by this inspection, and I trust that, unlike our main recommendation in the last inspection, it will not be ignored. It is clear to me that Aylesbury was an institution in transition. It was reassuring that in this instance, I was able to see some positive impact in the prison being in special measures. The halving of the roll, closure of wings pending refurbishment, and attempts to relax the regime had had a positive impact. It was easy for me to see a real sense of ownership and teamwork in the support of the measures that were being taken to improve performance. However, I was concerned by the suggestions that there might be plans to return the roll to its previous number of around 400, but without increasing staff numbers. If this were to happen, and I hope it does not, at least in the short term, I would be very worried about the potential impact on the treatment of and conditions experienced by the prisoners. There were some positive signs in the progress of Aylesbury, an establishment that has experienced some very challenging times. It would be a pity if all that progress were put into jeopardy. For the moment, I would encourage the leadership that they continue on their current path and to build on the findings of this inspection into their current plans. HMP Aylesbury, which specialised in people convicted of violent crimes, has been thrown into chaos by a policy change introduced by Dominic Raab's Ministry of Justice to cope with a national rise of inmate numbers, an official watchdog has found. HMP Aylesbury was suddenly and without sufficient consultation, notice or support changed into a Category C training prison. With the rising number of prisoners needed accommodation elsewhere in the prison's estate, hundreds of Category C or low risk offenders have been brought into the jail. About 23% of the prison population remain men aged 18 to 21, convicted of violent crimes and serving long prison sentences. The change comes as the government prepares for the overall prison population to rise from 84,000 to 94,000 by March 2025. Pressure on the prison estate has led to police cells being used for prisoners. Last week, the Ministry of Justice began rolling out 1,000 rapid deploy cells across the prison estate to boost jail capacity. Charlie Taylor, the Chief Inspector of Prisons, said Aylesbury had been struggling with its existing role, but was now a chaotic prison, which was releasing prisoners with little or no work to reduce their risk of committing crimes again. Challenges have been compounded by this sudden and chaotic redesignation to a Category C training jail, coupled with extreme staffing problems. The prison needs significant and immediate support from the prison service to mitigate the level of risk it presents, not only for the prisoners held there, but also for the community into which high-risk offenders are being released, with little to no work to reduce their risk of reoffending, he said. Inspectors in November and December found a shortage in staff in all grades and disciplines at Aylesbury. This included access to healthcare, time out of the cell, education, skills and work and rehabilitation services. In healthcare, the situation was so dire that the prison service was unable to send prisoners over the age of 40 to the jail because they could not be safely cared for in the jail. Nearly 40% of prisoners were unemployed and had less than an hour a day out of their cells, while many prisoners told inspectors they were unable to shower every day. Those in employment, meanwhile, were frequently unable to benefit from this because of staff shortage or broken equipment. A Ministry of Justice spokesperson said, "We are investing £155 million more every year into the probation service. As this report notes, we are making real progress in providing stable accommodation to vulnerable prison leavers." Andrew Nielsen, director of the campaigns at Howard League for Penal Reform, said, "This report reveals while growing the prison population with little thought for consequences creates more problems for everyone. An understaffed prison, which has failed repeatedly to help young adults move on from crime, has now been placed under even greater pressure because the government is resorting to panic measures to respond to rising numbers. The result has been disastrous, with little to no support to prepare people for safe release." A group of men have been jailed after they took part in a violent group beating in the yard of a young offenders prison. Tyler Fulbell, who was 20, and Jordan Muengilu, 20, both of HMY Aylesbury, and Shimar Davis, who was 22, of HMP Dovegate in Uttoxeter, have all been jailed for a violent assault that took place in the Aylesbury Young Offenders Institution. On April 4th, 2021, the trio took part in a group beating on the prison's exercise yard, violently attacking and kicking their victim. At a hearing in Wickham Magistrates Court in May 25th that year, the three inmates all pleaded guilty to charges of affray. Affray involves the use of threat or violence towards another person that is so severe that the bystander at the scene would fear for their own safety. After the three offenders admitted the assault, each was sentenced to serve additional time in the young offenders institutions. Mr. Forbell was sentenced to 16 weeks imprisonment, while Mr. Davies and Mr. Miligu both received 14 weeks. All three men were also ordered to pay £128 in costs. Inspectors returning to HMP Aylesbury found a prison thrown into chaos by changes to its role made in response to a national prison population pressure. HMP Aylesbury previously held young men aged 18 to 21 convicted of violent crimes and serving long sentences. But with the rising number of prisoners needing accommodation elsewhere in the estate, it had been suddenly and without sufficient consultation, notice or support been redesignated as a Category C training establishment. Issues relating to this transition underpinned or were key contributory factors in almost all of the prison's problems identified in this inspection. Charlie Taylor, Chief Inspector of Prisons, said, "Aylesbury has been a prison in difficulty for some time. Successive inspections have found it struggling with its existing role as a young offenders institution, but those challenges have been compounded by this sudden and chaotic redesignation to a Category C training jail coupled with extreme staffing problems. The prison needs significant and immediate support from the prison service to mitigate the level of risk it represents for not only prisoners held there, but also for the community in which the high-risk offenders are being released into, with little or no work to reduce their reoffending. A shortage of staff in all grades and disciplines was very evident at Aylesbury. This included access to healthcare, time out of cell, education, skills and work, and rehabilitation services. In healthcare, the situation was so dire that the prison service was unable to send prisoners over the age of 40 to Aylesbury. Nearly 40% of the prisoners who were unemployed had less than an hour out of their cell. This was so limited that many prisoners told us that they were unable to shower every day. Those in employment, meanwhile, were frequently unable to benefit from this because of staff shortages or broken equipment. Even when the prisoners were able to attend workshops, they were not being taught in the standard they needed to prepare them for employment upon release. Personal protection equipment was not enforced in construction shops, and food handling and hygiene standards were not enforced in catering. Work to reduce reoffending was in flux. 70% of the population were assessed as high risk or serious harm to the public. There were only limited offender management or progression opportunities, virtually no key work, and hardly any support for resettlement upon release, something which has now been a priority following the transition. Safe release planning was undoubtedly compromised by the prison offender management high caseload, and problems with allocating cases promptly to community offender managements in areas like London and the South East. Mr. Taylor said, "Until Aylesbury receives the support it desperately needs to improve, it will remain a high-risk institution."
Hidden along the Suffolk coast, just outside the sleepy town of Woodbridge, sits a facility that once held some of the country's most dangerous offenders. Today, HMP Warren Hill markets itself as a progressive prison, a place where rehabilitation thrives, where young adult offenders find a second chance. But behind the razor wire and under the bureaucratic calm lies a forgotten outpost of the British penal system, underfunded, under-scrutinised, and in many ways untouched by meaningful reform. In this investigation, we pull back the curtain on HMP Warren Hill, exposing its contradictions, its isolation, its cautious successes, and the haunting truth that the system around it has long since moved on, while Warren Hill remains stuck in the past. Once part of the HMP Hollesley Bay colony, Warren Hill was originally a borstal and later evolved into a Category C prison for adult men. In recent years, it was repurposed, once again, this time to house young adult prisoners, predominantly aged 18 to 25, many of them lifers or serving indefinite sentences. On paper, it's a specialist site, one of only a handful in the UK catering to long-term and indeterminate young adult prisoners. But this branding masks a deeper truth. HMP Warren Hill is less a flagship and more a relic. While the outside world has reimagined what justice should look like for young offenders, Warren Hill remains largely walled off, physically and philosophically, from modernity. There are just 259 prisoners at Warren Hill, a small number by national standards, but the complexity of their sentences is extreme. Over 75% are serving indeterminate or life sentences, many beginning incarceration as teenagers or even children, sentenced under outdated laws that have since been repealed or reformed. Many have spent more than a decade in prison, some are nearing 2. Yet few have hope of release, even fewer trust the system, and almost all are trapped in a psychological no man's land, too old for youth support, too young for adult integration, and forgotten by both. This is the forgotten generation, the inmates left behind when sentencing reforms swept through the UK but failed to apply retrospectively. Many are now well into their 20s and 30s, still detained under legal frameworks that no longer exist. At first glance, the daily routine at Warren Hill is orderly. Wings are clean. Officers are mostly experienced. The regime, though limited, is consistent. But dig deeper, and a different picture emerges. First, purposeful activity. Only half of prisoners are meaningfully engaged in work or education. Some workshops lie dormant. Others are staffed but underused. Many prisoners spend long hours in their cells, not because of disciplinary issues, but because the prison simply doesn't have enough to offer. One inspector called it a silent stagnation, a system that isn't failing, but isn't living either. Second, psychological support. Despite the deeply traumatic background of many inmates, psychological services remain shockingly thin. There are long waiting lists for therapy, and those with complex needs often cycle through support staff without continuity. Some prisoners wait years for access to offending behaviour programs, vital for parole. Warren Hill may appear calm, but there is a quiet undercurrent of volatility. In the past year alone, the prison recorded 93 use of force incidents, including 12 involving PAVA spray, 7 incidents of serious self-harm, 1 death in custody under investigation. While these figures are lower than in chaotic high-population jails, the nature of Warren Hill's population, young, lifers, many with psychiatric trauma, makes every incident far more dangerous. Prisoners report that staff use PAVA spray early and often, sometimes preemptively. Bodycam footage was inconsistently reviewed and some incidents lacked written justification. Complaints procedures exist but are rarely trusted. Many inmates at Warren Hill have already served 10 to 15 years and are still not eligible for parole. Some were sentenced under IPP, Imprisonment for Public Protection, a scheme abolished in 2012, but not retroactively. Others are life sentenced without clear minimum terms. Some are so institutionalized that they no longer imagine a future outside the gates. Others, desperate to prove their readiness for reintegration, are denied basic tools. Offending behavior programs are oversubscribed, and parole dossiers are incomplete due to resource issues. One prisoner, anonymized in the report, had not seen his parole paperwork in over 3 years. Another was told he couldn't access a crucial course until 2028, despite it being a mandatory step for release. This is not justice, this is containment without closure. In many prisons, chaos reigns due to inexperience. At Warren Hill, the issue is exhaustion and stasis. Many officers are long-serving, and while their professionalism is praised, the repeated message is one of burnout. High emotional labour, paired with low institutional recognition, has led to declining morale. Training is irregular, middle management is stretched, staff from healthcare to security are often covering dual roles, and while few openly complain, interviews reveal a creeping despair, the sense that they're not running a service, but babysitting a broken system. HMP Warren Hill has long been praised for relatively good primary care, but in 2025, this is no longer enough. There are long delays in mental health assessments. Appointments for external hospital visits are often missed due to escort shortages. Dentistry is almost non-existent, and as prisoners age inside, geriatric support is virtually absent, despite many inmates now entering middle age after 2 decades inside. Even in crisis, the system buckles. ACCT documents are inconsistently managed. In one case, a suicidal prisoner was left alone for nearly 4 hours after making a threat. Staff later admitted they didn't think he meant it. So what is Warren Hill? A relic of the past? A quiet haven? A broken experiment? Perhaps it is all three. There is no violence on the scale of larger prisons. There are no riots, no mass protests, no systemic corruption. But this quiet should not be mistaken for peace. It is the quiet of stalled lives, failed processes, and forgotten people. Prisoners are detained under repealed laws. Officers are holding up an institution with sheer will. Programs are outdated or unavailable. And meaningful rehabilitation, the supposed mission of Warren Hill, is being blocked not by malice, but by institutional decay. fully understand the failure of Warren Hill, one must confront the ghost haunting it, the IPP sentence. The imprisonment for public protection regime, introduced in 2005 and abolished in 2012, has left behind thousands of men and women still incarcerated, long past their minimum terms. Many of these are now at Warren Hill. Here, their stories fester. A man given a 2-year tariff is now in his 17th year inside. Another has attempted suicide 5 times since 2016. Some have been released, only to be recalled on the thinnest of technical breaches. In many ways, Warren Hill has become the holding bay for a policy the government refuses to clean up, and in that vacuum, justice itself has withered. Warren Hill could be a beacon. It has a small population. It has dedicated staff. It has a stable regime. But without serious reform, it risks becoming something worse than a failing prison. It becomes a successful one that should no longer exist. There is no glory in quietly containing men broken by forgotten laws. There is no justice in offering rehabilitation while denying release pathways. And there is no future in a prison where prisoners, and even officers, feel abandoned by the system. Should young offenders serving repealed or discredited sentences still be locked away without hope? What responsibility does the UK government have to review and resentence those held under the IPP scheme? Can a prison ever truly rehabilitate if its population is built on systemic injustice? HMP Warren Hill stands as a mirror, not just to the men inside, but to the conscience of the justice system outside. The question is, will we look away? Thousands of pounds of damage was caused at Warren Hill, Suffolk, in November 2010, when about 50 prisoners refused to return to their cells. 3 men who admitted prison mutiny were sentenced to 16 months each in a young offenders institution, with another sentenced to 2 years. A 5th man was given an 8-month detention and training order after he admitted violent disorder. Det Insp Kevin Hayward said the sentencing followed a long drawn-out investigation by the Norfolk and Suffolk Major Investigation Team. Considerable damage had taken place at 2 of the units, with water damage, graffiti and general criminal damage, Det Insp Hayward said. A considerable cost was also incurred as locks had to be changed after a set of keys were stolen, he added. James Walsh, 19, formerly from Redcar, was sentenced to 2 years in a young offenders institution. Daniel Davis, 18, from Osborne Road, London, was sentenced to 16 months, along with Corey Hassan, 20, from Windsor Road, Thornton Heath, Surrey, and Hussein Abukar, 20, formerly of London. Ricardo Bartholomew Clark, 17, of no fixed abode, was sentenced to an 8-month detention and training order. All 5 pleaded guilty in January. Grace Ononiwu, from the Crown Prosecution Service, said 4 of the defendants took part in an action that was designed to overthrow lawful authority in a young offenders institution, while a 5th admitted violent disorder. The prosecution had built a strong case using CCTV evidence and eyewitness accounts, and the guilty pleas on the part of all the defendants reflect that. HMP Durham is not just overcrowded, it is breaking. Behind the stone walls of this crumbling, claustrophobic jail lies one of the most dangerous and neglected prison environments in England. It's not the chaos of fire and riots that marks this place, but a quieter, more corrosive brutality. The slow deterioration of safety, dignity, and purpose. This is a prison that has been left behind, by funding, by leadership, by design, and those inside it are either surviving it or being broken by it. Durham was originally built in the early 1800s, and it shows. It wasn't made for modern justice. Today, it operates as a reception prison, short-term holding for men awaiting court, trial, or transfer, and is bursting beyond capacity. Designed to hold around 630, it crams in well over 950. That's nearly 50% overcrowded, and it's not just about numbers. It's about where you put them, how you feed them, and whether you can keep them safe. Durham is failing on all fronts. Prisoners are crammed into shared cells built for one, often without proper ventilation or privacy. Toilets are in the same space they sleep and eat. Cells are infested with mold. Windows are broken or sealed shut. There is not enough access to showers, clean clothes, or meaningful human contact. The daily regime is a shambles. Most men are locked up for over 22 hours a day. On some wings, especially D and E wing, prisoners report spending days at a time in their cells without proper exercise or even time to breathe fresh air. The supposed core day regime has collapsed. Even the few things that do exist, phone calls, library access, social visits, are inconsistently delivered, if at all. Violence is not just present, it is predictable. There are fights on the landings, in the showers and in the cells. Bullying is rife. Debts run up over canteen items, or drugs lead to intimidation and attacks. Emergency cell bells are often not answered on time. Staff are stretched thin. Many are new, undertrained, and terrified. The culture of the prison is reactive. Prisoners told inspectors that they no longer report issues because nothing happens. In a place where survival depends on silence, violence thrives. And then there are the drugs. Durham is flooded with them. Prisoners told inspectors that buying spice, heroin, or Subutex was easier than getting clean clothes. Mail is tampered with. Legal letters are soaked. Visitors pass in wraps and balloons. The prison has installed new scanners, but it hasn't stopped the flow. In fact, the violence is often linked to this trade. The amount of prisoners using drugs has soared, and with it, the risk of self-harm, psychosis, and sudden death. Mental health care is catastrophically under-resourced. Durham is supposed to be a first-stage facility, which means it takes in men at their most vulnerable, often fresh from court, detoxing, or suffering the effects of withdrawal and mental breakdown. But screening on arrival is weak, and follow-up care is minimal. There are no proper suicide prevention measures. The ACCT process, used to monitor at-risk prisoners, is often mismanaged. Staff lack the training and time to intervene. Prisoners in extreme psychological distress are often left in segregation cells or shipped off to other facilities, worsening their condition. In one case, a prisoner arriving in clear mental health crisis wasn't seen by a clinician for days. Another was placed on suicide watch but was left in a cell with torn clothing and ligature points exposed. The healthcare department is overwhelmed, and the leadership knows it. The problem is not just internal, it's systemic. Community services in the northeast are struggling. The courts continue to send men to Durham faster than it can assess or house them. The prison has become a dumping ground. Education and work are a fiction. In theory, short-stay prisoners should still have access to learning, skills, and purposeful activity. In reality, few do. Classrooms are often closed. Workshops are underused or staffed by unqualified tutors. Library access is a privilege few experience. Men serve weeks or months inside with nothing to do but sleep, pace, and survive. And when release comes, there is little to no planning. Many are discharged into homelessness, addiction, or mental instability. There is no continuity, no rehabilitation, just exit through the gate and into oblivion. Staffing remains a critical weakness. Some officers care, some try, but many are inexperienced, jaded, or absent. There's high turnover, high sickness, low morale. Officers fear for their safety. They've stopped challenging poor behaviour. Prisoners notice. The power dynamic has shifted. In some wings, the prisoners run the culture and staff merely observe it. New recruits receive minimal support, and senior leadership is drowning in operational firefighting. There is no space left for reform, only reaction. What makes HMP Durham especially damning is that it is not unusual. It is, in many ways, a microcosm of the national crisis. Underfunded, overcrowded, unsafe. And yet, the government continues to use it as a first stop for thousands of men entering the criminal justice system. These are people awaiting trial, often unconvicted. Many are mentally ill, addicted, or impoverished. and Durham is where they land, into a system that can't screen them, can't support them, and can barely contain them. Some officials speak of progress. They mention technology upgrades, management restructuring, new scanners, but none of that means anything when men are sleeping next to toilets, screaming in mental distress, and walking out of the gates with nowhere to go. It's not progress, it's public relations. So we ask, how many more men need to take their lives in HMP Durham before the system admits it's not fit for purpose? Why are unconvicted prisoners being held in Victorian cells unfit for animals? Is Durham a prison or just a storage unit for human failure? And if this is the gateway to our justice system, what does it say about the country we're building? Let us know your thoughts, because HMP Durham isn't just a failing prison, it's the clearest signal yet that our entire criminal justice system is running on fumes. A former rising star of British cinema, once tipped for stardom after a breakout role in the gritty 1980s crime drama Empire State, has been released from prison after serving time for a violent assault on his former partner. Jason Hoganson, now 53, was sentenced to 18 months at Newcastle Crown Court after admitting to assault by beating and breaching a restraining order. The attack, captured on a doorbell camera, took place on December 11th last year in Newcastle, despite an existing court order forbidding Mr. Hoganson from contacting the woman. His release from HMP Durham comes amid a wave of early discharges from UK prisons, driven by emergency government measures to ease the growing strain on the justice system. The former actor, whose heavily tattooed head has become a striking feature of his post-celebrity image, smiled and gave a thumbs up to photographers as he walked free from the Category B men's facility. Justice Secretary Shabana Mahmood acknowledged the controversial new policy, which will see some prisoners let out weeks or months ahead of schedule. When I took office 2 months ago, the crisis in our prisons was undeniable, she told MPs in the House of Commons. This early release program is the start of a necessary rescue operation. She praised prison and probation staff for their handling of recent disorder and the logistical challenges of the scheme, saying they have gone above and beyond the call of duty. This marks the beginning of a rescue effort, one which will, in time, allow us to rebuild and reform our justice system. Once hailed as a promising talent, Mr. Hoganson's career derailed almost as soon as it began. His lawyer, Ian Crook, told the court during sentencing that his client was an accomplished actor who landed a leading role in Empire State, a dark thriller set in 1980s London. The future was bright, Crook said, but being thrown into the spotlight was more than he could handle. Struggling with sudden fame, Mr. Hoganson turned to drink and drugs, spiraling into a life marked by addiction and crime. His rap sheet now includes a staggering 109 previous convictions. Mr. Hoganson's entry into film came in 1987 when producers contacted his drama teacher while scouting for authentic Geordie actors. Chosen from over 100 young hopefuls, he landed the part of Pete, a drifting youth in a bleak London underworld, in a film directed by the late Ron Peck. From potential star to serial offender, Mr. Hoganson's life is a stark reminder of how fame, when met with personal turmoil, can become a curse rather than a blessing. Michael Smith arrived at HMP Durham on July 10, 2020. By the next evening, he was found hanging in his segregation unit cell. He was resuscitated and taken to hospital, but the damage was irreversible. He died 2 days later from a hypoxic brain injury. An inquest and official investigation would later reveal a litany of failures, unjustified force by prison staff, and a systematic inability to recognize or respond to warning signs that Mr. Smith was at serious risk of self-harm. Mr. Smith had been jailed for robbery in 2018, released and then recalled to custody. Upon arriving at Durham, a body scanner suggested he may have internally concealed contraband. Following prison protocol, he was placed in segregation for monitoring. He was abusive to staff but physically compliant. Despite obvious indicators of distress, officers failed to properly assess his mental state or trigger safeguarding procedures. An incomplete vulnerabilities assessment and a lack of first-night healthcare review meant Smith was essentially processed as routine, despite his erratic behaviour and the concern expressed by a family member about his well-being. There was no mental health referral, no ACCT, assessment, care in custody and teamwork, process initiated, and no clear communication between staff and healthcare teams. His risk of suicide went unnoticed, or worse, ignored. What happened next was captured on body-worn cameras and later examined by the Prison and Probation Ombudsman. 2 officers and 2 custodial managers escorted Mr. Smith from reception to the segregation unit. Though verbally aggressive, he followed commands. The situation escalated unnecessarily when one officer barked, "Carry on and fix walk. I've thinking had enough of you." Mr. Smith replied with abuse of his own, but did not make any physical threat. Another staff member came within inches of his face, raised her voice, and jabbed a finger toward his chest. Without clear provocation, Officer A grabbed Mr. Smith and took him to the ground. Mr. Smith was restrained and handcuffed. Then, in a controversial use of the underlink technique, he was bent forward with his arms yanked high behind him and forced to walk that way. Down a flight of stairs, he cried out in pain and pleaded with officers to adjust his arms. He shouted they were bullies. He told them he could walk on his own. They kept him in the restraint position for 5.5 minutes. By the time he was allowed to stand in his cell, he had a visible bruise or cut beneath his eye that had not been there before. He questioned the use of force. One officer told him he should only speak when spoken to, and warned he would go back down if he continued. Officer B then restrained him again, assisted by other officers, and brought him to the floor a second time. His clothes were removed under restraint. Mr. Smith told them one of his wrists was being twisted and that it was going to break. Despite all of this, prison staff still did not initiate a mental health referral or formally escalate the risk. Later that day, Mr. Smith appeared drowsy and disconnected. Staff suspected he was under the influence of drugs, yet this information was not passed on to healthcare. A nurse saw him 3 times but was never informed of the suspicions. Mr. Smith was checked every 30 minutes. At 5:18 p.m, he was seen alive in his cell. At 5:45 p.m, he was found hanging. An officer raised the alarm. Resuscitation attempts began immediately. Paramedics found a pulse and stabilized him, but it was too late. He died 2 days later in hospital. A post-mortem revealed high levels of etizolam, a powerful and dangerous tranquilizer. A white substance was found hidden on his person, but it was inexplicably discarded before it could be tested. A jury ruled the death a misadventure. The inquest revealed critical delays and under-resourcing. When Mr. Smith was found, only one officer was nearby. Backup took 3 minutes to arrive. At the time, just 17 prison officers were on duty for nearly 1,000 inmates. There was no formal plan in place for managing multiple emergencies. The Ombudsman concluded that the level of force used against Smith was excessive and not justified by his behaviour. She criticised the lack of de-escalation techniques, the pain compliance methods used, and the overall failure to recognise a prisoner in crisis. Though the restraint itself did not cause Mr. Smith's death, it may have worsened his mental state, contributing to his decision to take his own life. She recommended the prison governor consider disciplinary action against involved staff. This was the 7th time in 4 years that Durham Prison had failed to act on suicide risks. Mr. Smith's death was not an isolated tragedy, it was part of a pattern. The question now is, how many more lives will be lost before real reform is forced into a system that repeatedly looks the other way?
Hello
Hello and welcome to the street. 17 suicides at Chelmsford during the 8 years to 2018, and 5 of them were since the inspection in 2016. Deborah Coles of Inquest said the prison was incredibly unsafe due to the rate of suicides, and said that it suggested the plethora of recommendations following previous self-inflicted deaths have not been implemented. Recent inquests into deaths at Chelmsford Prison have highlighted failures around the management of self-harm procedures, a lack of staff training in mental health awareness, inadequate risk assessments, and failures in responding to bullying. The failure to implement existing guidelines on the care of those at risk indicates a lack of care, neglect, and inhumane treatment from punitive and often inflexible prison regimes. Problems inspectors drew attention to included that 40% of prisoners who did not take part in activities were locked up in their cells for 22 hours a day, and items including mattresses and pillows were in short supply. The Howard League for Penal Reform and Improvement, and this was well founded. The Governor continued to set a clear vision for the prison and had retained the support of those around her. We have identified good or reasonable progress in 4 key areas, and this report makes clear what needs to be done to make advances in the remaining weak areas. The prison was inspected in August 2021, and in their report the inspectors said that Chelmsford is a Category B local prison and resettlement prison for adult and young adult men. At the time of the inspection, 700 within the prison, and much more effective support from Her Majesty's Prison Service. As we indicated in 2018, and repeat now, the drift and decline at this prison must be addressed. In accordance with the protocol between HM Chief Inspector of Prisons and the Ministry of Justice, or MOJ, I am writing to you to invoke the urgent notification process in respect of HMP and YOI Chelmsford. An unannounced inspection of the prison between the 9th and the 20th of August 2021 identified numerous significant concerns about the treatment and conditions for prisoners. This is the most recent in a series of concerning inspections over the last 7 years, and these findings were particularly disappointing bearing in mind the observations my predecessor made in 2018. At that time, the then Chief Inspector decided against instigating the UN protocol, having been persuaded that the prison had already begun to show signs of improvement under a new governor, with the support of Her Majesty's Prison Service. This latest inspection showed that these improvements have not materialised. As required by the process, I will set out in this letter the key evidence underpinning my decision to invoke the UN protocol. In addition, I attach a summary note with the main judgments from this inspection drawn from a similar document provided to the Governor at the end of the inspection last week. The Governor, the Prison Group Director, and Ministry of Justice officials have been informed of my intention to invoke the UN process. I shall, as usual, publish a full inspection report in due course. The decision to invoke the UN process is determined by my judgment, informed by relevant factors during the inspection that, as set out in the protocol between active lives on release, is equally poor, and the prison's performance in ensuring a measure of respectful treatment is still not good enough. Even rehabilitation and release planning, a former strength, has deteriorated. Of 9 main recommendations we made 3 years ago, none has fully been achieved. These factors, combined with the inherent risks and vulnerabilities associated with Chelmsford's status as a frontline local establishment, mean the prison meets all our criteria for an urgent notification. Some of the key findings from this report revealed a dominant staff culture that is negative and damaging, and has led to the failure to promote safety, decency, or rehabilitation among prisoners. Although a few staff members we spoke to were committed and constructive, many others described very low morale, disillusionment, or disengagement. Although a few staff members we spoke to were committed and constructive, many others described very low morale, disillusionment, and disengagement. Staff members often failed to respond to even basic requests from prisoners, and too many were dismissive and showed only limited empathy and care for those whom they were responsible. Prisoners experienced real frustration in getting anything done, with leaders suggesting to us that the rise in assaults on staff was a direct result of these issues. Almost half of the prisoners in our survey said that they had been victimised by staff, particularly those with disabilities and mental health problems. Nearly a third of staff had under 2 years' experience, but they had yet to receive adequate mentoring or support. Prisoners were not sure when they would be unlocked, as the core day was not published. Often, first night cells approved for occupation by managers were by the 26th of August 2021. Emergency cell bells were often only answered after long delays. Despite our recommendations and the subsequent intervention of the Prisons and Probation Ombudsman, outcomes had deteriorated. 8 self-inflicted deaths and 4 non-natural deaths had occurred since our last inspection. This is also the 4th consecutive prison inspection where we have reported increases in the rate of self-harm. We found many weaknesses in the assessment. Care in custody and teamwork, or ACCT, and other preventative processes, failing in the night safety procedures, and a lackluster approach to the use of data and action planning. Over a quarter of prisoners said that they felt unsafe at the time of this inspection, and more than half had felt unsafe at some point during their stay at Chelmsford. Analysis of data was poor, preventing a deeper understanding of risks, so it was not surprising that plans to tackle violence and improve outcomes were limited or non-existent. The lack of accountability we referred to earlier manifested itself in an over-reliance on the small safer custody team, whose work was given insufficient priority, and in failure of other staff members and senior leaders to take responsibility. At this inspection, we found many prisoners locked in their cell for almost 23 hours a day. This reflected the COVID-19 restrictions, but even
HMP The Mount is a prison that has long straddled the line between functionality and outright collapse. Sitting on the edge of the Hertfordshire countryside, its peaceful surroundings do nothing to reveal the chaos within its walls. With a capacity of nearly 1,000 adult male prisoners, many serving long or indeterminate sentences, the Mount is supposed to be a place of reform and progression. But the truth is far more disturbing. This is a prison where violence is normalised, leadership is disjointed, drugs flood the wings, and prisoners are warehoused with barely any opportunity for rehabilitation. On paper, it may appear to be improving, but the cracks run deep, and what lies beneath the surface is a system barely holding together, more reactive than strategic, more exhausted than evolving. The prison is split into multiple wings, each one with its own identity and set of failures. There's the resettlement unit that is supposed to help prisoners reintegrate into society, but very few are even eligible for release. There's the psychologically informed planned environment unit, PIPE, where prisoners with complex needs are meant to receive specialist support, but staffing shortages mean sessions are cancelled, support is patchy, and trust is paper thin. Even the newer drug recovery wings, which are intended to help stabilise those struggling with addiction, are suffering from inconsistent delivery and little innovation. Every wing tells a story, and none of them is reassuring. The regime across the prison is marked by inconsistency, unpredictability, and a creeping sense of futility. Prisoners are routinely locked in cells for long periods due to staff shortages. When out, they have few meaningful activities. Education is underwhelming, workshops are poorly attended, and in some wings, time out of cell is so limited that many prisoners are descending into apathy, sleep disorders, and silent rage. The prison talks of providing purposeful activity, but there is nothing purposeful about being locked in a decaying cell with no job, no course, and no support. Staff-prisoner relationships have deteriorated. While some pockets of positive engagement exist, many prisoners describe the staff as distant, reactive, and disinterested. There are high levels of inexperience among officers. The constant churn in personnel has led to a breakdown in continuity, making it harder to build rapport or trust. This is especially dangerous in a high-risk prison population. Men who require consistent monitoring are left to their own devices. Emergency cell bells are often answered late, and violence, while slightly reduced since previous years, is still routine, normalised as part of daily life. Self-harm remains disturbingly high, with dozens of incidents each month. Mental health services are overwhelmed. The psychological well-being of prisoners is not just poorly understood, it's often ignored. Segregation units continue to house prisoners in severe psychological distress. Prisoners with complex needs are placed in solitary conditions without therapeutic intervention, increasing the risk of long-term mental deterioration. There is no credible strategy for neurodiversity, and vulnerable men are routinely placed in unsuitable locations where bullying, intimidation, or neglect are inevitable. Drugs are a permanent feature of life at the Mount. While the prison boasts about its scanning and search technology, the reality is far grimmer. Synthetic cannabinoids, opioids, and prescription medications circulate freely. In one 6-month period, The Mount recorded some of the highest levels of drug-related emergency call-outs in the region. Much of the supply comes through the mail, legal visits, and staff corruption. And while there are drug recovery units and drug strategy meetings, the culture of enforcement is inconsistent, and demand reduction strategies are ineffective. It's not just that drugs are present, it's that they're so normalized that many prisoners don't even bother to hide it anymore. Healthcare provision is uneven. Some basic medical services are delivered promptly, but mental health and specialist care are woefully under-resourced. There are long waits for psychiatric support. Prisoners with chronic illnesses often report delays in receiving medication or specialist referrals. Palliative care is practically non-existent. One prisoner with a terminal condition was reportedly left in conditions that would shame even the most basic hospital ward. The prison struggles to balance its security obligations with basic human decency. Education is perhaps one of the clearest indictments of the system's failures. Classes are routinely cancelled due to staffing shortages. Tutors are rotated frequently, and feedback from learners suggests that even when education is available, it's either poorly structured or not relevant to future employment. Prisoners with learning difficulties receive little to no tailored support. The prison library is rarely open. Digital learning is almost non-existent, and many prisoners, especially those serving long sentences, have given up entirely on the idea of developing skills for release. The physical infrastructure of the prison is deteriorating. While some improvements have been made since previous inspections, many of the wings still show signs of decay: flaking paint, broken showers, leaky windows, and cells that have not been properly cleaned or refurbished in years. The exercise yards are bleak and uninspiring. There's little greenery, no areas for contemplation or fitness beyond a few rusted frames. Even in the chapel, one of the few safe spaces, prisoner access is inconsistent due to regime restrictions. The Mount has tried to present itself as improving. New management has introduced reforms, written fresh policies, and spoken about culture change. But the reality is that without sufficient staff, adequate funding, and a complete overhaul of priorities, these changes will remain cosmetic. The leadership may be more competent than in previous years, but the scale of the challenge now borders on the unmanageable. Too many prisoners, too few staff, too little support, and far too much damage already done. The prison is stuck in limbo. It is not in outright crisis, but neither is it functioning. It is a prison where the idea of rehabilitation is reduced to slogans, and men are released back into society more damaged than when they arrived. The Mount is not preparing people for freedom. It is quietly ensuring that they remain institutionalized, angry, traumatized, and addicted. This is not a system anyone should be proud of. So now the question turns to you. How long can a prison claim to be improving when its prisoners are locked in cells all day, taking drugs and self-harming in silence? Is this justice, or is this just containment? How many more reports will it take before we stop saying progress has been made and start demanding real accountability? Is this prison failing, or is this exactly how it was designed to function? Quietly, invisibly, and fatally broken? Let us know what you think. Because if HMP The Mount is what stability looks like in the modern prison estate, then what kind of future are we building for the men inside, and the society they will one day return to? HMP The Mount is a prison that has long straddled the line between functionality and outright collapse. Sitting on the edge of the Hertfordshire countryside, its peaceful surroundings do nothing to reveal the chaos within its walls. With a capacity of nearly 1,000 adult male prisoners, many serving long or indeterminate sentences, the Mount is supposed to be a place of reform and progression. But the truth is far more disturbing. This is a prison where violence is normalized, leadership is disjointed, drugs flood the wings, and prisoners are warehoused with barely any opportunity for rehabilitation. On paper, it may appear to be improving, but the cracks run deep, and what lies beneath the surface is a system barely holding together, more reactive than strategic, more exhausted than evolving. The prison is split into multiple wings, each one with its own identity and set of failures. There's the resettlement unit, that is supposed to help prisoners reintegrate into society, but very few are even eligible for release. There's the Psychologically Informed Planned Environment Unit, PIPE, where prisoners with complex needs are meant to receive specialist support, but staffing shortages mean sessions are cancelled, support is patchy, and trust is paper-thin. Even the newer drug recovery wings, which are intended to help stabilise those struggling with addiction, are suffering from inconsistent delivery and little innovation. Every wing tells a story, and none of them is reassuring. The regime across the prison is marked by inconsistency, unpredictability, and a creeping sense of futility. Prisoners are routinely locked in cells for long periods due to staff shortages. When out, they have few meaningful activities. Education is underwhelming, workshops are poorly attended, and in some wings, time out of cell is so limited that many prisoners are descending into apathy, sleep disorders, and silent rage. The prison talks of providing purposeful activity, but there is nothing purposeful about being locked in a decaying cell with no job, no course, and no support. Staff-prisoner relationships have deteriorated. While some pockets of positive engagement exist, many prisoners describe the staff as distant, reactive, and disinterested. There are high levels of inexperience among officers. The constant churn in personnel has led to a breakdown in continuity, making it harder to build rapport or trust. This is especially dangerous in a high-risk prison population. Men who require consistent monitoring are left to their own devices. Emergency cell bells are often answered late, and violence, while slightly reduced since previous years, is still routine, normalized as part of daily life. Self-harm remains disturbingly high, with dozens of incidents each month. Mental health services are overwhelmed. The psychological well-being of prisoners is not just poorly understood, it's often ignored. Segregation units continue to house prisoners in severe psychological distress. Prisoners with complex needs are placed in solitary conditions without therapeutic intervention, increasing the risk of long-term mental deterioration. There is no credible strategy for neurodiversity, and vulnerable men are routinely placed in unsuitable locations where bullying, intimidation, or neglect are inevitable. Drugs are a permanent feature of life at the Mount. While the prison boasts about its scanning and search technology, the reality is far grimmer. Synthetic cannabinoids, opioids, and prescription medications circulate freely. In one 6-month period, the Mount recorded some of the highest levels of drug-related emergency call-outs in the region. Much of the supply comes through the mail, legal visits, and staff corruption. And while there are drug recovery units and drug strategy meetings, the culture of enforcement is inconsistent, and demand reduction strategies are ineffective. It's not just that drugs are present, it's that they're so normalized that many prisoners don't even bother to hide it anymore. Healthcare provision is uneven. Some basic medical services are delivered promptly, but mental health and specialist care are woefully under-resourced. There are long waits for psychiatric support. Prisoners with chronic illnesses often report delays in receiving medication or specialist referrals. Palliative care is practically non-existent. One prisoner with a terminal condition was reportedly left in conditions that would shame even the most basic hospital ward. The prison struggles to balance its security obligations with basic human decency. Education is perhaps one of the clearest indictments of the system's failures. Classes are routinely cancelled due to staffing shortages. Tutors are rotated frequently, and feedback from learners suggests that even when education is available, it's either poorly structured or not relevant to future employment. Prisoners with learning difficulties receive little to no tailored support. The prison library is rarely open. Digital learning is almost non-existent, and many prisoners, especially those serving long sentences, have given up entirely on the idea of developing skills for release. The physical infrastructure of the prison is deteriorating. While some improvements have been made since previous inspections, many of the wings still show signs of decay: flaking paint, broken showers, leaky windows, and cells that have not been properly cleaned or refurbished in years. The exercise yards are bleak and uninspiring. There's little greenery, no areas for contemplation or fitness beyond a few rusted frames. Even in the chapel, one of the few safe spaces, prisoner access is inconsistent due to regime restrictions. The Mount has tried to present itself as improving. New management has introduced reforms, written fresh policies, and spoken about culture change. But the reality is that without sufficient staff, adequate funding, and a complete overhaul of priorities, these changes will remain cosmetic. The leadership may be more competent than in previous years, but the scale of the challenge now borders on the unmanageable. Too many prisoners, too few staff, too little support, and far too much damage already done. The prison is stuck in limbo. It is not in outright crisis, but neither is it functioning. It is a prison where the idea of rehabilitation is reduced to slogans, and men are released back into society more damaged than when they arrived. The Mount is not preparing people for freedom. It is quietly ensuring that they remain institutionalized, angry, traumatized, and addicted. This is not a system anyone should be proud of. So now the question turns to you. How long can a prison claim to be improving when its prisoners are locked in cells all day, taking drugs and self-harming in silence? Is this justice, or is this just containment? How many more reports will it take before we stop saying progress has been made and start demanding real accountability? Is this prison failing, or is this exactly how it was designed to function? Quietly, invisibly, and fatally broken? Let us know what you think. Because if HMP The Mount is what stability looks like in the modern prison estate, then what kind of future are we building for the men inside, and the society they will one day return to? A female prison officer has been jailed after it emerged. She had a baby with an inmate she'd been secretly involved with during a year-long illicit affair behind bars. Corinne Redhead, 29, a wing supervisor at HMP The Mount in Bovingdon, Hertfordshire, fell for convicted robber Robert O'Connor, who was serving a 10-year sentence at the time. Miss Redhead initially denied any wrongdoing, until police uncovered a damning piece of evidence. O'Connor was named as the father on her newborn son's birth certificate. That revelation exposed a scandal that had remained hidden for months. In January 2019, Redhead, then 6 months pregnant, was thrust into the spotlight when prison officers, acting on a tip-off, raided O'Connor's cell and discovered a smuggled mobile phone hidden in the U-bend of his toilet. The device contained explicit exchanges between the two, including over 100 messages in just 3 days, many of them sexual. The contact was far from casual. O'Connor had saved her number under the name My Baby. Despite her initial denial, Miss Redhead was arrested shortly after the phone discovery. 3 months later, she gave birth to O'Connor's child. In court, the former officer faced a charge of misconduct in a public office. She claimed innocence until the birth certificate proved otherwise. Under pressure, her story changed. During sentencing at Luton Crown Court, Judge Michael Simon handed her a 25-month prison sentence, telling her, "You were utterly in breach of your professional duty. The culpability, in my judgment, is high. This was not a momentary lapse, but a sustained breach over a lengthy period." He also remarked that she was fortunate the phone had not been used to coordinate further criminal activity inside the prison. Redhead's defense barrister, Drea Becker, told the court, "She is of previous good character and has made a very terrible mistake. Over a period of months, she fell in love with a man called Robert O'Connor. She makes it clear there is no excuse. She expresses remorse and shame." Redhead, from Stevenage, had once been trusted to uphold order inside the prison. Instead, she found herself compromised, emotionally entangled, and ultimately imprisoned herself. This scandal raises difficult questions about oversight, manipulation, and blurred boundaries inside the UK's prison system. How does a relationship like this go unnoticed for so long? What vulnerabilities within the system allow such deep breaches of trust to fester undetected? And perhaps most troublingly, how many more stories like this are unfolding behind closed doors waiting to be exposed? HMP/YOI Brinsford, which houses more than 500 young prisoners aged 18 to 29, has faced years of criticism for failing to deliver safe, purposeful and rehabilitative conditions. A new review by His Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons, published after an inspection visit, reveals a mixed and still troubling picture of a jail trying to recover from deeply rooted dysfunction but achieving only patchy progress. At the previous inspection, Brinsford was heavily criticised for a risk-averse and demoralised staff culture, high violence, poor living conditions and minimal opportunities for prisoners to learn, train or work. It was described as a place where prisoners spent too long locked in cells, where vital first-night reception procedures were failing, and where purposeful activity was almost an afterthought. 10 months later, inspectors returned to examine progress against 9 concerns, while Ofsted reviewed 4 themes related to education, skills, and work. In some areas, the review found cautious optimism. Leaders at Brinsford had taken steps to shift the negative culture among staff, which had previously led to unnecessarily restrictive practices. The number of prisoners placed on keep apart lists, for example, had been cut down because staff were increasingly using mediation and conflict resolution instead of blanket separation. A staff culture survey, completed by over 150 people, revealed a more reflective and open approach among many staff, and managers had introduced new development opportunities to build leadership skills. The inspection team noted that middle managers seemed to be more on board with the governor's vision than in the past, creating a somewhat more purposeful and supportive environment overall. Nonetheless, there were still challenges. Inspectors pointed out that many frontline officers were new and lacked confidence, partly because senior managers were not visible enough on the wings to help guide and coach them. While staff consultation had improved, there was little evidence that prisoners themselves were involved in shaping cultural reforms. Taken together, these findings led inspectors to judge that leadership had made reasonable progress since the previous inspection. The first days in custody can set the tone for a prisoner's entire sentence, and Brinsford had previously failed badly in helping men settle in. On this review, the inspection team found meaningful change. Reviews of the reception process by both a community expert and an audit team had led to practical improvements. Clutter was cleared away from the prison's entrance, rooms were repainted with input from a neurodiversity manager, and a short welcome video was commissioned to help explain procedures to new arrivals. Posters in multiple languages explained how prisoners could get help and what to expect. The holding rooms in reception were upgraded with reading material, puzzle books, televisions and information displays, although inspectors still described some toilets and flooring as dirty and worn. More peer support was now in place, including Samaritans trained listeners who were on hand to offer reassurance to anxious prisoners. Inspectors observed that prisoners were moved through reception more quickly than before, although managers still were not collecting routine data on how long this took. Bedding was reliably available in the first night centre, where cells were made up in advance, and a small first night pack was given to each new prisoner with food and drink. One lingering frustration was that prisoners still waited up to 2 weeks to place a first full shopping order, but a plan was in development to create a second night shopping opportunity using a credit advance, aiming to keep prisoners out of debt. Showers in the induction unit had been refurbished and general cleanliness was acceptable, unlike in the rest of the prison. A new packing workshop on the induction wing provided additional out-of-cell time and opportunities to earn small amounts of money. Overall, inspectors considered progress in the early days of custody to be good. Violence, a chronic problem at Brinsford, remained unacceptably high. Recorded incidents had actually increased by 22% in the 6 months prior to the review compared to the earlier inspection, although serious assaults had fallen slightly. Staff assaults were in line with other comparable prisons, but the overall rates of violence between prisoners were significantly higher than average. Some improvements were seen in violence reduction procedures, such as better quality assurance processes, but these were described as still far from robust. Investigations into incidents were often delayed or incomplete, and personal care plans remained generic. The replacement of conflict coaches with violence reduction representatives had achieved little so far, with only 3 people trained and all on the same unit, limiting their impact. There were more encouraging developments too, such as the introduction of motivational speakers, including a mother who lost her son to knife crime and a high-profile ex-offender, which prisoners found thought-provoking. Despite some small steps, inspectors concluded that progress on reducing violence was insufficient. Use of force remained a highly problematic area for the jail. In the previous 6 months, there had been 410 recorded uses of force, roughly the same as at the full inspection, showing that overall levels were still high. Weekly scrutiny meetings had improved oversight, and there was more consistent collection of body-worn camera footage, up to 57% from around 10% previously. This was a welcome sign of more accountability. Nevertheless, many use of force reports continued to lack detail and showed no evidence of attempts at de-escalation. Inspectors were particularly concerned about the continued high use of PAVA, incapacitant spray, deployed against 31 prisoners in 14 incidents over the last half year. In several cases, it was not clear the spray had truly been a last resort, and the records appeared overly positive about staff actions, even when practices were questionable. A new effort to identify staff who repeatedly resorted to PAVA and support them through reflective practice sessions had reduced its use by some officers, but inspectors still concluded that progress was only reasonable. Living conditions at Brinsford continued to disappoint. After a scathing audit by HM Prison and Probation Service following the last inspection, leaders failed to produce a timely action plan for improving residential conditions. New leadership figures, a head of residential governor and a clean and decent manager, did begin to focus attention on raising standards. Their initial efforts to change staff attitudes toward decency, including more visible leadership and wing-based meetings, were welcomed by staff. But the impact on the environment was limited. Inspectors described filthy cleaning cupboards, broken or dirty cleaning tools, and showers in disrepair with mildew, rotting wood, and fly infestations. Toilets in many cells remained stained and unpleasant. Although graffiti was being steadily covered by a prisoner painting group, overall the residential areas were still neglected. There was no self-catering opportunity, unusual for a Category C jail, and the emergency cell call bell response was poor, with calls left unanswered for over 10 minutes in one observation. Managers were capturing data on call bell response times, but did not seem to be analysing it. On this basis, inspectors judged that progress on improving living conditions was insufficient. Healthcare access, however, had improved dramatically. A senior leader had prioritised multi-agency collaboration with health providers, creating a joint process to track missed appointments and identify why patients refused to attend. As a result, only 0.4% of GP appointments were missed, a major success. External hospital appointments were also better managed, with fewer delays caused by a lack of prison escort staff. This joint strategy was seen as a notable positive practice that could be shared with other prisons, and progress in this area was rated good. Medicines management saw a similarly promising turnaround. Clinicians launched an innovative program to manage insomnia without drugs, promoting sleep hygiene techniques instead of relying on sedative medication. Remarkably, no prisoner was prescribed sleeping tablets by the time of the visit, and there were no complaints about the change. If prisoners did arrive at Brinsford already taking sedatives, they were swiftly offered safer first-line treatments and alternatives. Inspectors praised this evidence-based, non-medicinal strategy and noted the prison had let contracts to install secure medicines lockers to further strengthen safe dispensing. Progress here was judged good. In mental health care, transfers to outside hospitals were still delayed beyond the recommended 28-day window, but far less so than at the previous inspection. Staff and local NHS commissioners were meeting regularly to discuss patient cases, with commissioners receiving weekly updates on delays. Inspectors were satisfied that leaders were working hard to tackle a complex problem in a pressured system and rated mental health transfer arrangements as showing reasonable progress. Public protection, the the crucial job of keeping potential high-risk prisoners from harming the public after release continued to present serious flaws. The review praised the work of a dedicated bail officer who checked the risk profiles of all new remand prisoners, sometimes discovering hidden concerns, and the expansion of the interdepartmental risk management meeting so that it could consider a wider range of prisoners. But significant weaknesses remained. Several prisoners approaching release who should have been reviewed at the risk management meeting were overlooked. In addition, liaison with the bail officer and pre-release team was poor, and information about public protection was not consistently shared with police or social services, especially for prisoners released directly from court. Inspectors highlighted that prisoners released early under end-of-custody supervised license sometimes arrived at Brinsford with no previous risk work done, which put further pressure on staff and left the public at risk. Progress was rated as insufficient. Education, training, and skills provision continued to fall well short of what inspectors expected. Ofsted found that too few prisoners were allocated to meaningful full-time activities, and too many roles, such as cleaners and painters, were poorly supervised and lacked training opportunities or targets to help prisoners improve. Although some new places had been added in waste management and mentoring, these only scratched the surface. English and mathematics education continued to suffer from poor attendance, with rates hovering at about 50%, and teachers failed to coordinate well enough to build on prisoners' personal learning plans. A reading strategy was in place in name only, with a quarter of identified low-level readers still waiting for proper assessment. Although some efforts were made to integrate reading material into work and lessons, and there were isolated examples of well-planned education in horticulture and barista courses, these were the exception. Prisoners still missed learning time because of regime clashes, with delays of up to 40 minutes at the start of lessons common, and no systematic tracking of why attendance was so poor. Personal targets, employability skills, and broader preparation for release were all weakly delivered. Teachers and instructors did not set meaningful goals to build the skills prisoners would need for employment or reintegration. Ofsted concluded that progress in all 4 education themes was insufficient. Overall, the review shows that Brinsford has managed to push forward in several areas where strong leadership, partnership working, and a cultural shift are beginning to take hold. Yet the prison remains beset by severe challenges, especially around purposeful activity, violence, public protection, and the poor condition of its living environment. The Chief Inspector concluded that while leadership changes had made a welcome impact on staff culture and early days of custody, the prison still had a long road to travel before it could be considered a safe, decent, and rehabilitative place. A prison catering instructor who fell pregnant after embarking on a sexual relationship with an inmate has been sentenced to 8 months in prison. Kirsty Howard, 24, began a secret affair with 20-year-old prisoner Liam Moretto while working at HMP Brinsford near Wolverhampton. During the illicit relationship, Howard not only breached strict professional boundaries by becoming sexually involved with Mr. Moretto, but also abused her position of trust by using the prison's internal systems to access confidential information about another inmate who was in conflict with Mr. Moretto. The relationship first came under suspicion after prison authorities at HMP Brinsford noticed concerning interactions between the pair. In order to confirm their suspicions, staff installed a covert CCTV camera to monitor Howard's movements. This evidence ultimately revealed the inappropriate relationship. Initially, Miss Howard, of Sudbury Place in Newcastle-under-Lyme, denied any sexual involvement with Mr. Moretto when confronted. However, according to the Crown Prosecution Service, CPS, she later admitted the affair, confessing that she had lied because she had panicked about the potential consequences of their relationship coming to light. Appearing at Shrewsbury Crown Court, Miss Howard pleaded guilty to misconduct in a public office for her actions between 1st February and 15th October 2018. Sentencing her, Judge Jonathan Gosling described her behaviour as shocking and a gross betrayal of the responsibilities entrusted to her as a prison employee, The governor described your behaviour, having a sexual relationship with a 20-year-old prisoner and conceiving a baby in prison, as shocking. That is an understatement, he told her. To force you apart from your young baby is a serious punishment in itself. The gravity of these offences vary enormously, but deterrence is important. Paul Reed, a spokesperson for the CPS, said the case highlighted the severe breach of trust involved. This is a serious offence, he said. By her actions, Hawat has done significant harm to public confidence in the prison system. The case has sparked wider concerns over staff-inmate boundaries and the effectiveness of safeguarding procedures inside UK prisons, with experts calling for stronger measures to prevent inappropriate relationships between staff and prisoners in the future. A prisoner who killed a fellow inmate with a single punch inside a young offenders institution has had his prison sentence extended. Abdi Rahman Isa, 21, was serving time at Brinsford Young Offenders Institution in Featherstone, Staffordshire, when he launched an unprovoked attack on 26-year-old John Smith. According to the Crown Prosecution Service, CPS, Mr. Isa struck Mr. Smith once to the side of the head without warning. The force of the blow caused Mr. Smith to fall, hitting his head against a door frame and then the ground. The impact fractured his jaw and left him with catastrophic brain injuries. Mr. Smith was rushed to hospital but tragically died the following day from his injuries. Mr. Isa had already admitted a charge of manslaughter in relation to the fatal attack. At Stafford Crown Court, he was ordered to serve an additional 27 months behind bars for the killing, along with a further 10 months on extended licence following his eventual release. The court heard that Mr. Smith's family had been left devastated by the loss. His mother, Yvonne Arbuckle, described how their lives had been shattered. The entire family are suffering because John is no longer with us, and we cannot come to terms with the fact that we shall never see him again, she said in a victim impact statement. John's siblings and I feel a part of us is now missing, that he has been taken from us in these circumstances. It is as if a light has gone out in our hearts. Detective Inspector Alan Lyford of Staffordshire Police called the incident a tragic and senseless case that highlighted the danger of violence behind bars. Prisons should be places of rehabilitation and safety, he said. This was a sudden, unprovoked attack which ended a young man's life and destroyed his family's future. Brinsford Young Offenders Institution, where the fatal assault took place, holds male inmates aged 18 to 21. The case has prompted renewed scrutiny of safety and violence levels within the prison system, with calls for improved protection measures for vulnerable inmates. HMP Brinsford, a young offenders institution in Staffordshire, has been labelled the most violent of its kind in the UK after a spate of horrifying incidents highlighted the extent of lawlessness, fear and neglect within its walls. In a shocking case that laid bare the chaos inside, 19-year-old Cameron Dunn, already on remand for murder, launched a brutal and unprovoked attack on a prison officer over a dispute about dirty laundry. Dunn punched the officer with such force that he collapsed, lying motionless on the floor. In a further act of viciousness, Mr. Dunn then stamped on the guard's head 5 times, leaving him needing 10 stitches before hurling a chair at a second member of staff. The terrifying assault was captured on CCTV and shared by Staffordshire Police, exposing the level of violence faced by staff in a facility meant to rehabilitate offenders, not traumatise workers or leave them seriously injured. Inspectors visiting the jail on an unannounced inspection described it as shabby and austere, revealing that many of its 450 prisoners, predominantly young men under 30, lived in poor conditions with missing curtains, broken chairs and graffiti-scrawled walls. Inmates were reported to blast loud music, congregate unsupervised on the wings and engage in frequent fights, often left unchecked by staff whose morale was said to be dangerously low. The scale of violence was staggering. Over the previous year, there were 217 prisoner-on-prisoner assaults, the highest of any comparable young offenders institution in the country. And inspectors also noted that there had been a homicide since the last inspection. assaults on staff were recorded at 31 incidents in a single year. Chief Inspector of Prisons Charlie Taylor described the findings as deeply worrying. Though violence had reduced slightly since our last inspection, the levels of prisoner-on-prisoner assaults were higher than at any comparator prison, which is extremely concerning. The inspection revealed that prisoners were often confined in their cells for 23 hours a day, given only half an hour of exercise and showers, while the regime left them whiling away their time sleeping or watching daytime television, rather than engaging in meaningful education or rehabilitation. Communal areas were described as tatty and uninspiring, while even parts of the prison that had recently been redecorated had already begun to deteriorate. In the segregation unit, cells were filthy and covered in graffiti. Inspectors also criticised the lack of proper supervision, observing how staff often congregated in offices away from the wings, leaving prisoners unmonitored and sometimes unaccounted for. Disruptive and antisocial behaviour such as swearing, vaping in prohibited areas, and playing music at extreme volumes frequently went unchallenged, they said. The prison service has acknowledged the failings and promised to act. A spokesperson said steps were being taken to recruit more officers, extend prisoners' time outside cells, and improve living standards by reviewing cleaning schedules and refurbishing accommodation. Nationally, the government has pledged £315 million to address maintenance issues across the wider prison estate. Cameron Dunn, meanwhile, was sentenced to life with a minimum of 20 years for murdering 17-year-old Delano Samuels in the Black Country. For the savage attack on the prison officer, he received a further 4 years and 3 months for wounding with intent and assaulting an emergency worker to run concurrently with his life sentence. The scandal surrounding HMP Brinsford raises grave questions about safety, resources, and leadership in youth custody, and whether a system meant to reform can ever succeed while it remains so chronically unsafe and neglected. In late 2013, inside the Crown Court at St Albans, a man stepped forward and pleaded guilty to mortgage fraud. On the surface, it looked routine, a white-collar case involving falsified paperwork and dodgy applications. But this wasn't just any defendant. This was Stephen Yaxley Lennon, better known to the public under another name, Tommy Robinson. At the time, his name was already heavy with controversy tied to political movements, headlines, and endless arguments. But this case had nothing to do with politics. It was about money, a lot of it, and a very calculated scam that had unfolded quietly just beneath the surface. The target, a single unremarkable house on Shingle Close in Luton. But this wasn't a mistake. This was planned. 2 mortgage applications, months apart, both built on lies. One in the name of a relative, the other in the name of a woman with no means to pay. Both backed, financially and operationally, by Yaxley Lennon himself. Bank statements were forged, income was fabricated, deposits were staged. The people fronting the purchases? Possibly just puppets. The man pulling the strings. That's what investigators had to piece together. By 2014, the property had been flipped, sold to a third party. The lenders had been paid back. On paper, the damage had been undone. But the Crown saw it differently. A profit made through deception was still a crime, and so they pushed for a confiscation order, £116,985, every penny of available assets. The court agreed. He paid. That was meant to be the end. But 4 years later, the case suddenly came roaring back to life. Out of nowhere, Yaxley Lennon filed to reopen it, arguing the amount confiscated was wrong, that it was unjust, that a massive error had been made in the calculation of benefit. And this time, he wasn't just appealing a sentence, he was challenging the very foundation of what had been agreed between prosecution and defence by his own lawyers. New legal counsel, new numbers, a brand new legal argument, and no explanation for why it had taken over 2 years to surface. The courtroom, once quiet, became a battlefield. The Crown called it an abuse of process. His barrister called it a fight against injustice. The judges? They had to pick through every detail: false names, shady transfers, dodgy valuations, and the uncomfortable question: how much profit should a man forfeit when the banks have already been repaid? The heart of the appeal wasn't just about numbers. It was about power, about whether a man with a past could rewrite it, about whether the justice system would let him. Who really made the money? Who took the risk? And who's been telling the truth all along? This case peels back the curtain on something bigger, not just one man's fraud, but the grey space where law, morality, and strategy collide. Because in the world of confiscation law, sometimes the punishment isn't about prison, it's about what they take from you after the sentence is served. And in this case, someone wanted it back. This is not just about mortgage fraud. This is about legacy, control, and a battle over truth itself. You've heard the name before, but you've never heard this story. Until now, as long ago as the 26th of November 2013, in the Crown Court at St Albans, the applicant pleaded guilty on rearraignment to 2 counts of what may be styled mortgage fraud. He was sentenced to 18 months imprisonment. Confiscation proceedings were instituted against him. The applicant was throughout represented by experienced counsel, as was the prosecution. Detailed statements were put in. At the confiscation hearing on the 17th of October 2014, it was agreed by counsel that the applicant had obtained benefit to the value of £125,000. It was further agreed between counsel that his available assets amounted to £116,985. The judge, understandably, acted on the basis of those figures as agreed. What, however, was argued by counsel for the applicant at that time, by reference to the Supreme Court decision in R v Wire 2013, 1A C294, and by reference to considerations of Article 1, Protocol 1, was that to make a confiscation order in the amount of the realizable assets would be disproportionate and unjustified. The judge, in a fully reasoned ruling, rejected that argument and accordingly made an order in the sum of £116,985. That sum has duly been paid. The applicant sought leave to appeal against the amount of that confiscation order. His grounds were settled on his behalf by counsel who had appeared for him in the Crown Court. On 21st April 2015, Cook J refused that application on the papers. He endorsed the reasoning of the trial judge. The applicant, with fresh counsel, Mr. Kovalevsky QC, who had not appeared below, now seeks to renew his application by grounds lodged on the 2nd of June 2017. That is, some 2 years out of time. We have been provided with no explanation as to why so lengthy a lapse of time had occurred. It is not suggested, for example, that the applicant suffered illness or anything like that. Mr. Kovalevsky has told us, and of course we accept, that he was instructed very shortly before the renewed grounds were lodged. What, however, prompted the applicant, after such a lengthy period of time, to seek fresh legal advice, or why he could not have sought such advice much earlier, is not explained. At all events, the grounds now sought to be advanced depart entirely from the grounds previously advanced before the trial judge and pursued before Cook J. The grounds now advanced include a challenge to the previously agreed figure for benefit of £125,000. Accordingly, consideration must be given to whether so lengthy an extension should be granted to renew this application, and whether it is appropriate to permit the applicant at this stage to advance a wholly new ground, which, moreover, departs from the position which had been expressly agreed below. The background facts may be relatively shortly stated. The applicant had pleaded guilty to 2 counts of conspiracy to commit fraud by misrepresentation, counts 3 and 5 on the indictment. Although the applicant was charged with 2 conspiracies, the overall reality was that they involved a course of conduct organised by the applicant and involving others in relation to one property in Luton, 14 Shingle Close. On both occasions, the applications for mortgages which were made had been processed by a co-accused, a mortgage broker called Rothschild. So far as Count 3 was concerned, the position was this. On 3rd February 2009, a mortgage application in the name of Stephen Voles, the applicant's brother-in-law, was received by the Abbey National, now part of the Santander Group. On the face of it, Voles sought a loan by way of mortgage in the sum of £60,000 to purchase 14 Shingle Close, Luton. It appears that that property had been the subject of repossession proceedings and was on the market for £80,000. It was represented to the Abbey that £20,000 by way of deposit was to come from his savings. The application disclosed that Voles was employed as a plumber in a partnership run by the applicant and his stepfather. It has since been shown that financial information provided to the Abbey as to Voles's income and as to the source of the deposit were false. It is unnecessary to give the details. That was accepted to be the case. The deposit money was in fact provided by the applicant, not by Voles. The applicant transferred a total of £22,000 into Voles's account. Prior to those payments, Voles himself had little more than £1,000 in his account. In the result, the Abbey advanced the total sum of £61,495 to Voles. It appears that the £1,495 represented costs. The Shingle Close property was then registered in Voles's sole name. It was common ground that had these false representations not been made, the Abbey would not have advanced any sum to Voles, and the property therefore could not have been purchased in his name. The offending which was the subject of Count 5 involved this. In June 2009, by which time Voles had owned 14 Shingle Close for a period of only about 2 months, a woman named Lisa Moore began the process of obtaining a mortgage from the Halifax with a view to purchasing the property for £120,000. It is not in dispute that that figure was a significant overvalue. It did not represent the true value of the property at the time. At the time the application was made, Moore had neither the capital for the deposit nor the income to justify the loan sought by way of mortgage from the Halifax. At all events, Moore provided details in support of her application for a mortgage which included entirely false representations as to her true income and the nature of her true work. Further, it was the applicant who provided money, £20,000, towards the purchase price, of which £18,000 was used as a deposit. It emerged that he had made 4 separate payments into Moore's account for this purpose. In the result, the Halifax advanced the sum of £102,000 to Moore. She subsequently let out the property before she ultimately sold it to a bona fide third-party purchaser on the 26th of September 2014 for the sum of £125,000, on which occasion the Halifax loan was discharged. It was the prosecution case that Moore and Voles had been part of the overall conspiracy, along with the applicant and Rothschild. It may well be, we do not know, that Voles and Moore were simply stooges or nominees for the applicant. As we have said, confiscation proceedings were initiated against the applicant in the light of his conviction on his guilty pleas. For the purposes of the subsequent confiscation hearing, detailed written as well as oral arguments were presented by counsel for the applicant and counsel for the prosecution. This court has seen the full and thorough written arguments presented at the time to the Crown Court by both counsel. It was specifically explained in the written arguments of both counsel why the benefit figure had been agreed at £125,000. Putting it shortly, that had been the agreed figure because that was the sale price, that is to say the value, of 14 Shingle Close when it was sold on the 26th of September 2014. In effect, it was mutually accepted by counsel that the real benefit to the conspirators had been the obtaining of that property and its ultimate proceeds of sale, which could not otherwise have been obtained without the making of the fraudulent misrepresentations. Further, as we have said, the realizable assets available to the applicant were also agreed, The argument then advanced by counsel, who then appeared on behalf of the applicant, an argument which, in our view, was by no means to be regarded as negligible, was that a proportionate confiscation order should be the amount that the applicant had derived from the fraudulently obtained loans, being in effect the increase in value from the original purchase prices, and in particular taking into account the fact, and it was a fact, that each of the secured lenders, that is, the Abbey and the Halifax, had been repaid in full. See, for example, Wire at 35 and 65 to 68. On that basis, counsel, who then appeared for the applicant, put forward a figure of £45,000 as the appropriate figure, representing the increase in value of £40,000 between the first sale and the second sale, and £5,000 between the second sale and the ultimate sale in 2014. The prosecution, on the other hand, argued that that was too narrow an approach in the light of the reasoning in Wire. The prosecution argued that the approach then being adopted on behalf of the applicant was more focused on the conspirators' profits rather than, as it should have been, on the proceeds which had been obtained. At all events, the judge preferred the arguments of the prosecution. His decision was upheld by the single judge, Cook J, on the application for leave to appeal. Those arguments are no longer pursued. Mr. Kovalevsky, in order to explain and justify the lengthy extension of time now needed to renew this application, submits that the applicant should not be held to counsel's agreement as to benefit made below on his behalf. He says that that approach had, unfortunately, involved a fundamentally mistaken approach in law. Further, he argues that the fact that the benefit figure had been agreed was not of itself to be taken as a complete and conclusive bar to the renewal of this application now. Cf. the decision of the Supreme Court in R. v. Mackle, 2014, AC 678. Mr. Kovalevsky's fundamental point is that if an extension of time is not granted, and if the applicant is not free to pursue the ground which he now seeks to advance, then a substantial injustice will arise. It should nevertheless be recorded in this respect that Mr. Kovalevsky commendably has accepted a number of points, without any shilly-shallying. These include the following. First, he accepts that the actual deposit sums paid by the applicant, both on the first and on the second purchase, can be taken to represent criminal property. Second, he accepts, in view of the nature of the conspiracies, that the applicant can properly be held liable for the entirety of the proceeds wrongfully obtained without apportionment between the other conspirators, subject to the inclusion in the confiscation order of an Ahmad and Fields proviso, which indeed the judge had very properly included. Third, he has not seriously disputed that the sale costs of the transactions are to be excluded as being part of the costs of committing the crimes. See Wire at 26C of the lead judgment. The present proposed argument is based on the provisions of sections 79 and 80 of the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002. In this regard, it is also emphasized that the benefit here is not to be calculated on a cumulative basis per Toulson LJ in RV Patterson 2008 1CR App RS 287 at 21 and Wire at 59 to 61. That proposition is obviously right. Indeed, it was plainly, as the written arguments show, borne in mind at the hearing before the judge in 2014. The evidence showed that after the first sale to Moore by Voles received a net sum of £50,307 after the Abbey mortgage and related expenses were discharged. When Moore herself eventually sold the house to the third party for £125,000 in 2014, her receipts after discharge of the Halifax mortgage of £102,000 and other items could be taken to be £5,000. Thus, as put in the initial written argument of Mr. Kovalevsky, the applicant had benefited by, it was said, no more than £55,307. For his part, Mr. Martin Evans QC, who also had not appeared at any stage below, was prepared to agree that the correct approach as to benefit had not been adopted in the court below. He observed that leaving aside expenses, when the property was sold in 2009 by Voles to Moore for £120,000, the applicant as joint conspirator, ostensibly obtained the proceeds of sale, but less the Abbey mortgage of £60,000. That is to say, on the face of it, he obtained £60,000. However, updated figures, as agreed between Mr. Evans and Mr. Kovalevsky, have been put before us today, which indicate, for detailed reasons which we need not replicate here, that the appropriate figure may in fact have been £52,000. So far as the sale by Moore in 2014 is concerned, the gross proceeds obtained were £125,000, but from that there had to be deducted the value of the Halifax mortgage of £102,000, which left, in round terms, £23,000. Further, as stated in R.V. Malden 2005, 1 crore App RS 691, as approved in Wire at 72 to 73. In circumstances such as this, there is no apportionment of the equity of redemption between the purchaser on the one hand and the secured lender on the other hand in this regard. On the currently agreed figures, as presented to us this morning, the total benefit obtained would thus, on what is now agreed between counsel to be the appropriate approach to calculating the value of benefit, would be £75,000. That is, the product of £52,000 and £23,000. That, under Section 82 of the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, potentially would then require an index-linked adjustment, yielding a figure, as we were told for today's purposes, of £85,505 and a few pence. Thus, it can be seen that Mr. Evans, in common with Mr. Kovalevsky, was not adopting the approach taken to the calculation of the value of benefit which was taken in the court below. Mr. Evans nevertheless submits that it is simply not appropriate for this court, given the circumstances of this case, to grant the lengthy extension of time needed to renew this application. He further emphasises that, quite apart from the lengthy period of time involved, what had occurred below had been the subject of agreement between counsel. He also makes observations distinguishing this case from Wire, not least in that the first sale was, on the face of it, a sham, and that the deposit monies, unlike in Wire, themselves derived from criminality. He yet further made the point that, at the time of the second mortgage, there was ample reason to think that the property had been dishonestly valued, thereby in itself potentially yielding a real benefit to the conspirators, a point discussed in Wire at 53 of the lead judgment. Mr. Kovalevsky's point remained that there would be a substantial injustice if the applicant were left with a benefit figure which was an incorrect figure and which would be out of line to the tune of some £30,000. In our view, it would be contrary to the good administration of justice to grant so lengthy an extension of time as now sought, an extension for which no real reason has been given, aside from the very late instruction of fresh counsel long after the single judge's refusal of leave. This is not a case where there has been any intervening change in the law. This is not a case where there has been a subsequent development in the facts. This is a case where, on a considered basis, the amount of benefit had been expressly agreed by counsel below. That may not of itself necessarily be conclusive, but, in our view, it is a very important factor. This court will not speedily or readily depart from agreements as to benefit and realizable assets made in confiscation proceedings by properly instructed and experienced counsel on an advised basis. Moreover, we think that we should record that counsel then appearing was clearly alive, in broad terms, to the point which is at the heart of Mr. Kovalevsky's present submissions, namely, that the mortgagees had been paid off in full. The means by which counsel, then instructed, sought to address that point may not have ultimately been legally correct, but at least in spirit, as it were, they sought to confront the reality of the position as it then appeared. In many ways, the arguments then sought to be advanced correspond to that being advanced now, albeit dressed up in different legal clothing, even though we are prepared, for present purposes, to accept that the present formulation is one that is, as now agreed, strictly legally correct. It seems to us that all these points militate strongly against the grant of the extension of time now sought. In our view, As a matter of exercise of discretion, it would be wrong to permit the applicant to pursue these arguments now, in the light of the course of events below, and in the light of the lapse of time which has occurred. In order to retain legal certainty, it is important that time limits be observed, and ordinarily a good reason will be required for the grant of a lengthy extension of time. None has been given in the present case. Moreover, whilst no doubt a differential of £30,000 can be described as a significant sum, it remains the case that, on any view, the applicant was liable to pay a very significant sum by way of just dues under the confiscation order. We do not accept, in this case, that substantial injustice will be caused by refusing to grant the extension of time, and by refusing to permit the applicant to advance this wholly new ground, as he now seeks to do. Substantial injustice is not to be calculated simply by reference to the amount of money at stake from the point of view of an applicant. Substantial injustice has to be calculated by reference to all the circumstances of the particular case. There is one other point which we would briefly mention. As we have said, the evidence was that Moore in fact rented out, at least for some period of time, the property after she acquired it. If that is right, then on the face of it, the rents which she received would also potentially be tainted money obtained by the conspirators. See, for example, R.V. Oyebola, 2014, 1CR App, RS 259. This point seems not to have been raised at all in the court below, nor indeed was it raised in the written arguments presented to us, although both Mr. Kovalevsky and Mr. Evans accepted, when the point was put to them in argument, that may well be the correct position given the circumstances. We simply allude to the point because it only reinforces our view that no substantial injustice results from leaving the original confiscation order to lie where it stands. In the result, we refuse to grant the extension of time sought, and we refuse this application. In the circumstances, we will give leave for this decision to be cited in other cases, notwithstanding that it is a decision on an application. Although no point of law or principle arises, this case can be taken as illustrative of this court's reluctance to interfere, and all the more so out of time, with an express agreement as to the amount of a confiscation order, whether in terms of benefit or of realizable assets, or both. A man who has built a career on controversy found himself fighting not on the streets or on social media, but inside one of the highest courts in the land, not for freedom, not for a cause, but for money. The facts were laid out: 2 fraudulent mortgage deals, hidden funds, false identities, confession, conviction, payment, closure. But years later, that closure was reopened. New lawyers, new arguments, a desperate attempt to redraw the battle lines, to rewrite what had already been written in ink. And while the numbers shifted, the strategy sharpened, and the court weighed legal precision against courtroom finality, one question remained: was this truly about justice? Or was it just another play in a long game of image, redemption, and control? Because when you strip away the headlines, the politics, the noise, what you're left with is a simple, uncomfortable truth: that in the world of financial crime, some victories happen in silence, and some battles never really end. So we leave you with these questions. Should someone be allowed to overturn a financial penalty they once agreed to, simply because they regret it years later? Is the justice system too rigid, or too easily manipulated? And if this man wasn't named Tommy Robinson, would this case have even been reopened? Most of all, what does it say about our courts, our laws, and ourselves, when a convicted fraudster can return to court not to deny guilt, but to haggle over the price? You decide, but ask yourself, who really won this case?
Hidden away behind the neat-clipped grass of Colchester Garrison is a place that calls itself a military corrective training centre. But for many who enter its gates, it is every bit as brutal and isolating as any prison. The MCTC is an institution with a split personality. It punishes but claims to rehabilitate. It disciplines but calls itself supportive. It expects soldiers to become reformed warriors, yet still regards them as criminals in uniform. From the outside, it looks neat, even professional, but its highly regimented routines and military-style punishments cast a long, shadowy chill across the minds of those sent there.
In 2022, inspectors found a place still grappling with its identity. There were only 33 men on site at the time, in a centre built to hold up to 323. But even with that tiny number, the strict regime imposed a grinding monotony that leaves detainees with little control over their lives. The detainees are a mix of court-martialed soldiers, sailors, airmen, and even civilians subject to military law. Men who have been found guilty of desertion, violence, theft, or worse. A few are still hoping to salvage a military career, while others know they will leave these walls branded and shamed for life.
Life at MCTC is divided between two main accommodation blocks, with men sharing dormitories or smaller four-person rooms, and only a handful in single cells. D block, a high-security segregation unit, was mothballed, but its very existence, waiting like a dark relic, reminds everyone what happens if you truly break military code. Most new arrivals pass through A Company for induction, a harsh transition from barracks or a cell somewhere else to this strange halfway world between prison and regimental discipline. The Service Custody Platoon, a section within the site, serves as a holding pen for those awaiting trial or transfer to a civilian prison. There is no question, if you breach discipline too badly, you'll find yourself behind those heavier, locked doors. Daily life is a military routine set to the second. On their first day, new detainees are marched through a painfully short induction and given a regulation dorm bed, a locker, and the same uniform that reasserts their status as soldiers under punishment. There is no personal identity here. You are a surname, barked by staff, reduced to ranks and numbers. Even requests to speak with a lawyer or see family go through rigid chains of command. Some describe feeling humiliated by the reminder that they wear their former uniform as punishment. Yet, there are small mercies. Food, shockingly, was described as impressive by inspectors, with healthy options, generous portions, and religious diets respected. A far cry from the grey gruel of many prisons. There is also a padre on hand, offering spiritual counsel to men at their breaking point. His presence is so visible, he is described as being woven into daily life, which speaks to the mental and spiritual toll the place takes. The padre's job is no easy one. Men here struggle with loss, shame, anger, and fear about whether they will ever rebuild their careers or face the scorn of their families. Some detainees spend up to 15 hours unlocked each day if they progress to stage 3 of the behavioural management scheme, a system known as staging, which gives rewards to those who toe the line. Privileges like town visits, more phone time, or the ability to roam certain areas unescorted are a hard-won prize. Those who slip can find themselves rapidly demoted to stage 1, living under near total supervision, cut off from civilian clothes, losing precious contact with the outside world. Physical activity is seen as therapy, or perhaps as a form of relentless military punishment, depending who you ask. Detainees can go to the gym 14 times a week, hammering their bodies back into military shape, a process some see as penance. The library, with a tiny budget, tries to offer reading material, but literacy support is patchy. Courses in CV writing and interview skills aim to get those discharged into civilian life, but the reality is many of these men will return to a society that sees them as broken. Behind the sterile routines lurk darker corners. MCTC has no adult safeguarding policy for vulnerable detainees. A serious safeguarding allegation was simply left uninvestigated, exposing a worrying blind spot in a place that claims to protect the vulnerable. Suicide prevention protocols are robust, but some measures border on cruel. Night lights left on all night, constant hourly checks, communal razors confiscated even from men sharing with someone on a suicide watch list. These blanket measures are so severe they end up punishing everyone. The regime's sense of order is rooted in military discipline, but its capacity for compassion is inconsistent. Staff relationships are described as generally respectful, even supportive. 93% of detainees said they trusted staff, but complaints processes were found to be stiff and terse, with formal grievances often brushed aside without proper investigation. This fuels a simmering resentment. Men with violent convictions or sexual offences are released back to the community without robust monitoring, creating a dangerous gap in public protection. There is no systematic assessment of their risk to others, no routine phone monitoring, and no coordination with social services about child contact restrictions. Some of these men simply walk out of MCTC and go home, their victims never warned, their communities unaware. Even day-to-day repairs inside the wings can be slow, and detainees grumble about the night lights destroying their sleep. The dormitories are militarily neat, with inspections every day, but there is no mistaking the sense of collective punishment that hovers over everything. The segregation cells of the service custody platoon are still used on rare occasions, 3 times in the last year, to break men who cannot or will not obey. These men are given worksheets to reflect on what they did wrong, in a forced ritual of psychological reprogramming, before they are deemed fit to rejoin the general population. There is a sense of desperation among those who do not know if they will ever wear a uniform again. Some still believe they can rebuild a military future. Others know they will leave these gates only to face the same humiliations and broken opportunities as any civilian ex-prisoner. There is no certainty, and many live in a constant state of anxiety, scanning their mail, praying for news about whether they will be retained or discharged. Despite some positives, good healthcare, reasonably fast dental services, a safe environment with virtually no drugs, no deaths by suicide, and very little violence, MCTC still clings to its outdated rules, shaped by an armed forces culture decades old. Detainees must still get Secretary of State permission to have their letters or calls monitored, leaving a giant hole in public protection. Rules about child contact remain out of sync with civilian standards. Complaints processes are still rooted in rigid chain of command structures rather than independent scrutiny. In the end, MCTC remains a place that looks polished on paper, but feels to many detainees like a stripped-down, uniformed purgatory. It is cleaner and more ordered than a civilian jail, but carries its own brand of psychological torment, with men forced to confront the collapse of their status as proud soldiers. In a world that thrives on discipline, there is still little room for true empathy. The question remains whether the British military truly wants to rehabilitate these men, or simply break them down before spitting them back out into society. Is the MCTC truly a place of second chances, or just another uniformed prison? Should society tolerate a system that returns violent or sexual offenders to the public with no real supervision? And what happens to the young soldiers, barely men, whose only crime was going absent without leave, but who now carry the weight of shame, institutionalization, and fear that they may never belong anywhere again? Michael Lyons was sentenced to 7 months imprisonment in 2011 after developing a conscientious objection to the war in Afghanistan, but being refused discharge from the Royal Navy. Mr. Lyons had backed calls from the Peace Pledge Union for a change in the law to ensure that all forces personnel have a right to leave when they choose, especially if they develop a conscientious objection to war. He was speaking ahead of International Conscientious Objectors Day. The Peace Pledge Union, PPU, Britain's leading pacifist organisation, called for the law to be changed as part of the new Armed Forces Bill promised in the Queen's speech earlier this week. In theory, members of the UK's armed forces have the right to apply for discharge if they develop a conscientious objection, but this is very rarely granted. According to the ATTI's helpline for members of the armed forces, most forces personnel are unaware that this right exists in law. Michael Lyons was turned down when he applied for discharge on grounds of conscientious objection. In 2011, he was convicted of refusing to obey an order after declining to take part in rifle training and sentenced to 7 months in the Military Corrective Training Centre, a euphemism for a military prison in Colchester. A spell in Collie will no doubt have a significant impact on both service and family life. Personnel from all 3 services could face time at the Military Corrective Training Centre for offences that carry sentences of anything from 14 days to 2 years. Whether or not they are able to continue their career following their detention, it's bound to be a worrying time for everyone. We paid a visit to the MCTC in Colchester to find out more. When you go behind the wire, you could be forgiven for thinking it's just like any other camp. Yes, there are stricter protocols, but the surroundings appear familiar and there's a sense of positivity. The focus is on rehabilitation, preparing detainees to return to their unit or getting them ready for civilian life. There's a reason why the reoffending rate is less than 10%, far lower than in state prisons. There are 3 grounds on which personnel can end up here, as MCTC welfare officer Alison Tate explains. There's court-martial, from which you can be sent here and then potentially soldier on or be discharged. Or court-martial, where you can be sent to a civilian prison and you come here first to effectively leave the service. Or you can have a summary hearing from your commanding officer who looks at what you've done and makes a decision as to how many days you can be sent here for within their legal remit. Detainees are split into A company for those staying in and D company for those discharging from the services when their sentence is complete. They are normally housed in 2 separate wings with communal areas in between, but with low numbers at the time of writing, they're all in together. Alison says the biggest shock for families is when the soldier isn't expecting to do time. Perhaps they're up to see the CO and think they're just going to get a few extra duties, and then all of a sudden the CO says, "You've got 30 days in MCTC." Even if they're going to a court-martial, some will believe they'll only end up with a community order, and that's the impression they give their family. From the moment the court-martial sentence happens, they are brought here. There's no going home to your family first. Sometimes personnel, when they get here, we ask which family member they get on with the best so they have someone to contact, because it's miserable unless you've got someone to ring or have a Skype call with, adds Alison. It's the unit's responsibility to check that the family is being supported, but the system isn't perfect, and sometimes people fall through the net. I've called some welfare officers who haven't even been informed by their chain of command that one of their soldiers is doing 28 days at MCTC, says Alison. They might have thought that it's a single soldier with no issues, but we've had a scenario where someone was going home every weekend to fill the fridge, do the washing, and make 5 packed lunches for their 2 younger brothers because their parents were unable to, in effect, a weekend carer. These are things that welfare might not be aware of. Personnel have their pay stopped on arrival, and whether or not you have other income, it's a real blow to suddenly be without 1 salary, so me a third 5. A family maintenance grant covers the cost of service family accommodation while the soldier is in detention, and there is also an element which may support the non-serving spouse whilst waiting for a benefits decision, or if I'm able to access benefits, for example if overseas. Families in their own home should receive support from the unit on how to manage finances. Charities such as SAFA and the Royal British Legion may also be able to help. Alison and her team make the detainees' family considerations a priority on arrival. She says, "On the second day we go through the whole hard facts: health, accommodation, relocation, drugs and alcohol, finances, attitudes, thinking and behaviour, children and families, training and support. Who are your dependents? Who's missing you? Where do they get money from? Who puts food on the table?" Picture all these standing orders and direct debits on your bank statement and just imagine that your pay that month doesn't happen. It can be very worrying. So we sit with them and go through all those responsibilities, and then as a moment. The children's charity Barnados works closely with MCTC and meets every detainee who has parental responsibilities, including those who are estranged from their partner and have limited contact with their children. They offer support to families, wherever they are based, with tailor-made resources for parents and schools to give children emotional support. Donmay.com. There's a comfortable play area for family visits with plenty of toys for little ones, and since introducing video calls during the pandemic, families can now visit virtually, which has proved invaluable during the current cost of living crisis, where travel to Colchester can be too expensive for some. Mental, emotional and physical well-being is a priority. The welfare staff ensure that detainees have access to counselling for drug and alcohol addiction, bereavement, emotional and anger management issues. The chaplaincy is also on hand, with faith leaders from all major religions. For Foreign and Commonwealth personnel, Alison links in with AFF's F&C team. AFF is always quick to respond and able to provide expert information and guidance on a subject that few others have the knowledge to advise on, she explains. Those returning to unit are taken through a 16-week military training program to give them all the military skills they need to go back to their roles. Corporal James Wright Military Training Wing says, "It's skills they go through in basic training, and we just refine them to a high standard. There's no rank structure here, so they all do the same training. They're natural leaders in many cases, so some do find it hard to adjust, but others are a great help." If discharge is on the horizon, the Education and Training Wing ensures that detainees are as well prepared as possible. There are classrooms, a library, and an IT suite, where they can go every day to work towards qualifications. Senior Education Officer Sarah Brown showed us around. "We do an employability skills level 2 qualification as a minimum. That's what we want them to leave with. We base the coursework on what industry they want to go into, tailor their CV and run mock interviews. There are also connections with local colleges and government-funded courses to get stuck into for those who are in for long enough. There are so many, we've had people do anything from web design to barbering," adds Sarah. For more vocational qualifications, there are workshops for welding, forklift truck operation or mechanics, plus basic construction courses, with city and guilds qualifications on offer. Some have managed to build entire bathrooms under the guidance of construction skills instructor Colin Pethick. Long-termers do projects. I give them the plans and they have to do everything, including electrics and plumbing. They come here in the morning, like a normal working day. At the back of the camp is a small holding with goats, pigs and chickens, as well as a vegetable garden and beehives. It offers a sanctuary to be around nature and kept busy with odd jobs that are always needed, and it's under constant development thanks to the passion and dedication of former soldier turned farm manager Pete Phillips. Detainees can come over here and do basic farming, bits of carpentry, animal welfare and just general hands-on stuff, he says. There's lots of potential here and we're trying to improve it bit by bit. The establishment was given a good report last year by the HM Inspectorate of Prisons, which headlined its priorities on education and care. Corporal Wright summed up the approach. "I don't think it's because of one particular method that we employ. It's a case of the multiple things we do here that come together and help people make the right choices."
Behind the reinforced steel perimeter of a prison, few dare to speak about lies, one of the most dangerous, psychologically brutal and secretive corners of the UK justice system. HMP Long Lartin, a Category A high security prison buried deep in Worcestershire, was designed to house Britain's most dangerous men, serial killers, organised crime figures, terrorists, lifers on 30-year stretches. This is the end of the line, the last stop before permanent containment or mental disintegration. But beneath its heavily guarded structure, the 2024 inspection report reveals a facility unravelling from within. A toxic combination of radicalisation, staff fear, institutional failure, racial tension, and violence so frequent that control is maintained only by sheer force and luck. Long Lartin is no longer just a prison, it is a psychological battlefield, and most of the casualties never make the news. Originally opened in 1971, Long Lartin is supposed to be one of the flagship high-security prisons in the estate, but what the inspectors walked into in 2024 was a facility on the verge of collapse. Staffing levels were in freefall, assaults were frequent and severe. Nearly 60% of prisoners were doing sentences of over 10 years, and over half had committed violent offences. Many had nothing to lose, and they acted accordingly. In the 6 months prior to the inspection, there were over 130 recorded assaults, some involving weapons, boiling liquids, makeshift flamethrowers, and gang retaliation. The prison's own staff described it as hanging on by a thread. Violence wasn't an outlier, it was the environment. Wings were locked down daily due to a lack of officers. Prisoners were routinely kept in their cells for over 22 hours a day. On some wings, that extended to 23.5 hours. Exercise yards were closed for days at a time. Phones were cut off. Visits were cancelled. Men with decades ahead of them, trapped in tiny concrete rooms with no purposeful activity, began to implode, not figuratively, but literally. There were multiple suicide attempts during the inspection window alone. The ACCT process, meant to safeguard those at risk of self-harm, was in chaos. Staff weren't trained properly. Records weren't updated. One prisoner was placed under suicide monitoring and still managed to tie a ligature to a window bar during a shift change. He survived. Another didn't. The psychological toll of indefinite containment in a place like Long Lartin is devastating. The prisoners aren't just long-term. They're the most high-risk, high-profile inmates in the UK. Many have served decades already. Many will never be released. In that vacuum of future, violence becomes communication. Alliances form around race, religion, ideology, and gang loyalties. The prison had become a micro-state of competing forces. Islamist extremists on one wing, far-right adherents on another, organised crime clans operating across the yard. The inspection team noted a rising level of radicalisation, with prisoners attempting to recruit others to violent ideologies. Officers were either undertrained or afraid to intervene. Some admitted off record that certain wings were completely owned by inmates. In places, the line between prison and hostage situation was thin. The Close Supervision Centre, the CSC, sits at the core of this nightmare. It's where the most dangerous and psychologically unstable men are placed in near total isolation. These are individuals who cannot function even within the violent logic of the main prison. Some have attacked staff with boiling oil. Others have mutilated themselves in protest. The CSC is supposed to be a therapeutic intervention. In reality, it is long-term solitary confinement in cells where prisoners scream through vents and pound on doors for hours. One CSC resident hadn't had human contact in 6 months beyond food slots and emergency medical interventions. He spoke to himself in 3 voices. Another smeared blood on the walls of his cell and was left there for hours while staff debated protocol. This is Britain's solution for irredeemable men. Lock them in steel and hope they go quiet. Mental health services in Long Lartin were beyond overwhelmed. There was no full-time psychiatrist in the prison at the time of inspection. Prisoners suffering acute psychosis waited weeks to be assessed. One man who believed he was being poisoned through the taps was left in general population, refusing to eat, dehydrating himself into collapse. The mental health in-reach team had no capacity to follow up on risk assessments. Nurses reported working 12-hour shifts with caseloads so high they stopped documenting properly. Prisoners with paranoid delusions were written off as manipulative or playing up. The reality: this was a factory of untreated trauma, a place where serious mental illness was both invisible and inevitable. Drugs, despite the prison's security classification, were everywhere. Spice, crack, heroin, the usual suspects, were entering the wings through corrupt staff, drone drops, and prison visits. Mail was soaked, pills were crushed and passed in books. Drones buzzed overhead at night, dropping payloads onto rooftops or into exercise yards. One officer described waking up to a prisoner unconscious with blood foaming at his mouth, a bad batch of spice mixed with crushed codeine. Naloxone kits were used daily. Drug debts resulted in torture. One man had boiling water poured on his legs for refusing to carry out an attack. Another was found in his cell with missing teeth and no memory of how he lost them. The guards, outnumbered and overstretched, mostly tried to contain the damage. Prevention was a fantasy. Staffing was in total collapse. At the time of the inspection, nearly 30% of officer posts were either vacant or covered by untrained temporary staff. Many were less than 6 months into the job. Others were covering multiple wings, rushing between emergencies, trying not to crack. One veteran officer broke down and described the job as managing madness with no toolkit. Prisoners knew the score. They knew the newer staff were scared. They knew what they could get away with. And they did. Gangs ran store cupboards. Cells were extorted. Protection requests skyrocketed. The segregation unit was full, not just with violent men, but with vulnerable ones who begged to be removed from general population. Rehabilitation was a myth. Education was non-existent for most. Workshops sat empty. Courses were cancelled weekly. The few who had jobs, in the kitchens or laundry, were seen as the lucky ones, not because they learned anything, but because it meant 3 hours out of a cell. The majority of prisoners had no sentence progression. Lifers were stuck in a loop, denied parole or reviews because the required courses weren't being run. One man was 18 years into a 25-year sentence and hadn't completed a single offending behaviour program. His parole had been deferred 5 times. He'd stopped appealing. He told the inspector, "I'm not in jail anymore, I'm in storage." Cultural tension was boiling over. Reports of racism, religious discrimination, and factional violence had spiked. Black and Asian prisoners described being disproportionately placed on basic regime. Muslim inmates had prayer mats confiscated or halal meals denied. Jewish prisoners said kosher diets were inconsistently followed. A disabled prisoner was kept on the top floor of a wing with no lift access. Complaints procedures were broken. Nobody believed they would be heard. The IMB, the Independent Monitoring Board, were overstretched and, according to some prisoners, intimidated by staff. There was no accountability, no consequences, just the slow grinding down of souls. Perhaps the most horrifying aspect of Long Lartin is not what it is, but what it's allowed to be. The system knows exactly what goes on behind its doors, the assaults, the suicides, the rot. It is tolerated because it is hidden. These are not prisoners the public care about. These are the monsters, the murderers, the forgotten. So the lights stay on, the keys keep turning, and the blood dries before anyone notices. Long Lartin is not just a prison, it is a slow-motion execution site for the mind. It is a place where the system doesn't fail. It operates exactly as designed. Tess Whale had wanted to become a prison officer for years. At the age of 39, after having children, she was finally able to do the 10-week training course and qualify. On the 29th of May 2017, she drove to HMP Long Lartin in Worcestershire for her first shift. The Birmingham resident arrived on her first day to find that nobody was aware it was her start date. She was told to go home. On the second day, she was given a brief induction and sent straight to the wing. For my first few days on the wing, I didn't have any protection. I had no baton, she tells The Independent. I was walking around with inmates who were in there for life, for whatever crimes they had committed, without any form of protection. Tess recalls that it took 5 months for her to be provided with her full uniform, which she says showed the general chaos in the jail. Within weeks, she became aware that her own safety and well-being were in constant jeopardy. "I should have finished at 5 p.m. one night, but alarm bells started going off," she remembers. "They had lost control of one of the wings. We weren't allowed to leave the prison. I was there until 3:30 in the morning." A few months later, Tess became an innocent victim to the endemic drug use among prisoners in the jail. It began while she was carrying out accommodation fabric checks, going into each prisoner's cell to do inspections. I opened one cell door and saw that the prisoner was off his head. As my duty of care to look after these men, I put him back in his cell, sat him on his bed and told him not to move, she says. I could see him smoking tissue paper or something. It was spice. I inhaled it. Due to the spice inhalation, Tess suffered from headaches and feeling sick. After 2 days off work, she felt a lot better, but still not well enough to drive. She was told that the prison would pay for her to get a taxi into work. It was £75, but in the end they wouldn't give it back to me. You'd think that in your first year there they would try to make you feel welcome and supported, but there's no support. You get treated like dirt. After just 10 months in a job she had felt so proud to take on, Tess handed in her resignation. I bit the bullet. It was the first time I'd ever quitted a job without another place to go to, she says. I thought, for £9.30 an hour, I don't get paid enough to be treated the way they were treating me. You don't expect to be treated so badly in a job that's so dangerous. I'd never been so excited about a job, and I was really proud to wear the uniform. If I hadn't been treated so badly, and they looked after their staff 100 times more than they do, I would still be there. Tess is one of nearly 700 prison officers who have left the service in the past year, having only been there for 12 months. The Independent reports that 33% of outgoing officers have been in the service for less than a year, a figure which stood at just 7% in 2010. A total of 694 people left within 12 months in the year 2010 to June 2018, equating to 12% of new hires. The figures have prompted concern that the government's recruitment drive, which has seen an additional 2,500 officers start this year, is flawed due to the dwindling retention rates. Tess believes the training for new recruits fails to adequately prepare them for the job. What you learn at college is nothing compared to what you see on the wings, she says. The training is rushed. You have 2 days of control and restraint training. You need a lot more than that. It does kick off when you're on the job. You need to wrestle big guys to the ground. A lot of the new people going in are young kids. They don't have enough life experience. They need to look after the people already there doing the job with the experience. Reflecting on her short time in the prison service, Tess, who has now started her own cleaning business, says, "The whole system is a joke. Prisoners have more rights than the staff, and the governors don't care about the staff. I was told, if you're not happy here, there's the door. You're nothing but a number, and they don't care if you're there or not. It's a shame. I'd never been so excited about a job, but I came out of it feeling so hateful towards the service." A killer who shot dead a policeman in 2003 has been found guilty of wounding a female prison officer using a deadly homemade weapon. Former US Marine and bodybuilder David Bieber used the pronged iron bar to repeatedly stab Alison Smith in 2017 while serving life for the murder of PC Ian Broadhurst and the attempted murder of 2 of his colleagues. PC Broadhurst was shot in Leeds at point-blank range on Boxing Day 2003 as he and other PCs checked on a suspected stolen car. A week-long trial at Worcester Crown Court was told only good fortune had seen Miss Smith escape life-changing injury or even death as she used an arm to protect her head at HMP Long Lartin near Evesham, Worcestershire. After deliberating over 2 days, jurors cleared Bieber of attempted murder but convicted him of wounding with intent and possessing an unauthorized weapon. During his trial, Mr. Bieber claimed the attack at Long Lartin was an act aimed at winning a transfer back to HMP Belmarsh in London. Jurors were shown CCTV of the attack, but were not made aware of Bieber's previous conviction for murder until after returning their verdicts. The 56-year-old opted not to attend the trial, instead giving evidence by a video link to HMP Wakefield in West Yorkshire. He told the hearing that, as a former Marine, he could quickly have killed Miss Smith with his bare hands and had put on a show in which he pulled his punches. Although he conceded that the weapon obtained from another prisoner was deadly, he said it was necessary to make the incident serious enough to trigger a transfer. But prosecutors alleged that Mr. Bieber's account to the court was an act designed to cover up his efforts to get revenge on the prison service after his medication for pain and anxiety was cut by prison doctors. Opening the case at the start of the trial, prosecutor Simon Phillips said Mr. Bieber was returning from the library when he grabbed Miss Smith from behind, leaving her bleeding from wounds to her face and right arm. Mr. Bieber, who had a trusted role as a cleaner at the time of the attack, denied attempted murder, an alternative charge of wounding and the charge relating to the weapon. Mr. Phillips told the jury Bieber targeted Miss Smith's face and neck, while witnesses described the convicted killer saying, "You are fed out with my meds, I am going to kill the bitch." Mr. Phillips said of Mrs. Smith, luckily for her, instinctively, she put up her right arm to deflect the blows. It's clear the weapon came into contact with her arm, as well as hitting her in the face. It's probably accurately described as a frenzied attack. The court heard that other officers quickly came to Ms. Smith's aid after she screamed, restraining Bieber and disarming him. She was later treated in hospital for cuts to her mouth and chin and 4 wounds to her right arm. The former kickboxer was hunted by US police for 8 years before he shot PC Broadhurst. The bodybuilding fanatic is also accused of paying a hitman to kill a love rival in Florida in 1995 and would face extradition if he is ever deemed safe to be granted parole in the UK. Mr. Bieber will be sentenced and may see a period of years added to his current minimum term of 37 years. In a series of victim impact statements read to Worcester Crown Court, Ms. Smith hit out at Bieber for stalling justice by sacking lawyers to delay his trial, which was rescheduled 8 times. Miss Smith said she had suffered lasting and constant pain to her arm and back since 2017, while Bieber had attempted to sabotage the trial at every opportunity. The prison worker, who now has a different operational role, said, "The impact this has had on me is life-changing. I am still suffering daily with pain to my right arm and back. My rights have come second to the man who tried to kill me. I could have been killed on that day and genuinely believed on that day I was going to be."
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take an in-depth look into the HM Prison Isis. HM Prison Isis is a Category C male young offenders institution located in the Thamesmead area of the Royal Borough of Greenwich in South East London, England. Isis Prison is operated by Her Majesty's Prison Service and is situated next to Belmarsh Prison and Thameside Prison. In May 2009, the Ministry of Justice awarded Interserve a £110 million contract to design and construct a new prison called Isis on underused land within the perimeter wall of Belmarsh Prison. The new prison was built to Category B standards. In August 2009, the construction site of the new prison was evacuated after contractors discovered a suspected World War II bomb. Isis Prison is located on the site of the former Royal Arsenal, and the suspected bomb was found to be an empty shell casing. Interserve handed over the completed Isis Prison in April 2010, with the prison becoming operational soon after. In January 2012, an inspection report by Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons criticised the faulty technology which was being used at the prison. The report also found that the combination of new and transferred staff was causing problems in forming good staff-prisoner relations at the jail. However, the report praised the prisoners' resettlement services, low drug use, and support of prisoners at risk of self-harm. A month later, inmates at Isis claimed that there was a significant gang culture developing in the prison. Isis prison governor Graham Hawkins at the time admitted that gangs were a problem within the prison. As a young offenders institution and Cat C prison, Isis holds male offenders from the age of 18. However, there is no maximum age. Accommodation comprises of mixture of single cells and double cells in 2 house blocks. The prison also has entry building and central activity centre, which houses a learning academy, segregation unit and PE academy.
However, the prison does not have inpatient healthcare facilities. Education and vocational training at the prison is delivered in partnership with Kensington and Chelsea College. Courses include mechanics, which is a motorbike repair shop, construction, waste management, bicycle repair, barbering, catering, reprographics, broadcasting and media studies, ESOL, and drug-related studies. There is a visitor centre at the prison which is run by the Spurgeon charity. The visits complex consists of a main room, a supervised child play area, refreshments counter, and vending machines. HMP Isis is in the southeast of London and is the first bespoke establishment of its kind in the London region. Being a young adult and Category C training prison for young men and adults up to the age of 30, the prison was constructed within the perimeter of HMP Belmarsh and received its first prisoners on the 26th of July 2010. The prison is the first whole-built public sector prison to be built in the last 20 years. In December 2016, the age cap of 18 to 30 was lifted, allowing all prisoners of all ages to be transferred to the jail. Two house blocks, Thames and Meridian, both have 4 spurs, radiating from a central hub within 3 landings on each spur. On average, there is accommodation for about 80 prisoners on each spur, in a mixture of single and double cells. There are also a few fully equipped cells for prisoners with disabilities. The prison has a broad-based curriculum that supports academic achievement, vocational training, interventions and PE activities. The interventions program is subject to offenders' needs. The regime is delivered in partnership with A4E. The healthcare is run by Care UK and there are no inpatient facilities. The prison was given an inspection in the summer of 2018. In their latest report, the inspectors said, HMP Isis is a Category C training prison in the southeast London, which sits within the wall line of the high security Belmarsh prison. At the time of our inspection, the prison held just over 600 convicted prisoners. Almost 70% of the population were under 30 and 22% were under 21 years old. Almost half of those were serving over 4 years. Our last inspection of the prison in 2016 was disappointing. At the time, we recorded insufficient progress and a failure to attend to deliver some of the basic services. We were particularly critical of a restricted regime first put in place in 2013, which is still in operation when we inspected 3 years later. Restrictions persisted, but reassuringly, improvements had been made and the average number of prisoners locked up during the working day had reduced to 22% of the population compared to 40% last time we visited. Prisoners also had better access to domestic activities and association time, which included evening association for those on an enhanced wing. Prison again talked about plans to introduce and improve the regime, although at this inspection the plans seemed more credible as staffing numbers had improved significantly. The current governor took up the post shortly after our last inspection and had clearly prioritised getting the basics right, with visible leadership evident and a more positive culture beginning to emerge. The prison had been authorised to conduct a local recruitment campaign to recruit prison officers, instead of relying on the usual national campaign which sometimes displaced people from their home areas and created long commutes. The governor believed that this local recruitment had enabled her to appoint a team of officers more committed to the aims of her establishment. The influx of new staff clearly brought its own challenges, with 80% of the staff group still in their first year of service, but the governor commendably saw this as a long-term opportunity for the prison and not a hindrance. Similar to the other prisoners holding significant numbers of young people, levels of violence at HMP Isis had increased and were very high. 1 in 4 prisoners in our survey reported feeling unsafe, but the senior team had introduced a number of initiatives aimed at reducing violence and encouraging good behaviour. The quality of investigations of violence incidents had improved significantly. Systems to identify and deal with gang activity were well managed, and relationships with local police were very good. Additionally, the governor was clearly focused on tackling any potential staff corruption. New behaviour management processes designed to deal with people with the most complex individuals were promising, although it was a little too early to see their benefits. Concerted effort had been made to encourage good behaviour, including the introduction of an enhanced unit, peer support roles, and opportunities for release on temporary licence, otherwise known as ROTL. All departments were working together to try and tackle the drug misuse problem. It was vital that this commendable initiative and effort was sustained. Our survey of those held was very negative around those two critical areas. Only 48% of the respondents said that most staff treated them with respect, and only 46% could say that they had not experienced any kind of victimization by staff. Important recent steps had been taken by the senior team to deal with staff who contributed to the negative experiences of prisoners, but more work was needed to understand and address these negative perceptions. Our own observations and discussions with the prisoners about staff, in contrast, were more positive. Indeed, we were encouraged by the energy and commitment of many staff we met. Most prisoners spoke about good officers that they could talk to if they needed help. Prison staff and managers had received hundreds of letters of thanks from prisoners that they had helped through difficult times. Living conditions had improved since our last inspection. Communal areas and most external areas were clean and well presented. Prisoners were encouraged to clean their cells, and there was little graffiti and few offensive pictures on display. The governor and a team of her staff also hosted regular think tank meetings with prisoners to discuss ways that they could improve conditions at the prison. However, our visit took place during the summer heat wave, and inspectors were struck by the oppressive heat in some cells that had no curtains or fans to lower the temperature. One of our most serious concerns was around the use of force, which we were not assured was always justified. We identified a need for more rigorous scrutiny of when and how to use force and how it was applied. When there had been a failure to turn on body-worn cameras, de-escalate incidents, or complete important assurance paperwork, governance arrangements did not robustly challenge this. Some of the youngest prisoners are often the most vulnerable, and yet they were disproportionately represented in the statistics relating to force and segregation. We were disappointed that very little had been done to achieve the main recommendation made at the last inspection concerning the prison's management of equality and diversity, and we have been compelled to make similar main recommendations in this report. The diverse population at the prison demands more flexibility in the application of policy to assure that the difference is recognised and understood. We were particularly concerned about the adverse outcomes for foreign national and young prisoners. The establishment needed to do more to understand the distinct needs of these groups on arrival at the prison and dedicate resources to ensuring that their needs were met. In the case of young prisoners, a greater understanding of the development needs of young people still going through the process of maturation was required. Prisoners still did not spend enough time in education or training, and those on vocational courses often did not have time to gain accredited qualifications. Poor attendance and punctuality contributed significantly to Ofsted's judgment that the overall effectiveness of education, skills and work required improvement. Prisoners were supported to build and maintain family ties, but a shortfall of offender assessment system, OASIS, assessments impacted prisoners' ability to progress through their sentence. Offender management and the quality of supervision were mixed, and there were weaknesses in public protection arrangements. Support for care leavers and resettlement planning were, however, better. Our assessments have remained largely unchanged since the last inspection. Although this was not the whole story, we noted an encouraging change in the direction since the appointment of the current governor, and the culture and atmosphere in the prison were definitely improving. We left the prison confident that the senior managers and staff would use our report to effect further positive change, particularly in those areas which caused us the most concern. This report was done by Peter Clark, CVO OBE QPM, on September 2018. A corrupt prison warden, who was 28 at the time, tried to smuggle 4 ounces of cannabis into the Young Offenders Institute in her bra to earn money to fund a master's in criminology. Safak Boskirk from Islington, North London, was paid £1,000 for each package that she delivered. She agreed to smuggle the contraband drugs into the prison in return for cash from the gang. Miss Boskirk said she wanted the cash to pay debts and to fund a degree in criminology. She received a 2-year suspended jail sentence after admitting smuggling. Safak Boskirk smuggled in cannabis, mobile phones, SIM cards and charger cables into the Young Offenders Institution. She was caught by a sniffer dog as she went through the security at HMP Isis in Thamesmead in London. When strip searched on the 12th of July, staff found 4 ounces of cannabis stashed in her bra, along with 4 mobile phones, 18 SIM cards and charging cables stuck in her waistband. The officers became suspicious about Miss Boskirk when they observed the way she was interacting with certain prisoners. She had become a prison officer in January 2015. Southwark Crown Court heard the 28-year-old mother of two was paid cash each time she delivered the contraband. She used the cash to pay off £32,000 in credit card debts and to fund a master's degree. Court heard that Miss Boskirk was paid the cash by a former inmate, Luke Powell, to bring the contraband in to Joshua Ogwell. Jane Carpenter, prosecuting, said, between March and July, prison officers working at the prison began to suspect that Miss Boskirk was behaving inappropriately towards prisoners whilst on duty. Staff then decided to conduct a staff search on Tuesday the 12th of July. On that day, the police received a phone call from the prison informing them that they had detained Miss Boskirk in the staff entrance. It was revealed in court that although Miss Boskirk had joined the prison system in 2015, she agreed several months later to begin smuggling contraband by the former prisoner, Luke Powell, who at the time was still on the run. When asked who it was for, she provided them with the name Joshua Ogwell. When she asked how much she was paid, she said £1,000. Miss Carpenter said that Miss Boskirk also told police that a former prisoner had paid her to bring the drugs in, and said that if he was arrested, he will be taken straight back in. Miss Boskirk's own mobile phone showed messages had been made between herself and people in D-Wing in the prison. Details within the messages were about the size of the packages and the fact that she did not want them to be too big. Miss Carpenter said that Miss Boskirk had admitted she had been dealing in the prison for several months and had been paid several £1,000s in cash. Whilst in prison, she had been approached by a prisoner who offered her cash to do the dirty work. She said she had no excuses and no pressure had been put on her. She saw it as an opportunity to make extra money and pay off her debts. She's doing a master's in criminology, studying why people commit crimes. She should probably teach the class. The potential prison value going on the amount of drugs that were found located in the prison was between 5,850 and 11,700 for the 117 grams of cannabis. Miss Carpenter added that the phones were worth between £500 and £1,000, while SIM cards could be rented to prisoners for as much as £50 a night. Graham Wilson, defending, said the defendant fully understands the seriousness of the offences which she faces. But Judge Martin Griffin interjected, I am not surprised. She is doing a master's in criminology, studying why people commit crimes, when really she could probably teach the class. Mr. Wilson continued, her first concern is not so much herself, but her two children aged 7 and 4. She had been approached by a prisoner at the time she was going through a very difficult breakup with her partner and father of her children. However, the judge said, people who work in the prison service must know, just as all of us who do not, that drugs inside prisons and phones inside prisons are entirely illegal. They give rise to all sorts of problems for prisons and officers who come under pressure to bring them in, such that the last thing you should have done was to give way to those items into the prison for money. That is even before I come to the fact that you are doing a master's in criminology. You must have been burning with embarrassment every time they talked about crime and the causes of crime, thinking, good grief, that's me, isn't it? Your barrister has said quite rightly, I should think about the children. But it seems to me that those are matters that you should have had in mind, rather than coming to court telling me that I should have them in mind. They had noticed that she was no longer wearing a ring, and they were also aware that she was in massive financial debt. At one stage, she broke down during the course of her employment, and that's when she was approached by a prisoner. Mr. Wilson said Miss Boskirk's ex-partner had raked up £32,000 in credit card debts in her name because he had a poor credit history. He added that if she was imprisoned, there was nobody to take care of the children. The likelihood is that they were going to care. Not only would they likely end up in social services care, they might actually be separated. Judge Griffiths said, all of which should have been at the forefront of her mind the first time she said, you give me £1,000 and I will take contraband into my place of work. Mr. Wilson said, the temptation was overwhelming. The reason it reoccurred once it happened is those prisoners had her over a barrel. She was extremely vulnerable at the time, financially and mentally, because of the burdens of debt and the children as well as no support. She is extremely remorseful and she is ashamed. Judge Griffiths interrupted. Funnily enough, I was listening to Radio 4 this morning and the MP for Shipley was having the leader of the Women's Equality Party against him for termity for saying men and women should be treated equally before the law. If this was a man, what would you be saying? Nice mitigation. Thank you very much. Off you go. Mr. Wilson responded. If it was not for the children, I would not have a leg to stand on in terms of arguing for a suspended sentence, sparing Miss Boskert of immediate custodial sentence. Judge Griffiths said, "People who work for the prison service, and all of us who do not, know that bringing drugs into prison is entirely illegal. They give rise to all sorts of problems for prisoners and officers who come under pressure to bringing them in, such that the last thing you should have done was to give way to those items into prisoners for money. That is even before I come to the fact that you were doing a master's in criminology. You must have been burning with embarrassment every time they talked about crime and the causes of crime, thinking, good grief, that's me, isn't it? Your barrister has quite rightly told me that I should think about the children. But it seems to me that those matters that you should have in mind, rather than coming to court and telling me that I should have them in mind." Miss Boskert admitted one count of conveying List Article A's into prison and one count of conveying List B articles into prison. She was sentenced to 2 years, suspended for 24 months, and ordered to undertake 300 hours of unpaid community work. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions of HMP Isis? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
HMP Park, a privately run prison in Wales, operated by G4S, has become a dark mirror reflecting the ugliest truths about Britain's prison crisis. On paper, it's a flagship model, the only privately operated prison in Wales, a massive complex with more than 1,700 prisoners, including a significant number of young adults and men convicted of serious offences. But behind the corporate language and sterile reports lies a facility collapsing under the weight of violence, addiction, corruption, and institutional failure. What the 2025 inspection reveals is a facility gripped by a toxic culture of fear, where safety is no longer guaranteed and lives, quite literally, are being lost. In the last 12 months alone, 4 prisoners have died in custody, 3 suspected drug overdoses, and 1 self-inflicted death. The levels of self-harm have surged by 85% since the previous inspection. Violence between prisoners is rampant, rising by over 35%, and staff assaults have doubled. What's most terrifying is how many staff members interviewed described feeling unsafe in their own workplace. At Park, you don't need to go looking for danger, it finds you. The cause of this is complex, but the prison's inability to manage drug use is front and centre. Park has the highest rate of positive drug tests of any prison in Wales or England, an astonishing 42%. That means nearly half of the prisoner population is actively using or involved in the trafficking and consumption of illicit substances. NPS, new psychoactive substances like spice, are rife, and the prison's response? Inadequate at best. There are supposed to be searches, intelligence-led interventions, body scanners, but none of it seems to work. Park has become a black market economy, with prisoners describing entire wings under the control of drug gangs. The staff, for the most part, are overwhelmed. Many are inexperienced, overworked, and demoralized. Some have walked out altogether, leaving gaps filled by temporary workers or promoted staff lacking adequate training. One of the most chilling parts of the inspection was how several officers admitted they didn't feel safe conducting basic duties, like opening cell doors. What does that say about control inside the prison? If the people running the jail fear the prisoners, who's really in charge? And then there's the scandalous treatment of young adults. Park operates a separate wing for 18 to 25-year-olds, and the conditions here are shocking. They are locked in their cells for over 22 hours a day, deprived of meaningful education or purposeful activity. There's no tailored rehabilitation strategy for them, despite this being one of the most formative periods of their lives. Instead, they are abandoned in a pressure cooker environment of boredom, fear, and violence. One prisoner told inspectors he hadn't seen daylight in 2 weeks. Another admitted he'd rather go to a different prison than stay at Park, even if it meant moving further from his family. When the young choose distance over safety, you know something's gone very wrong. Perhaps even more controversial is the sheer scale of neglect when it comes to basic health and safeguarding. The inspection found that Park had no effective strategy for dealing with suicide or self-harm. That's not just a failing, that's criminal negligence. This is a prison where 4 people died in a year, where the mental health provider is stretched beyond capacity, and where prisoners report waiting weeks just to speak to a nurse or psychologist. And when those prisoners finally get help, it's often rushed, shallow, and undermined by the chaos outside the consultation room. Rehabilitation at Park is little more than a buzzword. Few prisoners are allocated jobs or educational courses. The library is underused, and access to vocational training is restricted. Many spend their sentences idle, warehoused in cells with little hope of developing the skills or mindset to reintegrate. This is a facility that should be shaping lives. Instead, it's breaking them. Family contact, which should be a strength given the prison's modern design and visitor facilities, is hindered by bureaucracy and poor planning. Phone access is inconsistent. Visits are often delayed. For many prisoners, the outside world feels further away with each passing day. And yet, for all these failings, the government has allowed G4S to continue operating Park, even renewing their contract while these issues persist. That's where the real controversy lies. This is not a public prison buckling under state budget cuts. It's a privately run facility profiting from human suffering. Every failure, every death, every overdose exists within a system where corporate incentives override human dignity. So what does Park represent? It's not just a prison in crisis. It's a warning about what happens when incarceration is outsourced, when safety is traded for cost efficiency, and when the most vulnerable are left at the mercy of a failing system. It's a place where trauma is recycled, not treated, where punishment replaces purpose, where lives unravel in plain sight, and no one is held accountable. Park isn't just failing, it's bleeding out, and unless someone takes real, radical responsibility, the next inspection may not just highlight further decline, it may have to account for more graves. HMP Park is more than just a prison in crisis. It's a glaring indictment of a system that has chosen profit over people, containment over care, and silence over accountability. Despite the glossy exterior and corporate assurances, this institution has become a pressure cooker of fear, addiction, violence, and institutional collapse. Staff are overwhelmed. Prisoners are dying. Young adults are locked away in near isolation, and mental health support is disintegrating just as need skyrockets. The brutal truth is this: a prison that cannot keep people safe, cannot rehabilitate, and cannot even maintain its basic functions has no right to continue as it is. And yet, it does. In fact, it thrives, not because it's working, but because it's privately run and shielded by bureaucracy. When private profit is allowed to flourish while lives are being lost inside the walls, you have to ask, who is really benefiting? This isn't just a story about one prison. It's a story about what happens when no one is watching, or worse, when those who are choose to look away. So now we ask you, should private companies be allowed to run prisons where multiple people die in custody every year? When levels of violence, drug use, and mental health crises rise this sharply, who should be held accountable? Are we, as a society, comfortable knowing that young adults in custody are locked up for 22+ hours a day with no meaningful rehabilitation? And finally, how many more lives must be lost before someone finally steps in and says, "Enough"? Let us know what you think. A prison officer has been jailed for 6 months after sending messages to an inmate who had a phone smuggled in behind bars. Stephen George, 37, from Llanelli, contacted the inmate when he was suspended from Park Prison in Bridgend. The former soldier sent numerous messages, including a threat to track down a partner of another inmate who had accused him of assault. Mr. George pleaded guilty to misconduct in public office at Cardiff Crown Court. The court heard how Mr. George sent 79 text messages to inmate Mohammed Hoxha at the privately run prison between October 2016 and February 2017. Mr. George, who worked for private security firm G4S, talked about smuggling prohibited items into the prison, but no evidence showed he had ever done so. Rachel Knight, prosecuting, said he was in a position of considerable trust. It was inevitable it would have an impact on the security of the prison. After he was arrested, Mr. George denied supplying Hoxha with the prohibited phone and smuggling items into the prison. He claimed he had supplied the inmate with his phone number and home address, where he lived with his partner and child, because he was intimidated. Heath Edwards, defending, said Mr. George realised he had undermined the system and was sorry for his lapse in judgment. Sentencing Mr. George to 6 months imprisonment, Recorder Ellery Rees said, "You've got 14 years of being in the army behind you. It's hard to see how you were so intimidated you handed over your number. It's quite clear Hoxha was in an inappropriate relationship with you. Where it might have ended, we do not know." Ruth Schmilo was just 23 years old when she began her career as a custody officer at HMP Park, a Category B men's prison in South Wales. A young woman described in court as very pretty, she quickly found herself at the centre of a controversy that spiralled into national headlines and culminated in a courtroom battle that would determine her future. She was accused of having a months-long affair with Harry Pullen, a 25-year-old convicted drug dealer and alleged member of an organised crime group. The allegations were serious: secret phone calls, flirtatious behaviour, inappropriate clothing, and even phone sex while he was behind bars. Mr. Pullen had been sentenced to 5 years for trafficking offences. Miss Schmilo, it was claimed, not only engaged in a relationship with him, but made herself part of his world, so much so that he added her to his prison-approved phone list after being transferred to HMP Manchester, commonly known as Strangeways. Their calls, recorded by prison authorities and played in court, revealed a highly emotional connection. In them, Mr. Pullen begged her not to leave Wales, told her repeatedly that he loved her, and talked about taking her out, spending nights in hotels and building a future together. He wept when she spoke of leaving the country. One message from him on her birthday simply read, "Happy birthday, princess girl." Miss Schmilo admitted to phone sex during the trial, but insisted it wasn't mutual. She said she cried during one incident and never found the conversations arousing. According to her, Mr. Pullen was obsessed with her, manipulative, and made threats involving her family and her pets. What prosecutors framed as misconduct, she painted as coercion under emotional duress. Behind the scenes, however, the story was far murkier. Her behaviour inside the prison had raised red flags long before the calls were ever intercepted. There were internal complaints that she wore skin-tight, privately purchased trousers that left very little to the imagination, and reportedly ignored uniform guidance. CCTV captured her blowing a kiss to an inmate, an act she later called a silly mistake, but which prison bosses saw as yet another example of crossing professional boundaries. Staff also reported that she often held conversations with inmates in hushed tones, deliberately out of earshot, and was seen seeking out certain prisoners on social media platforms. But this wasn't an open and shut case of inappropriate conduct. During the trial, it emerged that Ruth Schmilo had made corruption complaints of her own while working at the prison. She had accused fellow staff of tampering with food, colluding with inmates, and engaging in inappropriate behaviour, whistleblowing that, according to her defence, made her a target. Claire Wilkes, her lawyer, argued that instead of being protected, Miss Schmilo was labelled a grass, harassed, assaulted, and ultimately discarded by the very institution she tried to serve. G4S, the private firm contracted to manage HMP Park, came under direct fire in court. Wilkes described a facility rife with corruption, incapable of protecting prisoners or staff. She said Ruth was humiliated by both inmates and colleagues, degraded, and made into a scapegoat. She bore the brunt of it, Wilkes told the jury, and when she needed support, she was hung out to dry. The allegations against her were bolstered by context that made them appear even more plausible. It was revealed during the trial that Mr. Pullen had previously been involved in a relationship with another staff member, a prison nurse named Elise May Hibbs. She was convicted of misconduct in public office and sentenced to 6 months in prison. She also lost her license to practice as a nurse. The fact that Mr. Pullen had already established a pattern of forming relationships with staff inside HMP Park raised real questions about whether he was once again manipulating a young employee to gain influence, favours, or attention. In this light, Miss Schmilow's claims that she was fixated upon by a dangerous, manipulative inmate suddenly didn't seem far-fetched. She was a young officer, vulnerable and unsupported in a high-stress environment where intimidation, loyalty and silence often carry more weight than policy or ethics. The prosecution pointed to the fact that she never reported the calls, the messages, or the contact. They saw this as a clear breach of trust, a public servant choosing loyalty to an inmate over duty to her profession. But her defense argued that she didn't report it because she had already tried to report other wrongdoing, and it backfired. She was mocked, alienated, and afraid. When the verdict came, after 9 days of testimony, the courtroom was silent. The jury cleared Ruth Schmilow of misconduct in public office. As the decision was read aloud, she broke down in tears and hugged her mother and sister. The weight of a scandal that had haunted her for years, of whispers, accusations, and CCTV footage, was finally lifted. Judge Simon Mills told her, "Ruth Schmilow will return to her life having endured this experience." But in many ways, the real damage had already been done. She had been accused, investigated, exposed, humiliated, and nearly criminalized. Her name, her image, and the most intimate moments of her private life had been dragged into public view. The case was closed, but the questions remained. What went so wrong in a prison system that two women, both young, both employed to protect and serve, found themselves emotionally entangled with the same inmate? Was it personal weakness, organizational failure, or was the environment so poisoned by corruption and neglect that those who tried to stay above it simply couldn't? What protections are in place for vulnerable staff who may be manipulated, threatened, or emotionally broken down over time? What happens when someone sounds the alarm and no one listens? And if this could happen at HMP Park, how many more stories like Ruth Schmilow's are still unfolding, quietly, in prisons across the country? Let us know your thoughts. HMP Bedford is a place where failure has become routine. Behind its Victorian walls, men are left to rot in a system so dysfunctional that even its own leaders seem too exhausted to fight back. In theory, this local prison in Bedfordshire should be a gateway to rehabilitation and release, but the latest independent review of progress shows a place in permanent crisis, repeating its own mistakes like a broken record. When you cross the threshold of Bedford, you feel the collapse straight away. Cells caked in grime, toilets leaking, windows smashed and left unrepaired for months. Staff shortages mean prisoners are locked up for 22 hours a day in conditions unfit for animals, let alone human beings. Men pacing tiny cells, broken by boredom and neglect, their minds deteriorating with every wasted day. The regime is so threadbare it barely exists. Inspectors found education programs reduced to worthless paper exercises with no consistency or meaningful teaching. Workshops sat empty. There was no timetable prisoners could trust, no routine, no structure, no purpose. Officers too overwhelmed or burned out to care just shuffle the paperwork and try to keep a lid on violence. And violence is everywhere. Prisoners settle scores with sharpened bits of plastic or makeshift batons. Debt from drug-dealing spirals into attacks and intimidation. Younger prisoners live in fear of the older, more hardened men. There is no genuine safety here, only a thin, desperate order imposed by sporadic lockdowns. Mental health provision is in tatters. Men with psychosis or suicidal thoughts are left alone for hours, their cries echoing off the crumbling walls. Staff can't keep up. ACCT, suicide monitoring. Processes are chaotic, with risk plans barely reviewed, if they exist at all. One man waited weeks to see a mental health nurse after cutting himself, left to stew in his own trauma while staff fought to cover the next emergency. Drugs flood in constantly. The prison's drug strategy is nothing more than a wish list, ignored by the unstoppable flow of spice and heroin smuggled inside. Drones drop off packages without serious challenge. Pigeons have even been observed carrying wraps of drugs in their wings. Testing rates are low, results delayed, and prisoners know it. They're used with impunity, leaving the jail fogged in the smell of spice and burning foil. HMP Bedford's residential wings are a disgrace. Toilets overflow for days without repair. Clean bedding is rationed. Cockroaches climb over men sleeping on torn mattresses. Food is served cold, portions too small, and far too many prisoners end up hungry. Showers rarely work properly. In some cells, windows are so broken that winter winds howl through, making the place feel more like a ruin than a state-run prison. One of the most disturbing realities is how the system treats young and newly received prisoners. Many are crammed onto the worst wings with barely a chance to settle. Induction is a farce, a rushed booklet, a confused briefing, then straight to a locked cell. No time to understand the rules, no time to grasp the opportunities, assuming there are any opportunities at all. Staff, for their part, are broken too. Many are new, poorly trained, and terrified. Some cannot even identify the most basic safeguarding concerns. Others are so jaded they no longer even try. Constant resignations mean that every day is firefighting, with no room for progress. Senior leaders talk of action